It was late enough in the evening that the alley was almost empty. Only a few patrons of restaurants and the pubs in the area remained, and they paid him no mind as he made his way towards his destination. The fallout thus far from the werewolf attack had been minimal, though such bliss was not to last. Madame Bones had contacted him the next morning via Tonks, informing him of the developments his excursion had unwittingly created. According to the woman, he had killed perhaps the most prolific werewolf in recent memory, and the public would demand he come forward, not only in Britain, but in many other European countries also. Any notion he had of remaining anonymous had been all but shattered. The attention was not something he would relish, but the prospect of the sizable amount of gold heading his way was not something to turn his nose up at. He had never intended to begin filling his family coffers in such a way, but he was not going refuse when it was being offered so readily, and for a deed he had done. Those thoughts, however, were for another day. He needed to be sharp for the impending meeting, and he patted his inside pocket to ensure the paperwork he had received from the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was still there. Much hinged on what would happen next, and though he was not nervous about dealing with them, he felt unclean for doing so. He pushed open the door to the offices of the Daily Prophet and spotted the very same secretary he had encountered the first time he had visited. She eyed him warily as he approached, and he offered her a disarming smile, their previous conversation not having been so amicable. "I have an appointment with Cuff. He is expecting me," he informed her. She tutted at him as she tapped the speaker system on her desk, her gaze never leaving him as she waited for her boss to respond. "Mr. Cuff, Harry Potter is here to see you," she sighed. "Ah, excellent, Janet, do send him up," he instructed. "I suppose you remember your way." "I do, and thank you, Janet. It is always a pleasure to see you," he offered. She scowled at him as he passed her by. Evidently, she was one to hold a grudge, and his sarcasm was unlikely appreciated. Still, he was not here to make pleasantries with the woman. He was here for something much more important, and his thoughts turned to the task at hand. Cuff, to Harry's surprise, had immediately agreed to meet with him, and had been more pleasant than expected given the circumstances of their previous meeting and how it had ended. Perhaps he had learned a lesson. Harry was under no such illusion. People like Cuff forgot lessons very quickly and soon reverted to the ways they were familiar with. He had no intention of threatening the man further, but would do so if it became necessary. "Mr. Potter," the portly editor greeted him as he rounded the corner to his office. "It is nice to see you, please. Come in and take a seat." Harry did so, accepting the hand the man had offered, and gave it a firm shake. "Can I get you anything? Some refreshments, perhaps?" "No, thank you," he replied politely. "As I'm sure you understand, I'm here to discuss business." Cuff nodded as he took a seat behind his desk. "I can assure you, Mr. Potter, I have not rescinded on our ongoing deal. Rita has not written a thing." "I know," Harry placated, "and I appreciate that, but this is something else." Cuff frowned. "Then what is it about?" "The truth," Harry answered simply. "The truth is being kept from everyone, and they need to know." Cuff released a deep breath as he shook his head. "You're referring to the rumors of the return of the Dark Lord," he stated. "I am. I witnessed it, I fought him, and as much as the minister would like to, the statistics cannot be ignored." "What statistics?" Cuff questioned curiously. Harry removed the wad of parchment concealed within his pocket and handed it to the man. "These come from the most reliable source available, but her name is not to be printed. You're a smart man and can figure out who." Cuff's eyes widened as he took in the contents of the documents. "And this is all real?" Harry nodded severely. "Every last bit," he confirmed. "As you can see, there is danger lurking out there, and the public remains ignorant. This isn't about me or you, but everyone else." "Merlin," Cuff gasped as he reached into his top drawer and removed a bottle of scotch. He poured himself a generous measure and swallowed it down, loosening his tie when he was done. "How has this been kept hidden?" "Fudge is doing all he can to make sure it is," Harry replied with a shrug. "There is something else, too, Another exclusive I will give you if you agree to help. Cuff shook his head. Fudge would ruin us. I can't print this, Potter, as much as I would like to. Fudge will do nothing, Harry countered. He will be too preoccupied with saving his career. Cuff released a deep breath as he stared at him speculatively. I can't put my name on an article like that. I have a wife and kids at home. Then you bring back your best reporter to do it, Harry urged. Rita loves the controversy. Cuff chuckled. She would, he mused aloud before shaking his head once more. I can't. Harry huffed irritably. Bloody hell, Cuff, grow a pair. This is a chance for you to print something that could help keep people alive. Fudge will not be in office forever, but the public will remember that it was you that gave them the information that was being held back by the buffoon. The man poured himself another drink and gulped it down. This is a dangerous game you are playing, Potter. What is to stop me making this little meeting public? Harry chuckled. Because that's not the kind of person you are. You want to do this because underneath all your bluster, you're a decent person and know it is the right thing to do. What is stopping you? Cuff deflated. The ministry doesn't bother me, not really, he mumbled. As I said, I have a wife and kids at home. I will not put them in danger. What if they come for me? Harry nodded his understanding. I respect that, I really do, he offered. What if I was to ward your home for you? I can make it secure enough that not even a cursebreaker could get in. Cuff snorted. I do not need protecting. My home is sufficiently warded. Then why not print it? Because that is admitting something is going on, Cuff returned unhappily. I lived through the last war, Potter. I lost loved ones because of it and do not wish to again. Listen, the war has already started, and you trying to bury your head in the sand the same way Fudge is will not change that. People are dying, he added, gesturing towards the parchment the man held. Wouldn't you want to know so you could prepare? Cuff swallowed. I will not bury my head in the sand. Because you're a better man than the minister, Harry praised. Cuff offered him a half-smile and nodded hesitantly. I will make sure this is done, but I want Rita back. Consider it done. And I want an interview with you in the future, he demanded. Whatever is going on, you're involved somehow. Fine, Harry agreed as he stood and approached the door. What about the exclusive? Harry offered the man a smirk. Fenrir Greyback is dead. Cuff's eyes bulged in their sockets. He's dead, he whispered excitedly. How did you come across this information? Amelia Bones had been very congratulatory of his achievement, and though she had been torn on how he had handled the situation, it was abundantly clear she felt a sense of relief. Harry turned to face the man once more. Because I killed him myself, not that the public are to be made aware of it yet. It will happen when the time is right. Cuff coughed as he nodded and reached for a quill. I need details, he sputtered. Page 4 of what I gave you. The unidentified werewolf is him. The man rifled through the parchment until he came to the indicated page, and his eyes trailed over the text. When he was done, his gaze flittered between what he held and the teen. He got what he deserved, he commented. They will give you the Order of Merlin for that. Harry shook his head, his thoughts far away from such an accolade. Remember, my name is not to be printed yet. It won't be, Cuff assured him. I'm sure you can see yourself out. I do have a lot of work to do after all. Of course, and it was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Cuff. The man gave no reply, his quill already scratching away on a fresh piece of parchment, and Harry took his leave from the offices, giving the secretary a respectful nod as he exited. The meeting had gone as well as he could have expected. Soon, the minister would find himself under scrutiny, and not for the right reasons, but for the ones he sorely deserved. Break. There was an undeniable shift in the mood of the castle this morning. The students, having been quelled by the presence of Dolar's umbrage over the past weeks, were chattering amongst themselves in a mixture of excitable and nervous whispers. He knew not what had caused this change, but for the first time since September, there was a semblance of normality about the great hall at breakfast time, and it gave the headmaster an unexpected lift. He despised how the once magical and happy atmosphere of the school had been reduced to one of misery, had been stamped out by a woman whom they had to endure. It did not sit right with the man, and he looked forward to the day she would be unceremoniously dragged from the castle, preferably by him. Such a thing was unlikely to be soon, but he would bide his time. The current state of affairs could not be ignored forever. He shot a questioning look towards his deputy, who holding up the morning edition of the Daily Prophet, and his stomach sank. For months they had discredited him, had dragged his name through the mud, and he could only wonder what else they could do to defame him. "I don't suppose it is good news," he muttered as he took his seat and accepted the paper, his eyebrows disappearing into his hairline as he began to read. Fenrir Greyback killed on British soil. Minister woes as multiple werewolf attacks exposed. By Rita Skeeter. It is with a heavy heart that I return to my post as a journalist for our most revered tabloid, but do so to deliver the truth to you, our loyal readers. Unbeknownst to us, the wizarding public, our brave aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, have been embroiled in a silent war against a pack of werewolves that arrived on our shores some weeks ago. According to my very reliable source, there have been 23 attacks in the past month alone, with a death toll exceeding 200. So, why have we not been informed of this present danger? Some would say that because the victims have been mostly Muggle, that it is not our concern, but they would be wrong. As part of the statute of secrecy, it is our responsibility to resolve issues where our Muggle counterparts are attacked by magical creatures, whether it be as seemingly harmless as a bowtruckle or as dangerous as a dragon. With their current status, werewolves fall into this category. I ask again, why is this being ignored? I spoke to Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she had this to say. "I can assure you and the wizarding public that this is not being ignored. We are doing all we can to tackle this issue and are working around the clock to bring these people to justice." When pressed about the most recent attack in a village on the north of England, she was taken aback by my knowledge, but confirmed what I had been told. There was an attack, and much to the relief of the residents, a wizard was in attendance to assist. During the ensuing moments before the Aurors and I arrived, several werewolves were apprehended, and I can confirm that Fenrir Greyback was killed. We would have preferred him alive, but we understand he was an exceedingly dangerous man, and one the wizarding world as a whole will not mourn. He was wanted in 11 countries for countless murders, and we are grateful that he is no longer a threat to us or any other. With the infamous Greyback dead, we can only hope these attacks will cease. When asked just who had managed such a feat, Madame Bones had this to add. "I have identified the individual, and for now, they wish to remain anonymous, something I will respect until it becomes necessary to reveal them. All I will say is that we as a society owe them a great debt for what they have done." When my time with Madame Bones was brought to an end, I could not help but wonder why dealing with a single pack of werewolves was proving to be so difficult. We faced a similar issue during the 1970s, and it was dealt with swiftly, so why not now? Once again, I consulted my source and was shocked by what I learned. According to them, the number of Aurors has been slashed by 60% since Cornelius Fudge took office, and the yearly budget of the department by 70%. This alone begs an explanation from the minister, who refused to comment, so I shall put the questions to him publicly. Why is arguably the most important department in the ministry being so neglected? Where have the funds been placed? As a fellow taxpayer, I believe that we, the wizarding public, are entitled to an answer, and I eagerly await the words of our minister on the matter. What he had read was not what he had expected, and it raised numerous questions, all of which he intended to have answered. For that, he may need to speak to Amelia to clarify his thoughts, though not before he held an order meeting. This was something that needed to be discussed with them. He shifted his gaze towards Dolar's Umbridge. She was quietly seething in her chair as pored over the article. That he did expect. She had a rather unhealthy obsession with Cornelius and would not take kindly to the scathing article. Allowing himself to indulge in a little self-satisfaction, His eyes roamed over the students within the hall, pausing on one who did not attend breakfast often. As they did so, Harry stood and offered him a knowing, short nod, and many of his questions were answered with that simple gesture, though others remained. Harry was the wizard mentioned in the paper, but how did that become so? Was he working with Amelia Bones, or had he merely happened upon the scene? Dumbledore shook his head at the ludicrous coincidence that would be. No, there was more to it than that, but would Amelia ally herself in that way despite her position? The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. Above all else, she was a caring woman and would not sit idly by whilst people suffered, though she was unlikely to admit that to him. They had never been at odds, and she had never outright condemned the order, but she had made her displeasure of them known during the First War before she had ascended to her position. Whatever developments had occurred, the article could only prove to yield positive results. Cornelius would have to explain why the DMLE had been reduced and neglected under his leadership, and would have to seek to make reparations. If he refused, his popularity would plummet, and the wizarding public, if deeply offended as Dumbledore expected, could well unite against him and insist upon his removal from office. Regardless, the article would cause quite the stir, and the minister would have to act. As it was now public knowledge, it was not something he could sweep under the rug. A slight smile pulled at his lips. If Cornelius were to be replaced, there would be a large upheaval within the government, and if fortune favored him, he would be rid of dolors also. With the smile still in place, he removed a phoenix pendant from within his robes and tapped it with his wand, setting up the meeting for that very evening. After months, things were finally looking up. Break. She awoke with a gasp, her chest heaving as she took in her surroundings, both relieved and feeling unsettled at being within her sister's home. How she had come to be here, she could not be certain. She remembered arriving at the village with the werewolves, and everything that followed was vague. She did, however, remember the pain, how it lanced though when she attempted to cast a spell. Instinctively, her hand trailed towards her stomach, that was thankfully free of it, but she could not help but wonder what the cause was. She turned on her side and her breath hitched in her chest. On a bed next to her own was the man that claimed to be her master, unconscious and unmoving. Taking in his waxen features and serpentine nose, she shook her head. He no longer felt what he claimed to be, his presence only unsettling her further than filling her with delight as it once had. No, something was very wrong, something was very different. She believed in him still, shared his vision of a world where those pure of blood would reign supreme, but there were doubts that only grew stronger with each passing day. She could not shake them, and she didn't think she wanted to. She had always prided herself on her wit and intelligence, and the latter was urging her elsewhere, a feeling she could not shift. It was as though her own magic was telling her that she was in danger here, that she had done something that would see her end. Her chest tightened at the thought. As much as she prided herself on her intelligence, her sense of self-preservation was not something to be ignored. She would die here if she did not get out, of that she was certain. Just what it was that would be her end, she knew not, but it felt impending and inevitable. Her breathing quickened once more as she felt the tips of the blades in the darkness press against her back. She needed to leave, to flee, but to where? She racked her brains for an answer, for a haven where she would not be found. There was only one she could think of, an old family home she had visited once in Spain. She had to go there. From what she had learnt, the Blacks had no lord, the last being her grandfather who had passed away before she had been captured. If that were so, she should be able to access the property and hide. The wards would keep her safe, but to live, she would need gold, something the family she had married into had plenty of. Quietly, so not to wake the man seemingly slumbering on the adjacent bed, she left the room. She had much to do and knew not how much time she had to do it before he came for her. Break. It was too excited whispering that Albus Dumbledore entered the kitchen of Grimmauld Place upon his arrival. Already here were Molly, Arthur, and Bill Weasley, Sirius, the recently returned Remus Lupin, and Mundungus Fletcher. "Is it true, Albus? Is Greyback really dead?" Remus questioned before he could even take his seat. I have seen no evidence to the contrary, and if Amelia has confirmed it, then there is no reason we should not take her word for it. The werewolf smiled, his features more relaxed than the headmaster had ever seen. Greyback had been the one to turn him as a boy, and something he had never gotten over. Sirius patted him jubilantly on the back, pleased for his friend. Any idea who done it? Mundungus broke in, ceasing his efforts to light his pipe. That is something I hope to clarify when Kingsley and Nymphadora arrive. They did so only a few moments later, along with Minerva, Severus, and Alastor Moody, who also wore a look of satisfaction. He had been one of the Aurors tasked with hunting down Greyback many years ago and had ultimately come up short in his endeavors. Now that everyone is here, I believe we should begin by discussing the news that broke this morning. Kingsley, Nymphadora, do you have any insight for us? Dumbledore questioned the two Aurors. Not much, Headmaster, Kingsley replied. Amelia is keeping tight-lipped about what happened to Greyback, but I can confirm he is dead. I was one of the Aurors on the scene after the attack. Dumbledore nodded. It made sense that Amelia would not divulge much until she felt the time was right. Nymphadora. The pink-haired woman cringed at the use of her name and shrugged. She hasn't said anything to me, or anyone really. And has she done anything out of the ordinary recently? Has she met with anyone she wouldn't under normal circumstances? You think she was in on this? Alastor accused, his paranoid mind leading him close to the mark. I believe she was aware of it, Dumbledore corrected. Alastor nodded, but was preventing from replying by Tonks, who gasped in realization. She did have me deliver a note to someone, she revealed nervously. To whom? Moody asked. Tonks shook her head. Sorry, Professor, she had me take it to Harry when he was at school. I snuck in to give it to him. I didn't expect anything like this. Dumbledore held up a hand to placate those gathered around the table, as they all began speaking at once. You were simply doing your job, Nymphadora, and it only confirms what I believe Harry already did. You believe Potter is involved in this? Moody snorted. I believe Harry is the wizard mentioned in the article, Dumbledore clarified. He allowed them a moment to let the revelations set in and to vent what their initial feelings were about it. After a few moments, he held up his hands once more. You must be joking, Albus, Sirius denied. How would Harry have known where to be? Bones must have told him, Moody mused aloud. It is the only thing that makes sense. That is if you're right, he added to Dumbledore. Kingsley snorted. You expect us to believe that Potter killed Greyback and the other werewolves. Even us trained Aurors would have struggled with what I saw. Dumbledore released a deep breath. Harry is better prepared than I believe to deal with what is coming. Alastor, Minerva, and Severus have all taught him the past 5 years, and I had the misfortune of making a severe error where he is concerned. Needless to say, we came to blows, and it is not a mistake I will make again, he assured them. You had a fight with Harry? Sirius questioned before any other could speak. It was quite the spectacle, and Harry bested me, despite giving it my all. He truly is an exceptional wizard, and one you should not take lightly. What on earth provokes that? Why was I not told? Minerva broke in irritably. The situation was entirely my fault, the headmaster admitted. I made a poor decision, and Harry showed me the error of my ways. We are on now better terms than ever. You can be sure of that. Sirius chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. Harry beat you. To my own dismay, he did, but I am pleased. Had I have won, the mistake I made would have been considerably graver. That is all I will say on the matter. What is important is that a significant blow has been made against the Dark Lord. Evidently, the members of the Order had more questions, but they did not ask them once he had brought the topic to a close, not that he would have answered them. What had occurred between himself and Harry would stay that way, and he had no intention of breaking the teen's trust, not when things were tentative between the two. Is there anything else to report? Only that all Ministry personnel have been banned from speaking to the media by Fudge, Tonks announced. He's already trying to find a way to worm his way out of this. I fear that he will be unable to, Dumbledore replied. I have today received no less than 7 requests to call a meeting of the Wisengamot to discuss the article released. I will be answering them tomorrow for a meeting to take place next week. Will Fudge be kicked out? Remus asked, hopefully. It is too early to tell what will happen. It is more likely that Lucius will find a way to spin this to look favorable, though I do not see how, Dumbledore answered thoughtfully. I think Cornelius will have some explaining to do. What will happen next will be up to the Wisengamot to decide. The members of the order muttered amongst themselves for a moment or so, none pleased by the prospect of the minister retaining his post. For now, we can only see what happens, but I will of course keep you all updated and will now bring this meeting to an end. I can see that Sirius is itching to write to his godson. As am I, Remus declared as the group began to file out. Albus watched them, his heart lighter than it had been in months. With the sudden and unexpected developments over the past week, he finally felt that he could see a semblance of light at the end of the tunnel, and with Harry firmly on side, he believed that this war could be brought to an end before Tom could gain any momentum. Break. With his newts finally having been completed, Harry felt some of the burden he carried lifted from his shoulders, and he planned to allow himself some respite over the weekend he was spending with the DeLackers. The exams went as well as could be expected for him, and he anticipated that he would do well. He had managed to answer all the questions presented to him and had even completed all practical portions beyond what was expected. He had come away from his final efforts both pleased and exhausted, the assessments having lived up to their reputation. Now, however, all he could do was wait for the results which would likely come shortly after Christmas. The papers needed to be graded, and then, along with the notes on his practical work, had to be sent away to be ratified by the examinations board, something he wanted to put out of his mind until his results arrived. This morning, he found himself seated at the kitchen table in the DeLacker home drinking coffee and helping himself to the variety of pastries and continental meats that Apolline had provided. It was these moments he enjoyed most where there were no expectations of him, where he was not tense, ready to strike out against an unseen foe, and where he felt at ease. The DeLackers could not have been more welcoming to him. What are the two of you planning for today? Sebastian asked as he entered the room, his morning paper tucked under his arm. Well, I did promise. E would help me with my patroness charm, Fleur answered, shooting him a questioning look. He nodded. It was a promise had made to her some time ago. You can cast it now, the man asked, surprised. I can. All it took was a good enough memory to make it happen, he replied, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the slightly flushed Vila across the table from him. Say no more, Sebastian insisted, starring between the two. I do not wish to. He paused as he unfurled the newspaper he had brought with him, the front page having caught his attention. Merde, he exclaimed, taking a seat. Papa, is something wrong? Gabrielle asked. Nothing is wrong. I am a little shocked and happy. About what? Fleur piped up. Well, if the news it to be believed, then Fenrir Greyback has been killed. He was killed in Britain almost a week ago, Fleur announced. It was in the paper there. Sebastian shook his head. Why did you not tell me? Fleur shrugged. I did not think you would be concerned about a werewolf being killed in England, she defended. Sebastian sighed good-naturedly. My little flower, this is very big news. Fenrir Greyback was one of the most wanted wizards in all of Europe. Whoever it was who killed him will be an hero across the continent. Harry's head thumped against the table as he cursed under his breath. Had he known his actions would have caused such an international stir, he may have reconsidered, though he was not to know. The only mention he had of Greyback before encountering him was a passing warning from Tom about how dangerous he was. He was irritated, but could hardly blame himself. It was not as though he was aware of the infamy of the werewolf and Greyback hadn't formally introduced himself. He had attacked, as was his nature, and had finally met more than his match. Do you know something about this, Fleur questioned, already suspecting the answer. I killed him, Harry huffed, his head still resting on the table. You did what? Apolline gasped. I think you need to explain. He raised his before shaking it. I was in a meeting with Amelia Bones when she was notified of the attack, he began. It's been happening for weeks, and she explained they would be gone before she could arrive with the Aurors. With a bit of prompting, she gave me the location and I went to help. I didn't know it would lead to all of this. Sebastian released a deep breath. Well, they haven't mentioned you in the article, he offered comfortingly. Not yet, Harry sighed. I agreed with Amelia that I would come forward when she needed me to. A part of me thinks she did this on purpose. Sebastian grinned. You could always use it to your advantage. If you ever wanted to be a representative in the ICW, you've made a very good start. Harry groaned, and Fleur rubbed his back. Why did you not tell me? It didn't seem important. I just thought I was helping out the Muggles. Sebastian laughed, eliciting a frown from the teen. Sorry, Rai, I just find it amusing that you Ave spent your life trying to avoid your fame, and now you Ave only added to it. Almost every country in Europe will want to shower you with their gratitude. Bloody hell, I wish I hadn't have bothered now. Oh, Rai, you silly boy, Apolline chided lightly as she stood and wrapped her arms around him. I do not know whether to be angry or proud of you. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, he grumbled. I know, but it could Ave ended badly for you, Non, the older Vila returned. But it worked out for you this time. Do not make an abbot of it. I won't, Harry assured her. Do you think there's any chance I can get away with not saying anything? Sebastian shook his head. The truth will come out. Rai, it is better done on your terms, he advised. You could use it to your advantage in some way, I'm sure. Fleur offered him a smile of encouragement, though her eyes held a little sadness in them. Although she understood, she would never like the thought of what he had to do to have the freedom he sought. If it helps deal with Fudge, I suppose some good will come of it. He had paused, a deep frown marring his features as an almost foreign wave of magic washed over him, and his eyes widened in recognition. Rai, what is it? Sebastian questioned, having not missed the change in his demeanor. There's somewhere I need to be, he announced. It is nothing dangerous, he assured them as he stood. I won't be long. Do you need me to come with you? Fleur asked. Harry shook his head. Not this time, it is family business, he explained, eliciting a frown from the girl who nodded after the realization of what he meant set in. Family business, Sebastian queried. Black family business, Harry answered. I'm sure Fleur can explain that to you. He took his leave from the room, and Sebastian turned towards his daughter. Rai will be the next Lord Black, she revealed, when he comes of age. Sebastian snorted and offered her a sad smile. It seems no matter how hard he tries, he will always be in the limelight, Non. Fleur nodded. I suppose the world will always want him in some way. Break. She breathed a sigh of relief as she felt the wards of her birth family wash over her. Here, she would be safe, and she needed that more than anything after the discovery she had made within the Lestrange vault. The cup was missing, the very one her master had entrusted her with. She vividly remembered him explaining that it was amongst his most prized possessions and having placed it there personally. Gringotts had been the best place for it, or so she had thought. She had been irate when the goblin had revealed that she herself had retrieved it only weeks prior, something she certainly had not done. She had been in Azkaban at the time and had not visited the alley since she had been freed. No, something else had happened. Someone had tricked the crafty buggers into giving it to them, but who? And for what reason? She shook her head as she removed the trunk she had filled with gold. Her husband would get quite the shock when he realized the family was now all but broke. They were not the richest wizarding family, but they certainly lived comfortably, and she had need of the wealth. When the Dark Lord discovered what had happened, he would come for her, and she could only hope he would be unable to find her. She took a seat on one of the sofas in the first parlor room. Life here would not be bad. She remembered it well from when she had been a child, and she had visited with her parents and sisters. Andy had not run away with the filthy mudblood, and Sissy was still young enough to have her dreams before they would be torn away from her when it was announced she would marry Lucius. She could think of no other time she would like to relive, despite the unpleasantness of her father. Life had not turned out the way she had hoped. She too had been married off to Rudolphus, and she had lost who she was. It wasn't until the Dark Lord had come along that she found a purpose, found a man she could respect, and one she shared the ideals of. As had been her luck, that too had gone up in flames, and she had ended up in Azkaban. Now, she found herself fleeing from both the ministry and her master. Whatever was ailing her only added to her problems. She was sick of that, she had no doubt. The pain she had felt when she cast the spell at the Muggle was something she would never forget, and she did not even know what was wrong with her. Much to her relief, she had not experienced such when she apparated to the alley, nor when she cast a disillusionment charm on herself, when she snuck on to the Muggle fairy, but she could feel it within her, waiting to surface once more. She placed her head in her hands and allowed herself to wallow in self-pity, but she would not cry. She had not done so since the night her father announced her betrothal, and she would not now. "Who's there?" she demanded as she heard movement coming from the adjoining room. She stood with her wand in hand, though it trembled in her unsteady grip. "James," she asked, confused by the appearance of her distant relative. "No," the boy denied as he entered the room. "Now drop your wand and take a seat." It wasn't James, but he certainly looked like him, though there were many differences when she looked beyond the first glance. This boy was too young to be him, perhaps 18 at the most, but he carried himself as one much older. He had the same hair, the same cheekbones, but his eyes were not those of a Potter. These were an emerald green, and there was something very familiar about him. "I'm warning you," she said boldly, even if she didn't feel it. He was unmoved by the threat and merely gestured for her to sit once more. "I am not here to hurt you, but I will if you force me," he stated matter-of-factly. "So, take a seat and you will not be harmed." There was something very unnerving about this boy, something callous with the way he spoke. He did not shout nor even raise his voice, but he did not need to. Almost instinctively, she lowered her wand and complied. "Who are you?" she asked. "My name is Harry Potter. James was my father, and I will be the next head of the Black family when I come of age," he revealed. Her eyes widened in recognition. She had heard that James had married and was having a child with the Evans girl. She hadn't paid it much thought, not until their son had arrived at the house. "The next head of the family." He nodded. "Sirius is my godfather, and as he had no children of his own, I am the next in line, but that is not why I am here." Her stomach sunk at the revelation. She and Sirius had always been at odds. He had despised their shared heritage and done all he could to escape the reputation of the family. They had even fought on opposing sides during the war and had crossed wands on more than one occasion. "So you're here to kill me," she accused, her grip tightening on her wand. The boy snorted derisively. "If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing now," he assured her. "No, I want you to live here and never return to Britain. I will kill you if you don't comply, and you're going to help me." She cackled at the hilarity of the threat. Did this boy truly believe he could defeat her? "I will not help you," she denied. An almost sinister smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "You have already helped me more than you know, and you now find yourself in a position where I am the only one that can keep you safe. I imagine Voldemort will not be pleased when he finds out." Her breathing stopped as she eyed the boy. "What is that supposed to mean?" "I mean when you gave me the cup that was in your vault, you saved me quite the trouble of having to break into it. For that, I am grateful," Harry offered with a slight bow. "I did no such thing," she denied heatedly. "Then how did it come into my possession?" he questioned. "I broke you out of Azkaban, you got it for me, and now it has been destroyed." Any rebuttal she had died on her tongue, the series of events sounding familiar. "No," she whispered, "I don't remember that." "Because I took the memory," Harry explained with a shrug. "I should have killed you that night. It would have made my life much easier, but you are family. It would have been wrong of me to do so." "No," she denied once more. "I don't understand." There is nothing for you to understand, Harry spat as he stood. Your bastard master murdered my parents and has haunted me my whole life. I am going to kill him, and that is all you need to know. Bellatrix was taken aback by the venom in his voice, but found herself laughing. Do you think that you can beat him? She asked disbelievingly. I will beat him, Harry returned firmly, and you had better hope I had, because it is only me that can keep you safe from him. What do you think he is going to do when he realizes you have gone? Who is the first person he will turn to? Her chest tightened as the realization set in. Sissy, she gasped, eliciting a knowing nod from the boy. I doubt he will treat her kindly, and even less so when he becomes aware of what you have done. Do you not think he will send Rudolphus or Rabiston to fetch it when he sees that you are gone? She looked at him, feeling the lack of warmth in his words, and it angered. You did this on purpose, she accused. I did, he confirmed unashamedly. I needed you to understand that there is nothing I won't do to kill him. I used you to get the cup, and now I am all you have. You played your part spectacularly, I must say. You filthy bastard, she screeched as she leveled her wand at him. Crucio! She screamed as the same pain she had already experienced brought her to her knees, leaving her breathless and unable to move. That wasn't very nice, his muffled voice chided. What have you done to me? She panted. She almost felt the grin that adorned his features. I have made it so that you cannot harm any other, unless it is in self-defense. It is quite the ingenious ritual I found in the Black family grimoire. She hissed in agony as she pushed herself to her knees. You did this. I did, he answered. Bastard, filthy half-blood, she seethed, her teeth clenched as she attempted to stave off the waves of pain. He had the audacity to laugh at her, and she wanted nothing more than to curse him. I find it rather amusing that you use my blood to insult me when you have followed another for most of your life. Your master is no more a pureblood than me, not that it makes any differences to the rest of your lot. My master is the heir of Slytherin. And the son of a Muggle father, Harry returned, but let's not get caught up in blood purity. I find it quite a boring subject, especially when it means nothing. All that matters is that Voldemort will die by my hands, and your fate depends completely on how much you help me. Either I win and you can live, or I die, and he will find you. Honestly, it makes no difference to me. I have tried to do what is right by your family and could just as easy kill you and be done with it. Then why didn't you? Because you can still be of use to me. If you tell me where the snake is and how to get to it, I will keep you safe from him. If you refuse, I may well just hand you over and explain exactly what you did. Bellatrix pondered his words, carefully knowing that there was little she could do. Her master would send one of the Lestranges, and it would not be difficult to ascertain that they had not touched it. She was the only other who had access, and he would kill her even if she had given it up unwillingly. No, I won't help you, she growled. Not when Sissy will suffer because of what you have done. The boy sighed and shook his head. The best I can promise her is a quick and painless death. I made a vow to Lucius that any with the Malfoy name will die. I will not go back on my word. Then you have nothing to offer me. I am offering you what remains of your pathetic life. Then kill me, Bellatrix challenged. I would rather die than be under your control. Harry nodded. It's probably for the best, he mumbled as he flicked his wand into his hand. Avada. No, Bellatrix begged as the tip glowed an eerie green. Wait. She had called his bluff, and he had proven his tenacity. She had doubted he would do it, and she did not want to die when she had barely lived, and not when her sister was in danger. Why are you doing this to me? The boy snorted as he shook his head. This is not about you. This is about me and him, nothing more. As I said, you are a means to an end. Whether you live or die doesn't matter to me. If your life means anything to you, you will help me. All I want to know is how I get to his snake. Nagini, she asked, wondering why the serpent was so important. He nodded. He keeps her at Malfoy Manor, but you won't be able to get in, not without the mark. He set the ward up himself, she added smugly. He was seemingly undisturbed by the revelation, and merely grunted in response. And what about him? Is he there? Why don't you find out for yourself? She bit back. I think I will, and I'll pass on my condolences to your sister for her impending death. I'm sure she will be pleased to know you're safe and well, and will be more than happy to tell him where you are hiding. Maybe not happy with what he will do to her, he added. Perhaps I'll drop the wards around here and make it easier for him. Her eyes widened as he stood. No, leave Sissy out of this. Why would I do that? You've given me nothing and will only be a burden to me. If I let him kill you, it will solve that problem at least, Harry replied. He exited the room and Bellatrix felt her world crashing around her. Sissy had never taken the mark, had never counted herself amongst his followers. She had been wed to a man that had done so, but she was innocent. You're just like Him, she shouted. He re-entered the room, his expression more severe than would have thought possible. You have no idea how alike we can be, he whispered dangerously, but I can be very different also. I saved your life, did I not? No, you have ruined it. He laughed and shook his head. I saved it, he reaffirmed. If I had not done what I did, we would have met under very different circumstances, and I would have killed you in a very unpleasant way. For now, you get to live and not be a part of the fight that is coming. That is a gift because I will win. She felt the certainty in his words, and as she met his gaze, she knew he believed it himself. You can't beat him. You have no idea what he is capable of. I know him better than any, he refuted, and I will be the one to put an end to him with or without your help. If you help me, it will be done quicker, and I may even find enough kindness to spare your sister's life. Bellatrix once more met his eyes and saw the truth in them. What choice did she have? If the Dark Lord were to discover where she was, he would find her and kill her along with her sister. She despised the boy before her, but knew he was her only chance, and the only chance Sissy had. She had acted rashly, and he had planned meticulously. In truth, she had no choice and she knew it. If you promise to help her, I will give you all you need. Done, he agreed immediately. He did not like the thought of going back on his word, but it meant more to him to kill Voldemort than it did to carry out a promise to Draco and Lucius. They would still meet their end, and that was not something he would compromise on. Break. He woke suddenly, the room he found himself within being one he had not seen in decades, though it was just as he remembered from the stained, damp walls to the itchy blankets pulled over him. He frowned as he held his hands out in front of him, not the milky white ones he had become accustomed to, but his own 15-year-old appendages, unblemished by the magic he had delved into. He did not know what magic this was, but it felt real, his skin prickling as it had every time he had slept in this bed. The smell was there also, an unwelcome musty odor that lingered despite his best efforts. Irritably, he kicked off the sheets and took in the familiar sight out of the window. London was burning as it had many nights during the 1940s, and he smiled. The Muggles deserved what was happening to them. They were the cause of his misery, so he would revel in theirs. Fair was fair, after all. The smile, however, faded as a high-pitched whistle sounded, and the building across the street was leveled by a German bomb. Instinctively, he reached for his wand, only to find it was not where he always kept it. Panic began to set in as another building. Perhaps the neighboring one was reduced to timber and bricks. It's just a dream, he muttered, attempting to calm himself, though the pungent smell of sulfur said differently. It's just a dream. The world around him fell silent, and he all but threw himself to the floor and rolled under the bed. The silence was the worst part of a raid. He had heard many people say that you do not hear the bomb that fell on you. With that in mind, he closed his eyes tightly as he had done as a boy, and his body trembled similarly. He hated the war, hated that he had to be here during the summer. A sudden bang jolted him, and he hit his head on the metal frame of the bed. Cursing, he felt something trickling down the nape of his neck and a stinging pain. If this was a dream, it was a horrible one. He felt the pain vividly, and the blood that now coated his fingers where he had rubbed it was very real. Dreams can be very unpleasant things, a voice sounded. Carefully, he peered from under the bed and saw a figure seated by the window in the rickety chair that had been placed under his desk. He recognized him, of course he did. He would never forget the boy. "Potter," he spat. He smirked as he offered him a nod of greeting before turning his attention back to what was going on outside. "I can imagine this wasn't very nice to experience. There's no shame in cowering under the bed as you are. I doubt there were few he did not." "I am not cowering," the Dark Lord denied. "No, not yet you're not," Potter replied, meeting his gaze. "But you will." Voldemort growled as he attempted to hurt his foe. He would not be belittled by the boy. However, his efforts were in vain as Potter simply laughed at him. "If I had my wand." "Then you would kill me, yes, I know," Potter sighed. "You know, you're quite boring when I think about it, very one-dimensional. Now, what I have done here is quite special. Here, you have fallen into my trap, and it is my turn to make your life miserable for a while," he revealed as he drew his own wand. Voldemort's eyes widened, and he attempted to withdraw further under the bed. "Crucio." His body burned with agony. Wave after wave plowed through him, and he could not prevent the scream that escaped. It hurt more than he could ever have imagined, and he bit through his bottom as he tried to fend it off. He could not be sure how long he was held under the curse, but when it was lifted, he could taste the iron that had filled his mouth and felt that his entire body had been engulfed in flames. He gasped for air as his limbs twitched uncontrollably, and he held up a pleading hand. "W8. Crucio." He screamed again as he was racked with involuntary convulsions, and his teeth cracked under the strain of his jaw. Once again, after an inordinate amount of time, he was released, and he found himself looking up at Potter from the floor. "It's not very nice, that one, but I won't pretend I'm not enjoying myself," he mocked. "Those two were for my parents, and this one is for me." He barely had time to brace himself before he found himself held under the curse once more. Desperately, he clawed at the wooden floor in search of relief, only to watch as his fingernails were pulled away under the force of his own grip. After a moment, blood began to pool around his hands as the spongy flesh continued to search for a hold. After what felt an eternity, he slumped forward, spent from what he had endured. "No, don't pass out on me now, Riddle. Your journey is only just beginning," Potter declared, his voice muffled. The crunching of bones sounded, and pain lanced up his arm, the adrenaline coursing through him, pulling him back from the brink of unconsciousness. He looked at his hand to see that it was now horribly bent and misshapen from where Potter had stamped on it. "There's a good boy," Potter cooed, and the Dark Lord looked up at him with loathing. "I'll kill you," he seethed. "You will try," Potter conceded, "but you will fail. I may not be able to kill you here, but I will make your experience as miserable as you've made my life. Prepare yourself, Riddle, because this is only the beginning. When you eventually wake up, remember, your end will be much worse than this." "What is this magic?" the Dark Lord shouted, stilling Potter as he leveled his wand at him. "This is some of the best the Blacks have to offer, and a little more of my own genius," the boy answered. "I knew you would figure there was something wrong with Bellatrix, and your ego would not stop you from investigating, so I created this little surprise for you. Now, do be quiet. There is much more for you to experience before we are done. How about we begin with my own childhood? You'll love my Uncle Vernon." The room faded, and the Dark Lord found himself in an unfamiliar kitchen. Judging by how tall the cabinets were, he was now in a much younger body and could barely be older than 4. "There you are, boy," a voice addressed him, pulling him from his thoughts. "I told you I would beat the freakishness out of you this time." Confusion plagued his mind as the enormous man descended on him, one he did not know. However, any protest he had died on his tongue as the buckle of the belt he swung thumped against his spine, and he felt the skin on his back tear open. In that moment, he did the only thing he could and screamed as the man continued to rain blows on him. Life had fallen into a rather uncomfortable lull for the past few weeks. Ever since Greyback had been killed, the almost nightly attacks had stopped. None had been reported, but that did not prevent the continuous demands for the minister to make a statement, to explain himself. The Daily Prophet had continued printing articles about the state of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had successfully garnered the attention of Wizarding Britain, who, in turn, demanded the queries be answered by their leader. The minister, however, had done all he could to avoid being scrutinized by the Wisengamot. Over the passing days, he had allegedly been unwell, indisposed due to a pressing, urgent matter that required his attention, and even left the country to attend a different, unavoidable meeting. The mood of the public was turning rather ugly, and it wasn't until the fourth summoning to meet with the Wisengamot that Fudge eventually agreed to attend. Not that he had much choice. Evidently, he had been hoping all would blow over and the matter would eventually be dropped. But with the persistence of the media and the demands of the public, it was not to be, and the minister would finally answer for his negligence. To Harry, it was too little too late. Cornelius Fudge, or whoever was pulling his strings, had already succeeded in crippling the force that kept the country safe, and any action against him would merely be a token gesture. At worst, he would find a way to scheme his way out of the trouble he faced, and would walk back to his office to continue the charade of being a competent leader. At best, he would be dragged from the ministry kicking and screaming, and another poor soul would be installed to right the wrongs of the current administration. Still, Harry expected little change, and certainly not in a timely manner. Government came with red tape, and unless someone was elected who could cleave through it with few problems, the ministry would remain a useless entity when dealing with the Dark Lord for months at the very least. He shook his head as he straightened his robes. Regardless of the outcome, he had no faith that a miraculous turn around would happen. Politicians would always be politicians to him. A lot of flowery words, empty promises, and flat-out lies from those that supposedly represented the people. "Why do I have to dress like this?" he grumbled. Sebastian chuckled as he helped put the finishing touches to his robes. "Because in less than 2 years you will be one of them. Awry," he chided lightly. "I know you do not like it, but it is something you should take seriously. You can really make a difference." "I don't want to be on the Wisengamot." "Non, but you will ave to ave a proxy, and you do not want them representing you poorly or voting to pass bills you do not agree with." "I'm sorry." "Awry, you have been given responsibility, and I know you are better than not living up to it." He nodded reluctantly. Sebastian had spent weeks schooling him on the world of politics, and had even had him research the Potters and Blacks' history of their time on the Wisengamot, the things they had voted for and the politics they subscribed to, something that left him frustrated. The two families couldn't have been more different, and he found he had the impossible task of trying to live up to two opposing traditions. Sebastian, however, had urged him to start anew and use the power to forge his own path. The two families were to merge, so why shouldn't their policies? He could see the logic in that thinking, but politics still held little appeal for him. He much preferred the blunt approach of the former Lord Black and would likely adopt much of it. He didn't have the patience for the political games people played. "It is not so bad. Awry," Sebastian comforted. "You will be fine. Already people look up to you and will listen to what you have to say. If you truly despise the way Wizarding Britain works, why not use what you have to change it?" He nodded once more. He knew he had experienced some of the worst elements that politics had to offer, but there had to be something good about being on the Wisengamot. Perhaps he needed to speak to others beyond being on trial or seeing them the same way he saw Lucius Malfoy. Break. He looked upon the gathered crowd within the chambers, his bowler hat pressed firmly on his head, to avoid fidgeting with it from the nervousness he felt. How had this moment come? How was it that he was being forced into giving a speech to justify his actions from so many years ago? Had he not served them well over the years? Had he not sacrificed a decade and a half of his life to get them through one of the most difficult periods in recent history? He took a calming breath as his anger threatened to overwhelm him, his eyes sweeping across the members of the Wisengamot, the public gallery that was filled to capacity with those hopping to see him stumble, and the journalists in the media section. Vultures, that's what they all were, but he would not fumble, not now. Finally, he looked towards Lucius, the man who had helped his career along more than any, his friend and confidant when he found himself in need, such as times like this. When the doors to the chamber closed, he stood and cleared his throat. "I have heard your pleas and stand before you as I always have, a humble servant of yours," he began solemnly, offering a bow to those within the room. A few smatterings of whispers could be heard, and he allowed them to pass before continuing. "Now, I have been subject to many slanderous accusations over the past weeks, and fully intend to clear my name of any wrongdoing. I have never nor ever will misappropriate ministry funds, nor have I neglected any department under my care." What about the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" a voice demanded. "Has their budget and numbers been reduced by the amount published in the Daily Prophet?" Cornelius winced at the question. "The budget of the department has been reduced to coincide with the changing times over the past decade. When we were at war, the additional funding was needed, however, and as I am sure you will all agree, we have been at peace, and retaining the Auror force as it had once been is counterproductive. It is not necessary to have as large a contingent as was required during the war." Lucius gave him a subtle nod of approval, the two of them having rehearsed that answer until it fell from his mouth with practiced ease. "Well, it was a foolish move, as has been proven by the latest spat of werewolf attacks," Lord Doge declared loudly. "How has the department been allowed to deteriorate to where it cannot respond to what is a significant danger in time to, at the very least, mitigate the damage done? It is unacceptable." His words were met with a resounding cheer of agreement from his fellow lords, ladies, and the members of the public. "How did Greyback and his pack even get here?" Lord Ogden followed up. "Surely the ICW keeps track of them across the continent." "You are correct, Lord Ogden," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The magical communities of Europe have been tracking them and informed the office of the minister some weeks ago that they were heading in this direction." Cornelius glared at the chief warlock, his scaremongering having become a constant irritant since the end of the Triwizard tournament. "You said yourself, Dumbledore, that they were reported to be merely heading in this direction. We were not advised they had arrived." "No, but the attacks should have been quite the clear indicator," Augusta Longbottom interjected heatedly. "The ministry dropped the quaffle on this one. There is no denying that. Because, clearly, they do not have enough Aurors to meet the needs of the country," Lord Boot piped up, "and evidently not the funding to hire more. How is Madame Bones supposed to do her job effectively when the failures begin at the top?" Cornelius visibly cringed as a cacophony of cheers met his statement. How was he supposed to placate them if they would not listen? "I hear what you are saying, Lord Boot, but I must disagree. We are in a time of peace, and the incident with the werewolves was an isolated series of attacks that has since stopped." "Bollocks," an elderly man in the public gallery shouted as he stood. "Tell that to the Muggle village over from mine that was attacked by giants. I might be old, but I know what I saw." The whispering began once more, this time frantic and irritable. "Preposterous," Cornelius denied. The werewolf attacks had been difficult to believe, but giants. "And did you report this incident?" Amelia questioned the man. "I did, and the Auror, Haskins or something, called me a barmy old git and that it had been a storm. Let me tell you it was giants. I saw them myself." Cornelius scowled as the journalists began scratching away with their quills. Undoubtedly penning tomorrow's headline. "Then I will personally speak with you when we are finished here. I am very interested in what you have to say," Amelia offered. The man nodded gratefully and retook his seat. "Putting thoughts of giants on hold, I would like to know how the minister intends to proceed. Will he reinstate the budget to bolster the department, or will he give us an excuse not to do so?" Lord Greengrass questioned. It was a poignant query, and one Cornelius had expected, though the jab about excuses was below the belt. "For what reason would the former budget be reinstated?" Lucius returned, standing from his place next to him. "As the minister has rightly pointed out, we are not at war, and the incidents with the werewolves have ceased since the night Greyback was killed." "Something that it took a member of the public to achieve," Lord Greengrass bit back. What kind of society are we living in when it is an untrained citizen that has to put a stop to things like this? The department must receive sufficient funding because clearly what they are getting is not enough. And what of this citizen? They have done our country and many others a great service and should be recognized for their efforts, Lord Diggory added before the minister or Lucius could respond. Again, another cheer went up, most of the room in agreement with the sentiment. This person has not come forward, Cornelius explained. I do, however, agree that should they be found, they should be recognized. He couldn't care less, in truth. This person is the one that had likely caused the probing he faced today, but if it somewhat calmed the Wiesengamot in public, it was a gesture he would make. The person has come forward, Minister, Amelia corrected, and I believe he is here today. Then who is it? He huffed. His heart sunk as a familiar figure stood within the public gallery. Worst yet, the man seated to his left was also familiar and not a welcome sight. Judging by the look of surprise Lucius wore, this would not end well, and the loathing he already felt for the Potter boy increased tenfold in this moment. Once more, he was going to prove to be a thorn in his side, and one whose threat grew with each passing year. That would be me, he announced. Break. You, Fudge questioned disbelievingly. Harry nodded, reveling in the discomfort of the man. I can give you a very detailed rundown of how I killed him, if you like, he offered. Or I could even share the memory with everyone here. His gaze shifted around the room where all eyes were on him. He hated it, despised it even, but his growing reputation could one day be the needed influence to urge the ministry to act against Voldemort when the time was right. That won't be necessary, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones answered. I have seen the evidence for myself and am satisfied that you are indeed the one who deserves the credit. Harry offered the woman a respectful bow and turned his attention back towards the minister, who for once appeared to be lost for words. The future Lord Potter should be given the Order of Merlin, Lord Boot declared, shooting Harry a warm and grateful smile. Hear, hear, another lord he did not recognize agreed. His attention was unexpectedly drawn to Sebastian, who stood next to him, and the man gave him a conspiratorial wink. Not many of you will know me, but I am Sebastian de Lacquer, and I am the French representative of the ICW, he introduced himself. Mr. Potter has done France and many other countries a great service, has been successful where we have all failed in the past. My government recognizes this and will bestow upon I am our greatest honor. He will be rewarded with La Médaille La Valence, as is fitting for his deed. A round of applause sounded at the announcement, and Harry looked at Sebastian questioningly. I did tell you that many countries would want to reward you. France is no different. Harry shook his head, as the man smiled brightly. You did this on purpose, he accused as Sebastian joined in with the clapping. I did, the man admitted. You are dadding my daughter. Awry, it is my job to make life difficult for you, non. Harry could only huff in annoyance. You still do not understand how great your deed was. Awry, you are only getting what you deserve, Sebastian whispered as the applause began to wane. Then he should be given the Order of Merlin, Lord Macmillan declared. First class, Lord Ogden added enthusiastically. The minister appeared to have swallowed something rather unpleasant, as he held up his hands for silence. Are there any objections to the notion? He asked. Anyone would be a fool to, Sebastian mumbled. Then it shall be done, Fudge agreed reluctantly when none were voiced. Another cheer sounded at the declaration, and Harry shifted his gaze to Lucius Malfoy, who was pointedly ignoring him, his own focus anywhere but on the teen. Little did the man know that Harry was paying much closer attention to him than he had previously. For several nights, he had been at the Malfoy home assessing the wards and trying to find a way to breach them, to no avail thus far. They were complex, old, and deeply rooted. It would be quite the feat to enter the property undetected. The mere sight of the Malfoy patriarch sickened him, but it could not be denied that much investment had been made to secure his property, that he would acknowledge. Still, he would find a way. He simply had to. I am interested to know, Fudge called up the din, the crowd silencing as the minister spoke. "Just how it was you came to be there, Mr. Potter?" Harry had prepared accordingly for this question, knowing Fudge would do all he could to either discredit him or implicate another in his presence. Before he could speak, a harsh voice responded. "What's all this, minister?" A large, bearded man Harry did not know questioned. "We should be bloody grateful Potter was there, not starting an inquisition." Harry offered the man a polite nod, but gestured that he was fine with answering. "There is a shop near the village. I have developed a taste for the chocolate the man stocks, and I was in the area buying some when I heard the commotion. It wasn't hard to miss with all the screaming." The minister gave him a look of incredulity, and Harry eyed him challengingly. "You can check with the shopkeeper if you like. I was there, and he will be able to verify it." He would too. Harry had taken the time to go to the shop and add a few needed memories should Fudge take him up on his offer. "That won't be necessary," Madame Bones interjected. "Mr. Potter has submitted a statement which has been checked." "Thank you, Madame Bones, but I am not the reason the people have gathered here," Harry replied, his glare not leaving the minister. "I am honored to accept the award you wish to give me, and I know it will be another year before I stand amongst you, but forgive me, aren't we here to ascertain why the DMLE was not able to deal with the werewolf problem?" "Indeed," the same bearded man called aloud. "What I would like to know is what happened to the funds that were cut from the department over the years. Albeit for me to side with Skeeter," he added distastefully, "but she raises an interesting point. What was the money spent on?" Fudge frowned at the man, and then at Harry before a look of nervousness overcame him. "Well, some was spent on building the Quidditch stadium for the World Cup, and the rest was distributed where and when it was needed." "You will need to be specific, Minister," Lord Greengrass insisted. "We as the Wisengamot put a lot of trust in you, but you remain answerable to us as we are to the people we represent." Fudge sighed deeply. "I cannot be expected to know where every last nut went." "That is your job," Greengrass countered. "It is not information I have on hand," Fudge replied angrily. Greengrass hummed as he nodded thoughtfully. "Then I suggest we adjourn and reconvene when that information is made readily available for review. I think the 6th of January gives the minister more than enough time to locate and arrange it." "I agree," Lord Boot offered. "Do we have any objections?" Dumbledore put to those in attendance. "I will need more time," Fudge despaired. "You have a month, Minister," Lord Ogden pointed out. "I'm sure it is not a task that should take any longer than that." "If there are no objections," Dumbledore pressed. Fudge looked around the room almost desperately, his eyes pleading for someone to come to his rescue. "Then I call this meeting to an end, with the intention of us resuming on January 6th as agreed by those gathered," Dumbledore announced. With a thump of his gavel, the meeting was brought to an end, and Harry took his leave with Sebastian amongst the rest of the crowd, avoiding the requests from the media to speak with him. He will use that month to find a way to wriggle out of it. "He will," Sebastian agreed, "but you did well today, Harry. I am very proud of how you remained composed. You could be quite the force, and when you defeat Voldemort, nothing would stop you taking his job if you wanted it." Harry snorted, unable to think of anything worse than being minister. He would sooner shovel hippogriff dung than surrender himself to that responsibility. He'd acquired enough of that throughout the last months. "Break." Her hands trembled as she clutched the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. She was beyond furious with the headline, more so by the fact that she could not deny the truth of it rather than the content itself. How could she when Cornelius himself had acknowledged it? Her jaw clenched at the photo they had printed of Potter standing proudly in the public gallery of the Wisengamot chambers. How could Cornelius do this? How could he accept that the boy was a hero when he was nothing more than a filthy reprobate? She had seen the murderous intent in his eyes the night Dumbledore had intervened when she had accosted him in the corridor, and for a moment she truly felt he would try to kill her. Had he made the attempt, she would have had him locked up in Azkaban for the rest of his days. He would never have seen the light of day again. However, that had not come to pass, and now the boy was being rewarded. She threw the paper in the fire behind her desk. She certainly would not be praising him. She had seen what he was like, had witnessed the evil within him, and she was determined to expose it to the world and finally prove to them all that he was nothing more than a lying, conniving bastard. Her eyes drifted to her top drawer where she kept her selection of quills. Perhaps she should have used them on him sooner. Maybe he would have learned his place by now. She shook her head of the thoughts. As much as she would relish in seeing him suffer in such a way, it was not to be so. The boy was too defiant and would not fall into line with that method. That did not mean that others wouldn't, and a grin formed as she pondered the possibilities. Often enough she had students in detention that seemingly did not learn from their past transgressions. Perhaps the time was drawing near to dole out harsher punishments. It may be then that they learned that the system must be adhered to. Break. Being on the open sea was not something he had ever envisioned himself doing, and not something he would do again if he could avoid it. The churning of the waves left him feeling rather sick, but he reminded himself that it would all be over in only a few short hours. For 4 days he had navigated the waves along the west coast of the United Kingdom, France, Spain, and Portugal. Were it not for magic, it was a journey that would take much longer, and he was grateful that was not so. Once more, he reminded himself that it would all be over soon. The day had finally come, one that had been weeks in the making. The preparations had been exhaustive, meticulous, and all for the sake of a serpent that had lived much longer than he could ever hope to, and every painstaking moment had been worth it. He had pondered the quandary for days, and he had finally settled on a method to transport her. Despite Sebastian's warning, a boat was his best hope. She would need considerable space, and he had managed to purchase an old fishing trawler to accommodate her. As it had been, it was barely seaworthy, but a few spells and magical adaptations later, and it was perfect. The difficulty had been devising a way for Serana to make it to the west coast of Scotland, where it had been moored. He had decided on a 2-way tracking charm, one on the boat itself, and another on a large collar he had transfigured to fit around her neck. All she would need to do was allow it to lead her, and she would make it there. The difficult part had been mapping a route she could take where she was least likely to encounter any people. It would not do for any to be inadvertently killed as she traveled across the country. Much to his relief, she had made it and had spent the past days in the hull of the boat, hissing excitedly by the prospect of seeing her new home. In many ways, it was like dealing with a child, but he took it in his stride and often found himself laughing, or at the very least, amused by her anticipation. He would never forget the happiness she had exuded when he had explained his plan to her, revealed that she would be leaving the castle. She had been ecstatic, and even during his bouts of seasickness, he had not once regretted his decision. Much to his surprise, getting her out of the school had been the easiest part of the task, thanks in large to Umbridge's ridiculous rules system. With only 2 prefects on duty and the map handy, he and Serana had exited through the front door, with the snake having reached the entrance hall via the pipes. A broken wall had needed to be hastily repaired, but none would be the wiser to what had happened. From there, it had been a simple trip through the forest where they had met nothing, and he was able to send her on her way to where the boat was waiting. She had arrived only a day later, having had a thankfully uneventful trip. That had been 4 days ago, and since then, the 2 of them had been at sea, heading to the island Harry now called home. "We will be arriving shortly," he explained, his lips and skin dry from the salty spray. She said nothing, but hissed gently her understanding. They would be 2 and late in the afternoon, as he had planned. It would give him time to make the adjustments to the tracking charm, so it would lead her to his home, something that should only take an hour or so from when they moored up. Doing so would have been impossible without the help of magic, but he managed it with a few charms, and after checking that this part of the coast was clear, he had her come ashore where he marveled at her size and beauty. She was enormous, perhaps the most dangerous animal in existence, yet so gentle also. She hissed contentedly at the feel of the sand on her belly as slithered across the beach, leaving trenches in her wake. "It is warm here, Tom." "It is," he agreed, happy to watch her enjoy her newfound freedom for a time. Internally, he celebrated the success of the undertaking, having had doubt that it could be done. Fleur had been the only one he had shared his plan with, and though she had urged caution, she had been very supportive. He couldn't be certain that would remain when she eventually met the basilisk, but that was a bridge he would cross when he reached it. For now, he was simply happy that he had been able to grant Serana a final wish. For the rest of her days, she would be free to roam his land, feed on whatever she found in the forest, and live in comfort. Neither of them could ask any more than that. Break. Christmas had once been his favorite day of the year. He enjoyed the presents, the lights, and even the Muggle music when Lily had introduced him to it, but it had been many years since he had indulged in such. Of course, for 12 of them, he had been locked up in Azkaban, and the previous 2 since he had been freed had not been so memorable. His first year of freedom had seen him spend it alone in a cave, and his feast had been nothing but what remained of a chicken carcass he had scrounged and a half-eaten mince pie. He'd had much higher hopes for last year, but again, it was not meant to be. Harry had found himself embroiled in the Triwizard Tournament, and Remus had been suffering the after-effects of the full moon. The 2 of them had spent the day in relative silence, and the werewolf had, apologetically, gone to bed early. Sirius had understood, of course. His condition seemed only to worsen the older he got, or it was that he no longer had the Marauders to help him through his transformations. Regardless, the day had not been what he had envisioned. This one, however, would be different. Harry was coming for Christmas lunch with the 2 of them, and the full moon had been over a fortnight ago, so Remus would be in fine form. Sirius was in good spirits, and as such, had decided that he would cook dinner personally. How difficult could that be? Lily had done it for Harry's first Christmas, with the boy rested on her hip. Surely, he could manage it without the hindrance of a baby that never sat still. He laughed as a memory surfaced from that very day. "Do you remember when Harry tipped the gravy boat over Lily?" he asked Remus. The werewolf snorted amusedly. "I do," he confirmed. She swore he had done it on purpose and blamed James for him being mischievous. Well, what did she expect having a kid with him? I can only imagine what he would be like if things had been different. Remus offered him a sad smile. They would have been happy, Padfoot. He assured him. Yeah, but things didn't happen that way. They didn't, Remus agreed, but you're here as is Harry. But is he happy? Remus could only shrug. There was so little of James and Lily and the boy, and he too often wondered how different he would have turned out had they lived. He certainly wouldn't be out there killing werewolves or whatever else it was he got up to that they didn't know about. I think he is as happy as he can be, given the circumstances, he mused aloud. Maybe when all this is over, he will be. Sirius nodded as the sound of the front door opening caught his attention, followed shortly by the wailing of his mother. Filth, disgusting mudblods sullying my great house. And a Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. Black. I hope your death was painful and embarrassing, you washed-up old nutter, Harry replied before entering the kitchen. I see she is on fine form as always. Sirius sighed. Believe me, I have tried to get rid of that bloody painting. Whatever magic is holding it on won't budge. Harry chuckled as he removed his coat and took a seat. I find her quite amusing, he commented. It's not often you come across someone as creative with their insults as her. Maybe she is growing on me, he added with a frown. We should give her to Dumbledore for Christmas. I'm sure he'd love that. Sirius guffawed at the thought of the headmaster being constantly berated by his mother. From what we heard, you are more than capable of handling him, Remus broke in. Harry frowned as he released a deep breath. You heard about that. Sirius nodded. He didn't go into specifics, but he spoke very highly of the fact that you beat him. Harry shrugged as he shook his head. He's an old man now. There's probably a lot of people out there that could. But none your age, Remus countered. Anyway, let's not spend our time together discussing those things today. We've already both told you how annoyed and proud of you we are for killing Greyback and now beating Albus. They had too. Harry had received 2 letters, one from each of the men, both praising him and chiding him equally. He had not known that Greyback had been the one that had cursed Remus, but it just made killing him more worthwhile. "You have," he chuckled. "So what's for dinner?" "Probably nothing edible," the werewolf muttered. "He's cooking it." "Oi, I can cook." "No, you can't," Remus denied. "Remember when you tried to cook for us on that muggle barbecue Lily brought? Honestly, Harry, it was like trying to eat a shoe." "Only because you kept distracting me." "Oh, Padfoot, I like my steak rare." "Oh, Padfoot, don't flip the burgers like that, they'll be dry," Sirius mocked. Was I wrong? Harry watched the back and forth between the two, amused by their antics, and as they continued, he noticed the dark smoke starting to curl out from within the oven. "Bloody hell, you two are like a married couple," he sighed, "and Sirius, something is burning." The man turned and cursed under his breath as he put on a pair of pink, floral oven gloves. "Ah, bollocks, see what you made me do, Moony." "Me, you were the idiot that wasn't paying attention. Bloody hell, that will be drier than those burgers." Harry laughed as they continued bickering. There was something very wholesome about it. The two of them had been friends for decades, the last two of a close group of 4. He felt for them both, having experienced loss after loss since they had left school. They only had each other now, and despite the constant griping, he had never seen two friends care for one another more. Although it was an unfamiliar novelty for him, he could not miss it. "All right, ladies," he sighed as Sirius began waving a ladle around. "Put the handbags down." His godfather removed what had once been a large leg of lamb from the oven and placed it on the table before slumping into his seat and staring at it sadly. "It just meat, Sirius," Harry comforted. The man nodded, his eyes not leaving the ruined main portion of the meal. "I just wanted it to be perfect," he mumbled. Remus shot him a look of understanding, as a light frown marred Harry's features. "The dinner." "Not just the dinner, everything," Sirius huffed. "I used to love Christmas and just wanted one that I would enjoy and remember," he added with a shrug. Harry was taken aback by the uncharacteristic sullen demeanor, and he looked towards the werewolf questioningly. "The last Christmas he enjoyed was when you were a baby, the last one we shared with your parents," he explained. Harry nodded his understanding. He hadn't realized the time of year meant so much to him. "Well, what did you all do?" he asked. Remus scratched his chin, a smile playing on his lips. "Me, your father, Sirius, and Peter," the last being added sourly, "made you a giant igloo in the garden, do you remember, Padfoot?" Sirius nodded. "Merlin, it was crap until Prongs gave up and transfigured it. He even made statues of our animagus forms and a werewolf for you," he snorted. "And Lily animated them," Remus reminded him. "She did," Sirius confirmed, a slight smile forming. "Your face, you were amazed. I spent most of the afternoon making sure you weren't trampled by the stag as you crawled around the garden." Harry grinned at the thought before his stomach sank. This was one of the things he hated about discussing his parents. It gave him false hope that he may one day experience these things, when in truth, it wasn't to be. It was a bittersweet feeling, but it did give him an idea. "Then why don't we do it?" "Do what?" Sirius asked. "We could always make an igloo and the animals. I can do that. We can even go to Godric's Hollow and see them if you'd like." The two remaining marauders looked at one another, the werewolf nodding encouragingly. "I think I'd like that." "Me too," Sirius agreed, "but it's not snowing and likely won't be there either." Harry shook his head. "Are you not a wizard?" Sirius rolled his eyes but stood, happier than he had been a few moments prior. "Let me just pack some food and something to drink and we can go," he replied as he headed back to where the various pots and pans were bubbling away. Remus gave Harry a grateful smile. "He's been looking forward to today for weeks," he whispered. "He misses you, Harry." Harry nodded his understanding as Sirius returned, gesturing that he was ready to leave. "Let's go," he urged. "And Moony, if you think about throwing a single snowball at me, I will make sure you do not get a peaceful night's sleep for months." Remus released a deep breath as he shook his head. "For the last time, Padfoot, prongs through that snowball. Sirius responded disbelievingly as he left the kitchen, followed by Harry and the werewolf. Break. I told you there wouldn't be any snow, Sirius grumbled as the trio reached the churchyard of the village. Harry gave the man a look of exasperation as he drew his wand and began twirling it in intricate patterns, muttering under his breath. The elder wand made easy work of the elemental spell, and soon enough, a thick and heavy snow began to fall, much to the amazement of the two men. In only a few moments, a blanket of snow had covered the ground, and Remus shook his head at the teen. I don't know how you do it, he sighed. Elemental magic is dangerous for even the most experienced wizards. Harry shrugged as he took note of the cemetery in the distance. He had not visited his parents since the night his name had come out of the goblet, and his life had changed in many ways in such a short period of time. We should go and see them, Sirius urged, following his godson's gaze. I haven't been for a while myself. Why not? Harry asked as he fell into step with the man and Remus. Sirius offered him a sad smile. It's difficult facing them after what I did. They would have been furious with me. Harry frowned at the answer. It was not something he had thought of much. The night Voldemort attacked, Sirius had chosen to go after Peter instead of care for him. One could argue that he had made a poor choice, and perhaps he had, but it had been one made in the heat of the moment. The man had lost the closest thing he had to a family and had acted rashly. He could not be blamed for that. Before he could voice his thoughts, they reached the pair of graves where James and Lily Potter rested, and a comfortable silence fell over them as they lost themselves in their own thoughts. As it had during his first visit, the loss of them fell heavy on Harry, and he allowed himself to think of what could have been had they lived. There had been a time when he was angry at them for dying, for leaving him to the fate they had. Now that he was older, he understood. They had only wanted to keep him safe and had made the ultimate sacrifice to do so. His father had placed himself before the monster that had come for them, with the hope his wife and son would be able to make it to safety. It was not to be, and his mother had followed his father, perishing as she too tried to keep him safe. His grip tightened around his wand as his fury rose. I'm going to kill the bastard, he seethed. Sirius and Remus shared a look of concern as the temperature dropped further than the icy blast the boy had created, the fresh wave of coldness making them shiver. And we will be there to see it, Sirius declared firmly, eliciting a nod of agreement from the werewolf. Harry offered them a grateful nod as his posture relaxed. That is for another day, he sighed. They wouldn't want us wasting Christmas being consumed by something that will inevitably happen. No, they would not, Harry, Remus agreed, giving him a weak smile. They would laugh at this idiot for burning the dinner, and Lily would probably try to lecture him on what he did wrong. And James would come to my rescue, Sirius chuckled. He was good at getting me out of trouble with her when he wasn't too busy taking the piss. You make it sound like it happened a lot, Harry snorted. Sirius nodded as he swallowed deeply. I loved your mother, Harry, but Merlin, that woman, could talk your ears off when she felt like it. Like when I got your father drunk the day we graduated and he mooned Kettleburn. Somehow, that was my fault. Remus laughed, his eyes full of mirth at the memory. That was your fault. You brought the whiskey and dared him to do it. I didn't expect him to be so willing, Sirius returned. Bloody hell, I've never met someone so keen to bare his arse to the entire year group, their parents and the professors. I thought your grandmother was going to put him across her knee in front of everyone, Remus chortled. If it wasn't for your grandfather, she probably would have. Harry smirked at the thought and shook his head. What were they like, my grandparents? He asked. Arcturus mentioned them when I spoke to him. They were the nicest people I have ever met, Sirius answered immediately. Doria wasn't like the rest of the Blacks, not unless you upset her. James was a lot like Charles. He liked a good prank, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him. They took me in when I ran away and looked after me. We were all devastated when they died. Remus nodded his agreement. They never let on that they knew about my condition, but they did and never treated me any differently, and neither did your mum when she found out. She made jokes about me having a menstrual cycle, he added with a frown. Sirius guffawed loudly. I remember that. She brought you those tampon things for your birthday. Remus shook his embarrassedly. I thought my mother was going to faint when I opened those. Who knew that Evans had that in her? Remus smiled. She had a wicked sense of humor when you got to know her. Harry nodded, once more saddened that he had not got to know them both. Anyway, shouldn't we make a start on this igloo? Sirius suggested, noticing the slowly changing demeanor of his godson. Merlin knows it will look like crap without prongs here to fix it. They set to work gathering piles of snow and forming them into dozens of blocks to create the construct. Harry had never done anything like this, not at Hogwarts, and certainly not with the Dursleys. The only experience he had was shoveling it off the driveway and clearing it from Vernon's car so he could leave for work. That was something he had done gladly, anything to get the man from the house when he had been a boy. It does look like crap, Harry declared as they stood back and admired their handiwork an hour or so later. What they had created somewhat resembled an igloo, but one side of the roof would undoubtedly cave in with little prompting, and the opening looked none too safe either. I think it is somehow worse than the first one, Remus muttered. Definitely, Sirius agreed as the weaker side of the roof collapsed inwards. The three of them laughed heartily as their efforts crumbled before their eyes, and Harry slid his wand into his cold hand. Then it is a good job we can fix it. With a few waves of his wand, the eyesore became quite the thing of beauty. The roof had righted itself, the opening had stabilized, and the snowy bricks were evened out so that it resembled a rather cozy shelter. Bloody show off, Sirius huffed. That's not showing off, Harry replied as he went to work once more with his wand. In a matter of moments, he had created 3 animals from the surrounding snow, a large dog, a werewolf, and an enormous stag. With another few spells, they came to life and began chasing each other around the churchyard, much to the amusement of the 2 marauders. Now that is showing off, he added when he was finished. Sirius nodded appreciatively at the spectacle before him, the creations reminiscent of the very same ones James and Lily had collaborated on so many years ago. They're just like them, Remus commented as Sirius edged closer to where they were now playing boisterously. How did you? Sirius's question was cut off as a snowball collided with the back of his head. He turned sharply towards Remus and Harry. His eyes narrowed as he tried to work out who had thrown the projectile, the cold, melting snow running uncomfortably down his back. It wasn't me, the werewolf denied immediately. Sirius turned his attention towards his godson, the boy's face unreadable as he merely shrugged, provoking his ire further. One of you gits did it. Just let it go, Padfoot, Remus sighed. Sirius shook his head as he bent down and scooped up a handful of snow, his gaze flitting between the 2 of them. However, before he could decide on who he was going to throw it at, something impacted against his back, sending him sprawling. He sputtered as he scrambled to his feet to be faced with the stag, pawing at the ground challengingly. His eyes widened as it charged once more, and he yelped as he took to his heels, running as fast as his legs could carry him, the laughter of Harry and Remus following him. Not only did he have the rampant stag to deal with, the other 2 took it upon themselves to bombard him with snowballs. Oi, how is that fair? He shouted as one whistled by his ear. With a muttered curse, he transformed and turned on the spot, readying himself for a standoff with the animated beast. He snarled as it ducked its head, avoiding the blow and diving onto its back. He tore at the snow, only for what he took away to be replaced. He is right, Remus mused aloud as he turned his attack towards the unsuspecting teen. Harry was stilled by the snowball that exploded against the side of his head, and by the time he realized what had happened, the werewolf had managed to put distance between the 2 of them as he ran to help his friend. With a shake of his head, Harry returned fire, catching Remus on the back of the neck as he continued running, brandishing his wand and trying to put an end to the determined stag. He was partially successful, removing the legs with a well-placed cutting curse and alleviating his ally of the struggle he had become embroiled in. With the stag all but useless, the two retreated further away, undoubtedly to form a plan of attack. Harry did not remain idle, and with a few waves of his wand, he had hastily erected barrier of snow he could hide behind. He prepared more snowballs as he waited, a wait that stretched on as each minute passed. "What are they up to?" he mumbled as he cautiously peered over the top of his shelter, only to be hit in the head with another missile. "Bloody hell." The sound of laughter reached him, the two men having too much fun at his expense for his liking. With a growl, he felt for them, not having seen where they had hidden themselves with the brief glance over the parapet he had gotten. "Sneaky bastards," he snorted as he sent his snowballs on their way. The pair had hidden amongst a small copse of trees, out of range from where their own offerings could be thrown without the use of magic. If they wanted to resort to such measures, he would respond in kind. Within a few moments, their screams sounded, and they ran from their own cover as they were pelted with snow courtesy of Harry, and the teen went to work once more with his wand. A fresh wave of screaming being heard as the remaining werewolf and dog creations went on the attack. "All right, we bloody give," Sirius shouted. Cautiously, Harry peered around the edge of his wall, doubling over in laughter as he saw his godfather pinned down by the replica of his own animagus form. The dog was licking his face, and try as he might, the man could not fend it off. Remus, on the other hand, had climbed a tree to avoid the werewolf that was packing below him, waiting for him to come back down. With a shake of his head, Harry ended his spell work as he walked over to help Sirius to his feet. The man shot him a look of frustration, but grinned as he accepted the offered hand. "Cheater," he muttered. "It was 2-on-1, Harry defended, "and you used magic first." "Remind me not to pick a fight with him again," Remus said breathlessly as he reached them, shooting a final furtive glance over his shoulder to ensure the werewolf had not followed him. "I think you two old bastards need to sit down for a little while," Harry suggested, heading towards the igloo. "Did he call us old bastards?" Sirius huffed. "Let it go. I haven't got the energy to do another round of that," Remus sighed. They followed the teen and joined him inside the igloo as he was lighting a fire. The both took a seat on the floor and allowed the warmth to wash over them. "Maybe we are getting old," Remus chuckled as he held up his hands over the flames. "I'm knackered." "Speak for yourself, Moony," Sirius laughed as he reached inside the pocket of his coat and withdrew a flask. "Here, get some of this down you," he encouraged, pouring the man a generous helping of hot chocolate and adding a measure of fire whiskey to the brew. "You too, Harry, but no whiskey. Lily would climb out of that grave and put me in one if I did." Harry grinned as he accepted the drink, and the three of them sat in a contemplative silence whilst they enjoyed the warming liquid. "Are you happy, Harry?" Sirius asked after several minutes later. Harry frowned as he looked at the man, wondering what he meant by the question. "Just with how things are you happy with your life?" his godfather added. "Why are you asking that?" Sirius shrugged as he offered the boy a sad smile. "I need to know," he replied sincerely. "When I was in Azkaban, I had all these plans on how things would be when I got out. I would come and get you, and you would live with me. I'd be teaching you magic and, just being there for you. It didn't happen that way, but as long as you're happy, then I can live with that." Remus offered his friend a look of sympathy. "One day I will be," Harry answered honestly. "When he is dead, and I don't have all this hanging over me." Sirius nodded his understanding. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, "for not being there for you when I should have been. I've never said it before, and it is the least you deserve from me." Harry shook his head. "You made your choices, Sirius, and I can't hold those against you because I would have done the same. You weren't to know that you would be blamed for what happened to them. I'm not mad at you. I just didn't need you that way when you did get out. I'd been living alone for a while and taking care of myself since I was 7. "I know," Sirius returned, "and I couldn't be prouder of you for how well you have done. James and Lily would kick my arse if they could, but they would be proud too." Remus nodded his agreement. "What about the French girl?" he probed. "What about her?" Harry asked defensively. Do you really need to ask, Moony? Sirius sighed. He's just like Prongs. He'll probably marry her in a couple of years and they'll have a little brat of their own. Harry chuckled amusedly. What makes you so sure? Because you're a lot more like them than you think, Sirius answered. They couldn't wait to get married, and then you came along not long after. Not that there's anything wrong with that, he added. Well, what about you? Aren't you going to get married and do something with your life? Harry fired back. I will when you come of age and take over the family, the man replied. For now, I want to make sure it is in good order when that day comes. Even my grandfather is helping me. Well, he insisted that I pull my finger out of my arse and get the affairs sorted for my heir, he explained with a scowl marring his features. He said that. Sirius nodded. You left quite the impression on him, apparently. He's had me dealing with the finances and collecting any owed funds from previous loans. I can't imagine Lucius will be pleased when I've finished calculating the amount he has withdrawn from the account over the years. Maybe you should wait until I become Lord, Harry suggested. It will be more satisfying to hand him the papers in person. If he lives that long, Sirius replied with a shrug. His luck will run out one day. When I next see him, Harry vowed. Slimy git. I thought we weren't talking about this today. Remus broke in. You're right, Moony, Sirius agreed as he poured them all some more hot chocolate. This day is about us, until Harry disappears to France later to be with his woman. At least I've got one, Harry countered. He's got you there, Padfoot, Remus mocked. Bloody hell, I'm being outdone by a teenager, the man grumbled. Well, speaking of me going to France, Sebastian asked me to give you these, Harry explained as he retrieved two identical envelopes from his pocket and handed them to the men one each. They are invites to the TheBlack'sResurgence New Year ball. We will be there, Sirius declared immediately. It's a shame I don't have any embarrassing stories to share about you. Don't look at me, Remus sighed. I've never seen him do anything embarrassing. Sirius scratched his chin thoughtfully. What about when he tried breastfeeding from Doria? He asked. Remus laughed uproariously. I remember that. The poor woman had a bruise on her chest for days after he bit her. I didn't do that, Harry huffed, his cheeks flushing. You did. If you mention that, I'll neuter the pair of you, so you won't have to worry about getting a woman again. The two men continued to laugh, and Harry could not fight the smile that formed. It was not often he got to spend time with them, but it was moments like these he had begun to cherish. Break. His eyes snapped open, and he scrambled to free himself of the sheets that had been placed over him, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he fought to steady his breathing. It had been a dream, for he did not bear the marks that had been inflicted upon him, though he had felt every lashing of pain sent his way. Potter, he whispered. Whatever the boy had done, he did not know, but it had left him at his mercy, had left him to be tortured by the boy, and he had not held back. He knew not what magic he had fallen victim to, but it was not an experience he wanted to repeat. But how? How had the boy managed what he had? The Dark Lord pondered it for several moments until his eyes shifted to the empty bed next to his own, and it fell into place. He had tried to help Bella with what was ailing her and had been attacked in the process. Potter must have done something to her, another quandary he needed to solve. Where is Bella? He questioned the healer as the man entered, relief etching his features. I do not know, my lord, he answered. I came in a couple of weeks ago and she was gone. A couple of weeks? How long have I been out? Voldemort demanded. 3 weeks, my lord. His stomach sunk and he stood from his bed. Packing back and forth, he tried to calm his raging thoughts. He needed to think clearly. Where did she go? No one has seen her, my lord, the healer answered nervously. She didn't tell anyone she was leaving or where she was going. Potter must have had something to do with it. It was the only conclusion that made sense. He would worry about just how that had come to pass later. For now, he needed to find her. She could do unspeakable damage to him if she were to be captured. Send Rudolphus and Lucius to me immediately, he commanded. My lord, I must check you over. I said now, you bumbling fool. The Dark Lord cut the man off irritably. He complied with a nod and took his leave. The matter was a pressing one. If, as he believed, Potter had gotten to Bella, who knew what he had gleaned from her. My lord, I am pleased to see you awake. Lucius greeted him with a bow as he entered the room with Rudolphus in tow. Where is Bella? The Dark Lord demanded. I do not know, my lord, but I have people looking. She cannot hope to get far, Lucius assured him. Rudolphus. The man shrugged. I've not spoken to her since before we were in Azkaban, answered uncaringly. Personally, I hope the bitch is dead. Crucio, Voldemort seethed, drawing his wand in one fluid motion. Rudolphus screamed in agony under the effects of the curse, and the Dark Lord reveled in the fact that he was not the victim of it this time. You had better hope she is found, Rudolphus, or you will join her shortly, he warned. Now, you will go to Gringotts and see if she has been. She will need gold, and it is likely she took it from your vault. I want an accounting of everything she has taken. Why, yes, my lord, Rudolphus agreed before hobbling from the room. And what would you have of me, my lord? Lucius asked. Voldemort eyed the man for a moment before nodding. You will send your wife to me, Lucius. If anyone were to know where she is, it will be her. Lucius appeared as though he would argue for a split second, before thinking better of it. His lord was in no mood for any such defiance. Of course, my lord, he returned with a bow as he too took his leave. The Dark Lord took a seat on the edge of the bed and put his head in his hands. It was pounding, and he would need a pain reliever soon. Still, he could still be sleeping and under the ministrations of Harry Potter. Those dreams would haunt the man, but he could not act rashly, not until he understood the direness of the situation he faced, and the first thing he needed to do was establish just what had happened to Bellatrix. The de Lacker home had played host to a variety of people coming and going since Boxing Day. Caterers, florists, and even men delivering heavy and intricate ice sculptures had passed through the house as preparations for the ball had gotten underway. For Sebastian, it had been a much more stressful process than was normal with the new wards he had installed. Over the passing days, he could be seen ferrying the people across the wards as he met and vetted each of those visiting the home to conduct their business. It was not ideal, and were it not for Apolline having looked forward to the event, he would have canceled it this year. However, they had decided to continue, and the inconvenience of setting up the ballroom had been managed with little difficulty. The preparations, thankfully, were done, and the man would only need to cross the grounds one more time to bring the guests across the wards, though they too would be vetted appropriately. For Harry, the festive period had granted him a reprieve from all that was happening around him, as the world seemingly came to a halt as it submerged itself in the festivities. Those festivities were now over, and he would soon be back to reality. Since the revelation of his involvement of Greyback's death had reached the public, he was now subject to whispers and pointing, his fame having reached higher heights than ever. Much to his consternation, he had also started to receive fan mail, swathes of it from those wishing to congratulate him, some trying to curry favor, and even those offering him their personal gratitude, their lives having been torn apart by the infamous werewolf. Thankfully, behind the de Lacker wards, the mail had ceased for now. He had taken it in his stride as best he could, though fame was not ever something he would relish, even if it was earned from his own deeds. He would forever prefer a life of peace and anonymity, the latter being something he would likely never know. Regardless, he still had a few more days of the reprieve to enjoy, and he intended to do so. Fleur was excited about the ball, and he too was looking forward to spending some time with her. Even though the holidays had come, both had been busy with their workload and hadn't had as much time together as they would have liked. They'd managed to enjoy Christmas evening, but as Boxing Day had dawned, the house had been swarmed as it was readied for this one. Ensuring he locked his bedroom door as he exited, he approached hers only a few down and knocked. It opened a moment later, and he smiled at the girl that greeted him. She had donned a sapphire gown and matching shoes, her wrist adorned by the bracelet he had gifted her. "You look beautiful," he complimented as he offered her a rose. She smiled brightly as she accepted it and threaded her arm through his. He was nervous about tonight. Perhaps it was that he didn't have Tom to guide him through as he had the Yule ball, or that this meant more to him. He knew he needn't be, but he was. "You look very handsome. Awry," she returned as they made their way towards the ballroom. "If you need some time away from it all later, then I will save you." He nodded appreciatively at the gesture. He didn't like events such as these, but would endure it for her. She loved balls, and this was one of the few times she could enjoy one, the guest list having been compiled of those that Sebastian and Apolline knew personally. As planned, they arrived when the party was already in full swing to avoid Harry being inundated with greeting dozens of people at the same time. Being the center of attention was an awkward scenario for him, but Sebastian had come to his rescue and gave them leave to be what he deemed fashionably late. "Ah, awry," Sebastian greeted him as they entered. "There is someone who is very keen to meet you." The pair were led towards a group of smartly dressed men and women who bowed respectfully at their approach. "Gino, you remember my daughter Fleur non?" Sebastian spoke to a short, dark-haired man. "I do," he answered with an Italian accent. "You grow more beautiful every year." Fleur smirked at the man. "You say the same thing every year," she sighed. "But I mean it," he returned with a wink. "Leave the poor girl alone, Gino," one of the women chastised. "You are old enough to be her father." "Anastasia," Fleur greeted the woman warmly. "He is a stupid man, but he is right. You do grow more beautiful," she offered. "And who is this young man?" "This would be Uri Potter," Sebastian introduced him, eliciting some hushed whispering amongst the Italians. "The Harry Potter," the woman named Anastasia questioned. "My husband has been wanting to meet with you." Gino nodded enthusiastically as he offered his hand that Harry accepted. "Gino is the Italian Minister of Magic," Sebastian explained. "Nothing like fudge," he added as a frown formed on Harry's brow. "Then I am pleased to meet you, Minister," Harry greeted the man. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Potter, and please call me Gino," he insisted. "Only those that want to kiss my ass call me Minister. You do not strike me as one of them." Harry laughed as he shook his head. "I don't have a very good history with men in your position. I tend to say what is on my mind." Gino chuckled. "I need more people like you around me, Harry. Too many liars and deceivers plague my line of work." Harry nodded his agreement. "But enough of that. I wanted to meet you to give you this." The man reached inside his jacket and removed a small box before handing it to him. Harry opened it and took in the small metal embedded. "This is for killing Fenrir Greyback. Sebastian explained that you are not one for fanfare, and I can appreciate that. This is a gift from my country to you, and your name will always be held in respect for what you have done." "Thank you, Gino," Harry said gracefully. "No, Harry, thank you. Greyback killed many of my citizens, and we are all pleased that he has got the justice he deserves. We consider you a friend, and you will be treated as such if you choose to visit us." "I'm sure I will," Harry replied, internally amused by the thought that he had homed there for over a year now. "Excellent, then I will leave you to your celebrations. I have no doubt that many others will want to meet you." Harry nodded gratefully and bid the man farewell before he and Fleur were led around the room and introduced to various other people, some bearing gifts and gratitude, and others merely wanting to look upon him. He felt like a performer in a sideshow, but he had expected this. Sebastian had warned him of it, and he had prepared, though he was relieved when the two of them were left with Sirius and Remus. "It is good to see you again, Mr. Black." "Bloody hell, don't say that too loud. People will think I'm old," Sirius groaned as Fleur offered him an innocent smile. "Non, they will not think that," she denied. "You look very good for a man of only 50. Sirius choked on his drink. "I'm only 36, he sputtered as Remus patted his back. "She is winding you up, Padfoot," he comforted. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. "That's not funny," he grumbled. "You put her up to that," he accused his grinning godson. "She didn't take much prompting," Harry defended. Sirius threw his hands up in despair. I come here as an invited guest only to be insulted, he sighed as a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. It is nice to see you, Miss DeLacker. I do hope he is treating you right. Fleur nodded. Uri is always a gentleman. I do not know where he gets that from, Sirius snorted. His father was a lout, I was a lout, the only one that wasn't was this one, he added, jerking a thumb in Remus's direction. Harry has manners, Remus responded, ignoring the barb. We should be grateful he did not turn out like you. Fleur laughed as Sirius frowned at the werewolf, but nodded, nonetheless. We should, he agreed. Look at me, I'm 50 and living with you, he quipped. Harry could only shake his head at his godfather. Well, there's plenty of women here, he pointed out. You could always see if the old Sirius black charm works. I've already turned down 3 women, he announced proudly. They were trying to give you canapes, Remus muttered. I still turned them down. Harry grinned at the pair of them. Their antics amused him to no end, and he had grown fond of them both. It was not often he met good people, but Sirius and Remus fell into that category. They were good people who had made mistakes, but were still good people who his parents had held dear. I'm not arguing with you. Come on, let's go and get a drink. I'm sure Fleur would like a dance. The two took their leave, and Fleur looked at him expectantly. Would you like to dance? He asked. Oui, she answered as she offered him her hand. He took it in his own and led her to the dance floor, where she wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you for doing this, Uri, she whispered. Dancing with you. She shook her head. Being air with me. I know you do not like it, but you still came. He smiled. Well, if I get to dance with you, I'm not going to turn it down, he replied. It reminds me of when we were by the lake. She too smiled at the mention of the memory, and the two of them fell into their practiced steps, those around the room fatting as they lost themselves in each other. Do you think we could do this more often when everything is over with? She asked hopefully. We could do this every day if it made you happy, he answered. I will old you that, Uri, and I will look forward to it. Break. I have never seen this appy, Sebastian commented, as he joined Sirius and Remus at the bar. They make a good couple, Remus replied. He's changed since we first met him, and she has a lot to do with it. Sirius nodded his agreement. I was worried, he sighed, but seeing him like that, I couldn't ask for anything more. Sebastian placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You care for I.M., he said warmly. As do I one day. I hope that he will become a part of my family. I would welcome I.M. as though he was a son and both of you too. He may not show it so much, but he does care for you both. He speaks very igly of you, and that is praise from I.M. Remus chuckled. It is, he agreed. I've seen what he can be like with those he does not like. Which is almost everyone, Sirius added. My grandfather is constantly rubbing his hands together at the thought of him being the head of the family. That reminds me, Sebastian interjected. Are there any outstanding contracts that he should be aware of? Sirius shook his head firmly. No, only gold owed to us from loans, nothing else. That was the first thing I checked. Good, Sebastian declared. I would hate to see Fleur's reaction. Sirius's eyes widened as he grinned. Do not even think about, Remus warned. They would both kill you. Sirius pouted as he nodded. It would have been hilarious, he mumbled. It would until my wife and daughter burned you, Sebastian snorted. Sirius cringed at the thought. No, I think I'll leave them be. How could anyone want to upset that? He added, pointing to the dancing teens. I would pity any that tried, Sebastian muttered. Break. She groaned as she tried to move from where she had been left on the floor. She knew not how long she had been here, but it felt as though it was an eternity. She felt degraded, had been tortured and left to rot in her own filth, and all in her own home. She stared at the paltry offering of bread and water that had been placed in her cell some time earlier, the urge to vomit growing as she caught a whiff of her own odor. How had her life taken such a turn, in what could have only been hours? She had been summoned by the Dark Lord, something that had never happened before. He had respected her wish to remain neutral during the previous war and had ignored her since she declined his offer to join him. When she had arrived at his room, he had been polite and welcoming as he always had been to her. He had asked if she knew the whereabouts of her sister and had remained that way until Rudolphus had entered and whispered in his ear. From that moment, he had been in a towering rage that made her blood run cold. He had hissed furiously for several minutes before demanding that she leave. It was the following morning that she was summoned once more, and any facade of politeness he had shown her in the past was all but gone. He had once more demanded to know where Bellatrix was and had not asked twice. What followed were the most miserable moments she had ever experienced. For the first time in her life, she had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse and had no desire to do so again. It had felt as though her skin was being peeled away from the muscle and then a fire lit within her. She had screamed herself hoarse, begged and pleaded for it to stop, but it continued. Eventually, she must have passed out because she woke in this very room unable to move, in a dungeon that had not been used for decades. She whimpered as she pushed herself into a sitting position and felt for her wand. Of course, they had taken it along with her dignity. She was Narcissa Malfoy. None should be able to treat her this way. Despite the pain she felt, she pushed herself into the corner of the room as the lock on the door was unbolted, and it was pushed open. She breathed a sigh of relief and sobbed as her husband entered, his already pale skin more so than she had seen it. "Thank Merlin," she wept as he pulled her to her feet. "Have you come to get me out of here?" He shook his head, causing her heart to sink. "The Dark Lord has summoned you." "No, Lucius, I do not know where Bella is," she protested. "It is not me you have to convince," he returned coldly. "Now, come. I will not be the target of his ire because your sister decided to do something foolish." Narcissa swallowed deeply as she looked at her husband. He had never been outwardly kind, but never cruel, not to her. "And you're going to allow him to treat me like this? I am your wife." "You are, but he is my lord. I followed him long before I was married to you." She was taken aback by his callousness. Had the past 17 years meant nothing to him? "Lucius," she choked. He shook his head as he grabbed her firmly by the wrist and dragged her from the room. "You're hurting me," she gasped. Undeterred, he continued pulling her along, his jaw clenched. "Lucius, stop." Her vision swam as he struck her with the back of his hand, and a trail of blood ran from her nose. She looked at him in shock as his blue eyes penetrated her own. "I would suggest you compose yourself and be prepared. He will not appreciate being lied to. He will know, he always does," he warned as he seized her by the wrist once more and dragged her in his wake. The shock consumed her as she followed her husband. He had never hit her before. He had raised his voice but never hit her, though he had always been fearful of retribution from her birth family. Such a thing was no longer of concern. After her grandfather had died, none had survived to take the mantle and wouldn't until her son came of age. Not that he would go against the wishes of his father. They were too alike already, and Draco would only be manipulated further by the man that had sired him. No, she would be unable to turn to her son for help. Already, he was determined to join the ranks of the Dark Lord, and her treatment at the hands of the man would not change that. Thought of her son turned to confusion as she entered the rooms that had been set aside for her husband's lord, and Draco was already within. She shot Iam a questioning look, and he pointedly ignored her, his own nervousness unable to be hidden. Was he here voluntarily, or had he been summoned also? The Dark Lord was already present, seated behind the desk, and his crimson eyes not having settled since she had last been here. He radiated fury and what she thought was concern, though that vanished before she could be certain. "I find myself disappointed," he said in just above a whisper. "I never considered that you would disappoint me, Lucius, and I trusted you because of that, trusted you with perhaps my most treasured possession only for you to squander it." His words were finished with a hiss of displeasure as he turned his attention towards her, and she shuddered unwittingly. "I'm only going to ask you once, where is Bellatrix?" Narcissa shook her head. I do not. Crucio. She collapsed to the ground as a familiar and unwelcome pain washed over her, the Dark Lord not allowing her to finish her sentence. By the time the spell was ended, she had screamed her throat raw, and she could not move from the cramping of her muscles. Through her watery eyes, she caught a glimpse of her son who looked upon her fearfully with a look of pity. Just like his father, he remained silent, offering no protest to the treatment she had received. Then we have a problem, Voldemort sighed. You claim to not know where she is, but she too has taken something of great importance. You have both proven to be useless to me. Perhaps your son will fare better. He gestured towards Lucius, and he began dragging her from the room, not even helping her to her feet. Not that she could stand if she wanted to. Her body had been all but broken. Break. The Dark Lord eyed the boy before him speculatively. Draco was undoubtedly a Malfoy, his appearance mirroring that of his father from his blonde hair down to his pale skin, though that could have been from the fear he was feeling. Voldemort could smell it, feel it radiating from him. Do you see what happens to those that defy me, Draco? The boy nodded. To ensure that my orders are carried out, my followers must respect me, must understand that failure is not an option. Your parents failed me, Draco, both of them. Much to his credit, the teen remained silent as the Dark Lord paced back and forth, seemingly in thought. Voldemort was furious, an anger that had not begun to abate since he had made the discovery. His precious cup had been taken from the Lestrange vault. More concerning than this, the diary he had given to Lucius for safekeeping had too been used in one of his petty schemes. He had been punished harshly for his transgression. With two of his Horcruxes missing, he needed to know if anything had happened to those that remained. Of course, Nagini was safe and would remain so behind the wards here, but when he had checked on the others that were accessible, his rage had become apoplectic. The locket had been the first, and the note from Regulus had made him wish he had been much less merciful to the man so many years past. He had revealed he knew what the Dark Lord had done, but had given no indication he had gotten to one of his creations. He had acted rashly and killed Regulus immediately before his secret could come to light. An error on his part. Evidently, Black had recovered the locket and even had the gall to leave a note mocking him. The only question that remained regarding it was, did he manage to destroy it? If not, then where was his locket? From the cave, he had visited the home of his wizarding family, as despicable and disappointing as they had been, only to find that the ring too was gone. But how? Did Black figure out his identity? He shook his head at the thought. He could not dismiss the possibility. There was no other he could think of who would make the necessary connections to discover them, and this led him to his next trail of thoughts. Had Regulus told Bellatrix of what he had known, and somehow convinced her to defect? As unlikely as he would once deem that to be, it was the only thing that made sense and would also explain why that was the only artifact she had taken from the vault. His jaw tightened uncomfortably at the thought. He had considered Dumbledore may have been the one to discover his secret after Black had, but his former headmaster knew nothing of such magic. No, the Blacks had to be involved, and he found it rather ironic that he was employing another of the line to right the wrongs his other family had committed against him. I am going to be very blunt with you, Draco, he spoke once more. There is something I need, and you are going to retrieve it for me. The boy looked at him questioningly, but a glare made him pause and consider his next words. Of course, my lord, he complied. Voldemort nodded. There is a hidden room on the 7th floor of the school that can only be found if you have need of it. Opposite the tapestry of the dancing trolls, you must pass in front of the blank wall 3 times and think of what it is you need. You will think of the Room of Hidden Things. The Room of Hidden Things, Draco questioned. It is a very large room full of deposited items, and there is something very specific I need from within, the Dark Lord continued as he opened the drawer of his desk and removed a piece of parchment. Giving the boy a final cursory glance, he slid it to him. The item is a diadem and looks exactly as I have sketched it here. To find it, you need to find a bust of a warlock. The diadem has been placed on top. Is it dangerous? Very. Do not touch it with your bare skin. You will place it in this bag and bring it to me, Voldemort instructed as he handed Draco an oddly glowing jute sack. Do not fail me, Malfoy. I won't, my lord. No, you will not. If you do, I will kill your mother and father and then you. Lord Voldemort does not forgive easily. The boy's lower lip trembled. His eyes wide, he nodded his understanding. This is your one chance to redeem your family name. Prove yourself to be better than your father, and then you will be gifted my mark. That is what you wish, is it not? Draco nodded. Good, now get out, Voldemort hissed. He watched as he exited, his eyes full of contempt and malice. He would prefer to retrieve the diadem himself, but he was not ready to come out in the open, not with the setbacks he had suffered, and the diadem was a pressing matter, one he needed to be certain of before he decided on his next move. Briefly, he allowed his mind to wander to one of the other possibilities for his misfortune, the least likely one but the one that concerned him most. Potter had gotten to Bella in some capacity, of that he was certain, but there was no conceivable way he knew of his Horcruxes, and certainly not where they were located. Nonetheless, they had been found, but he held hope the diadem was intact. Even Dumbledore himself would not believe him to be so bold to leave one under his very nose. Soon enough, he would have it back in his possession, but until then, he needed to be cautious. It would not do to act hastily for it to be to his own detriment. No, he must wait for Draco to bring him the diadem. Only then would he relax and ready himself for his next move, one that was already being orchestrated by Augustus. The man was close, or so he said, to figuring out the security around the Department of Mysteries. When he was confident, he would take the prophecy and finally fully understand the threat that Potter posed, a threat that was appearing to be more than he had ever thought possible. He was but a boy, a skilled one he would admit, and one whose influence grew steadily, but not comparable to him and would not live long enough to be so. Still, he had already succeeded where many others had failed, and though his respect and curiosity grew with each of his feats, he had to be killed. Destiny had decreed it so. Break. Thankfully, with the portkey he used to go back and forth between his home and Hogsmeade, there was no need for him to take the Hogwarts Express back to the castle, and he had arrived just ahead of the rest of the students. Not wanting to be amongst them for the feast, he had gotten some food from the kitchens before heading to the room of requirement, where he worked on some new spells before going to bed. For breakfast, however, he would need to attend the Great Hall. He had been given no indication of what he would be teaching upon his return to the castle or what his schedule would be in the coming weeks. As such, he reached the hall early enough to avoid all but the earliest of risers in the castle and helped himself to some eggs whilst he waited for either Professors McGonagall or Flitwick to arrive. Much to his relief, he was not waiting long, and barely a handful more students entered the hall before the deputy headmistress, who greeted him with a smile. I would like you to meet me and Professor Flitwick in my office in 25 minutes, Mr. Potter. We will go through what the rest of the term will entail for you. He nodded his understanding and finished his breakfast. It would give him time to meet Fleur at the very least. As usual, he reached the gates a few minutes before she arrived, and she greeted him with an enthusiastic kiss. How is she settling in? She questioned. He had spent the night before he returned to the castle at his own home. He had wanted to check on Serana and his wards to ensure no one had attempted to interfere with them. They hadn't, and he'd managed to enjoy a restful sleep, knowing his companion was safe and happy, and that his abode was yet to be discovered. She's doing well, he answered as they began walking towards the castle. She was too. She was much happier in the more pleasant clime, and it was showing. Her skin was brighter, and her overall demeanor had lifted considerably. It warmed him to see her thriving and hoped that the move would give her a new lease on life. Thus far, she had spent her time investigating the woods and had developed a love of swimming in the stream. Even Hedwig was not bothered by her presence and had, according to the serpent, spent some of her own time circling above her as she explored. I am pleased, she replied sincerely, knowing how much the basilisk had grown on him over the years. Pleased enough to meet her, he asked, grinning as her smile was replaced with a look of nervousness. "Isn't she dangerous?" Harry nodded as he laughed. "She will not kill you unless she feels threatened," he explained. "I don't suppose many know this, but she has an additional eyelid she can see through that makes her stare harmless. I didn't know it until she told me. She really is very sweet." "I think we have different ideas of what is sweet. Awry," Fleur muttered amusedly. He merely shook his head as they entered the castle, and she bid him farewell as she headed towards Professor Flitwick's classroom. He still was not comfortable with the idea of her being here, but there had been no incidents thus far other than with Umbridge. The thought of the woman made his blood boil, but she had reverted to ignoring him since the night she had accosted him in the corridor. Perhaps she had gotten the message that she couldn't hope to get the better of him. He snorted at the thought. People like Dolor's Umbridge did not learn such lessons, and it was likely she was planning another way to have him brought to heel, something she would never achieve. Pushing his thoughts of the woman aside, he approached Professor McGonagall's door and knocked. There was only a momentary delay before he was bid to enter, and he did so to be greeted by the woman and his head of house, who offered him a slight bow. "Take a seat, Mr. Potter," McGonagall instructed, her tone as terse as ever. "We have much to discuss with you this morning." He frowned as he complied, the two professors scrutinizing him for a minute. "I suppose we should begin with this formality." Professor McGonagall spoke once more as she slid a thick envelope towards him. "I requested that your Newt results be sent directly to me to ensure that they were not somehow misplaced." Harry nodded gratefully as he accepted the missive. "I would suggest you open those now. How we proceed will depend on your results." He looked at the two of them questioningly, but when neither spoke, he broke the official ministry seal and read. "Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed the results of your recently completed nastily exhausting wizarding test assessments conducted by me at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Classification is as follows. O, outstanding. E, exceeds expectations. A, acceptable. P, poor. D, dreadful. T, troll. Should you wish to make an appeal for any of the given grades, you must write to the Department of Magical Education within 30 days of receiving them. Your results are as follows. NEWTS. Ancient Runes, O. Arithmancy, O. Defense against the Dark Arts, O. Herbology, O. Potions, O. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 NEWTS graded outstanding. Overall, considering previous assessments, you have achieved 9 owls and 7 newts. Best wishes. Madame Griselda Marchbanks, Senior Examiner. He finished his perusal of his results before handing them back to the waiting professors, who were seemingly both eager to learn of how well he had done. "I expected nothing less," Flitwick declared, smiling proudly. "I have both of you to thank for it," Harry returned honestly. "If you hadn't have pushed me as you did and enter me for them early, we wouldn't be here now." "The work was your own, Potter," McGonagall replied dismissively. "This does, however, beg the question of what we should do next. Already, you are exceeding our expectations with your apprenticeships and are demonstrating passion and dedication. We are both very proud at how well you are managing the enormous workload." Harry nodded appreciatively. He was working exceedingly hard at the tasks and teaching set for him to complete. He was passionate about both subjects, something he had been since he had first begun to cast magic, and that was something that would never change. "The first thing we must establish is that now you have completed your formal education at the school, you will no longer be classed as a student here," Flitwick explained. "You will, of course, continue working under us and will remain welcome here any time you wish to be, but you are no longer obligated to board here." That revelation made his stomach sink somewhat, but he understood. Hogwarts did feel like a home to him, but it no longer was. He had one of his own where he could live and enjoy much more privacy. "With that being said, we would like you to teach here as you have been, but with the addition of taking some of Charm's classes also." Harry nodded, readily agreeing to the opportunity. Also, as is our duty, we will be formally assessing your progress in the coming weeks. You will not be told what you are expected to do nor when, but you can take this as us informing you of it," McGonagall interjected. "How is your paper on methods of becoming an animagus coming along?" "I've finished it," Harry informed her, taking note to be prepared for a spontaneous assessment in the near future. "I would have liked some more citable references, but I couldn't find much." "No, it is not a subject seldom written on. It is a particularly risky undertaking and certainly not something to experiment with lightly," Professor McGonagall mused aloud. "That isn't due until Friday, so if you have nothing from Phileas, the rest of the week is your own. I would recommend enjoying it. Teaching 2 different subjects will be very trying." "I will, thank you, Professor," he returned. She nodded and offered him a rare, genuine smile. "We are very pleased with your progress, Harry. Do keep it up." "I will," he assured the woman as he offered a bow to Professor Flitwick and headed towards the door. "Oh, and on a personal note, congratulations on being awarded the Order of Merlin," Flitwick piped up. "I believe you will be among the youngest to receive one in recent memory. Do you know when the ceremony will take place?" Harry shook his head. "I've not heard anything since the Wisengamot meeting," he answered. He suspected Fudge would delay it as long as he could in the hopes that it would be forgotten about by his peers. That seemed unlikely and would only become more pressing when they inevitably learned of the other awards he had received. "Well, I imagine it won't be long," the diminutive man replied. Harry shrugged as he took his leave from the office. He didn't care about awards or adulation, but the principles of Fudge continued to irk him. Not that he wanted to waste his energy pondering the man, not now. Finding himself in the corridors of the school, he was overcome with a sense of being lost. Hogwarts would never be the same to him. Until now, it had been something of a haven, the place he had truly begun his journey, and it seemed that this part of the path he was to tread had come to an end in some way. He was no longer a student here, not officially, and would never be so again. It saddened him more than he had thought it would, and he found himself thinking of all the memories that seemed insignificant at the time, but would now be ones he would never forget. As he passed the Transfiguration classroom, he remembered his very first lesson, the moment he realized that he was truly gifted in the art. He smiled at the memory, one of many he would treasure. Professor McGonagall had been astounded by his ability and had nurtured his gift since. He owed her and Professor Flitwick a debt he would never be able to repay. The bathroom on the 2nd floor made him chuckle at the memory of the Beauxbaton students and how they had been soaked by Myrtle when he had sent them in there. The same night he had met Fleur for the first time. He would never have expected for things to develop between them as they had, but here he was, here they were. What the future held, he did not know, but he couldn't think of any scenario where she would no longer be a part of his life. So much had happened between them in the short time they had known each other. Seeing that it was now empty, he entered the great hall, where many moments had left an impression on him, some good and some bad. Here, he had been sorted into his house, the Ravenclaw emblem still sitting proudly on his chest for what would be the last time. He had never paid the symbol much mind, had never absorbed himself in the prevalent house rivalry of the school. To him, it had been meaningless and still was. It mattered not what crest was stitched into someone's robes. All 4 had produced good and bad wizards, and would always do so. He left the hall as the night of the champion's announcement surfaced. It had been the first time he had visited his parents, a moment that had been ruined by the tournament, the following months leaving him no happier. He had lost Tom. Voldemort had returned, and the problems he faced with the ministry had begun. He shook his head irritably. He didn't want to focus on them and left the castle into the chilly January morning. He caught sight of the Whomping Willow in the distance and remembered the first night he had met Sirius in the Shrieking Shack. The man had been disheveled and murderous, a far cry from who he truly was. Despite everything that he had endured, he had managed to not lose himself entirely and had been there for him these past couple of years. As he made his way towards the lake, he began lamenting the number of hours he had spent here. When he wanted to get out of the castle, he would go to the lake or Quidditch stadium. He had learnt he would face a dragon in the first task here, and had shared the dance with Fleur that had undoubtedly spurred what had happened between them. He snorted as he removed his broom from within his trunk and resized it. It had been some time since he had simply gone for a fly, and the occasion seemed right for him to do so. He mounted and kicked off from the ground, the crisp air not unwelcome as he unleashed his firebolt and headed towards the stadium a short distance away. As he had by the lake, he had spent many hours up here when the need arose. He loved flying, and it had always given him a sense of freedom, a rare escape from whatever worries and fears plagued him. Whether he lost himself in the exhilaration of merely being in the air or was pushing the limits of what he could do on a broom, it never failed to lift his spirits when he needed it, though the same could not be said for the stadium itself. Until fourth year, the construct had been nothing to him but a place the rest of the school would gather to watch the Quidditch matches. Now it was so much more. The dueling tournament had taken place here as had the third task, something he could never forget, as much as he might have wished to at times. When he thought of it, thoughts of Voldemort inevitably rose. Even memories of the Dark Lord were tied into his time at Hogwarts, spoiling many of his experiences. He shook his head, not wanting him to spoil this one. He was not worth that. With a sigh, he touched down and walked towards the castle, pausing as he spotted the gate in the distance. He had passed through it more times than any student had business doing so throughout their years. He had met Gabrielle and Apolline for the first time during one of the times he should have been in school but had ventured to Diagon Alley. The little Vila had been the first person to hug him. The gesture had thrown him off, panicked him even. He grinned at that memory. She would always be the little girl that seemingly didn't care or understand that people didn't do things like that to him. By then, he had cultivated a reputation as one that should be left alone. Gabrielle hadn't cared, and neither had one other person. From his very first day here, they hadn't. He frowned as he stared at the tree that Terry had waited for him by to return from the Christmas holidays. That was the same night he had visited the offices of the Daily Prophet for the first time. Just how long had he waited for him to make an appearance? As he pondered the other boy, he realized that he had been a part of many of the memorable times he'd had at the school. He had been there during his first transfiguration lesson, had even defended him when the others had labeled him McGonagall's favorite. For the first year or so, they had worked together in every potions lesson and had spent many hours together during the dueling competition where Harry had helped him. Terry had helped him also. He had been the one to wait for him so he could show him the article the prophet had printed about him and Fleur, had been the only one to seek him out on the train to check on him after the most recent summer. When he really thought about it, Terry Boot had been just about the only person to show him any kind of consistent consideration throughout the years. He rarely imposed himself on him, respected that he liked to spend much of his time alone, and was never fazed by his moods. He would even take it upon himself to crack jokes at his expense, surprising but amusing him also. "Bloody hell," he grumbled as he headed towards the castle, his head shaking. He had only intended to stay here long enough to explain to Fleur what had happened, but had unwittingly come upon something else he had to handle. With that in mind, he headed towards the kitchens, gathered a variety of foods, and packed them in his trunk before making his way to the Great Hall. By the time he arrived, lunch had begun, and he entered, his eyes scanning his house table. He spotted Terry about halfway down, his plate of food neglected as he read a transfiguration text. "Come on, Boot, you're having lunch with me," he declared as he reached the boy. Terry was surprised, having not been invited to do so in the past, but he nodded and closed his book, putting it in his bag when Harry gestured for him to follow. He led him on to the grounds and to his favorite spot by the lake. Here, they wouldn't be disturbed, and Harry unloaded the food he had taken from the kitchens. Without prompt, Terry helped himself to some sandwiches and was seemingly content to sit quietly whilst they both ate. "I'm done here," Harry eventually spoke, having been unsure where to begin. "With school, I mean. I got my final Newt results today, so I'm not a student anymore." Terry offered him a genuine smile. "Congratulations," he said sincerely. "Does that mean you'll be leaving?" Harry shook his head. "I'll still be teaching here and doing my apprenticeships, But it will be different now, I suppose. It will, but this is what you've been working hard for, isn't it? Harry shrugged. I didn't ever think I'd be done almost 2 years early. I did, Terry replied. Harry offered him a questioning look, and he sighed. I used to be jealous of you, with how far ahead you were of everyone and how easily some things come to you. It wasn't until 3rd year that I realized it's not always because it is easy, it's because you work harder than everybody else. When we were arsing around in the common room at night, you were always working hard and getting better. I work hard, Harry, but never as hard as you have. You have earned what you've achieved, and I'm happy for you. You used to be jealous of me, Harry asked with a frown. Everyone is jealous of you, but they don't understand what being you means. They don't understand what you have gone through to get to where you are. I used to be one of them, but I saw you the night of the 3rd task, and I was grateful that I wasn't you. If anything, it made me realize how lucky I am, but made me respect you even more. I don't think I've ever seen my father so proud of me when I told him that. Harry nodded his understanding. Even he did not want to be himself at times. Your father. He speaks very highly of you, Terry answered. He says that you will hold a lot of influence when you come of age. 2 lordships and what you have already done will see to that. I look forward to sitting with you on the Wisengamot one day, he finished with a smile. Me too, Harry returned. I'm not jealous of you anymore, Harry, Terry assured him. With what you have done and what you will do, that's a lot of responsibility that not many people could handle, me included. My father said that there will always be those that are better than others, that they'll be the ones who should lead us, and the rest should be there to hold them up and support them when they need it. He thinks you'll be minister before you're 30. I don't. You don't? No, you're too good for that job, Terry chuckled. You'll be the one to make sure we get a decent one. You're better than sitting in a stuffy office all day. That's not you. It isn't, Harry agreed. They fell into a companionable silence for a short time before Terry broke the silence. So, why did you bring me out here? I doubt it was to eat sandwiches and stare at the lake. You have a girlfriend for that crap. Harry laughed at the ridiculousness of the situation he found himself. Come on, Boot. You know I'm not good at this stuff. I'm just trying to say thanks for everything, for sticking up for me when I wasn't here, just all of it. Terry nodded and took pity on him. You're welcome, Harry, but I only ever did what a friend would do for another. Is that what we are? That's how I think of you, even if it is hard. I've always considered you my friend, Terry added. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I never had a friend before I came here. I didn't know what it was like, but if I had to name one person I thought of in that way, it would be you. Ah, you're breaking my heart, Terry quipped as he wrapped an arm around his shoulder. I never knew you felt that way. Harry shook his head irritably as a grin tugged at his lips. Shut up, Terry. Break. The task he had been given had seemed simple when it had been explained to him, but as he looked upon the mountains of discarded items that had evidently accumulated over the centuries, his stomach sank. The room was enormous and filled from floor to ceiling with piles of furniture, books, and many items he was completely uncertain of. Finding a small diadem would not be easy. Nonetheless, he set about his task having waited days to access the room. It was not a part of the castle he had ever visited. There were no classrooms in this corridor of which to speak, nor much else. In truth, there was a bathroom, a collection paintings, and the odd tapestry the Dark Lord had described to him. Were he not so concerned with the importance of the task, he may have been able to appreciate the hidden room for what it was and the potential it offered, but such thoughts were far from his mind. He needed the diadem, needed to ensure the safety of his parents. If he were to fail, his father would be killed, and that was not an acceptable outcome. As the minutes dragged on, the room seemed to only grow and the number of items within it also, and it wasn't long before he was cursing, his anger turning to turmoil as he began to question the chances of his success. Already, he had spent days worrying about the fate of his father, what was happening to him during his absence, and all it took to send him over the edge was the collapsing of one of the piles of furniture as he moved a chair from it. The sound of crashing and splintering would made his choke on his own tears. something that would not be so difficult to undo, yet something that only added precious moments until he found the diadem and ultimately saved his father. The Dark Lord was not known for his forgiveness, and at any point could change his mind on a whim if he felt that Draco was taking too long. Knowing he had to think clearly, he took a moment to compose himself before setting to work once more, his warring emotions threatening to overwhelm him as piece by piece, the furniture was returned to where it had fallen from. Break. Returning to the castle on Friday morning felt different. He had continued to meet Fleur in the morning outside of the gates, and again in the evening when she was to leave as he had arranged with Sebastian, but he had not entered the grounds. Although he felt free, he also felt lost. During his time away, he had been at home, busying himself with menial work around his property, spending time with Serana and training as much as he could, but he could not deny that his life had irrevocably changed. He knew that the coming weeks would not be the same as this one as he would be returning to just teach. Hogwarts was no longer his home, and he was no longer a student of the school. As it stood, he felt as though he was in between two worlds, one where he would no longer be here and one where he had not left. It was an odd feeling, and one he had not expected, though he was beginning to adjust. He loved the privacy the arrangement gave him, and did not miss the stares and whispers daily, but it was still something he was getting used to, and likely something he would not be able to fully appreciate until Voldemort was dead. When that day came, he would be truly free of what weighed on him the most, and the starring and whispers would no longer bother him as they once had. Today, however, was not that day, and still, he remained in the strange limbo that had become his life. Choosing not to focus on the feeling, he waited for Fleur to arrive, and when she did, she greeted him as warmly as always. She had been surprised by the revelation that he was no longer considered a student here, but it seemed to spur her more teasing side. It reminded him of their weekend at the beach house, and though that was something he was getting used to, the smoldering stares she shot his way was something that would always affect him, not that he was complaining. He was growing to enjoy that side of her. "Did you finish your paper?" she asked. He nodded as they entered the castle. "I finished it days ago. I think McGonagall just wanted to give me time to get used to all this," he replied. "It is a big change, awry. I know, but I suppose I should have seen it coming. At least I don't have to deal with Umbridge anymore." Fleur hummed irritably. Umbridge was still visiting Flitwick's lessons more often than she was most others. It was as though she was purposely targeting the poor man, or Fleur. "I think I have grown to 8, or more than you do." Harry snorted. "I doubt that," he denied. "Have you drawn your wand on her yet?" Fleur shook her head. "None, but I am very tempted. The other part of me despises her too." Harry laughed, though he understood the danger of that. If Umbridge was to provoke her too far, the results would not be pleasant. He'd had a glimpse of the avian side, and it was not one he was keen on seeing again. "Well, if you were to immolate her, you'd be doing a lot of people a favor," he sighed dreamily. "Anyway, I'll be here today, so I will see you in the entrance hall later." She nodded before kissing him deeply, only to break apart as a cough sounded. "As much as I appreciate that you are no longer a student here, Mr. Potter, I still expect a level of decorum from you," Professor McGonagall chided. Harry grinned as Fleur took her leave. "Sorry, Professor, I wasn't expecting anyone to be lurking around here." The woman narrowed her eyes at him, but decided against a battle of wit and held out a hand expectantly. Taking the hint, Harry removed the rolls of parchment he had used to complete his assignment, and she nodded approvingly as she skimmed through the first page. "We will use this as your formal assessment for this year," she informed him, "and we'll arrange your practical in the coming weeks." "I look forward to it," he replied honestly, accepting a sheet of parchment she offered in return. "That will be your teaching schedule until April," she explained. "You have 4 lessons of charms and 5 transfiguration, all on Thursdays and Fridays. We will continue to meet as we have been starting from Monday. Any questions?" "No, Professor." "Excellent. I will see you on Monday, Potter," she said dismissively before continuing on her way, leaving Harry with nothing to do. With a shrug, he headed towards the 7th floor. Whilst he was here, it would be a shame to not put his room to use. It was much more adaptable than the one at home, after all. He paused, a deep frown marring his features as the door failed to materialize. Not once in the almost 5 years he had been using it had this happened, and he wondered if he had done something wrong. Again, he tried to open the door only for nothing to happen once more. He had done what was required of him, and the only thing that could be conceivable as to why it was not working was because someone was already in there. The thought left him with a sense of discomfort. How had they discovered the room, and what were they doing in there? Pulling his cloak over him, he waited, staring at the blank stretch of wall where the door would appear for what seemed like hours. Eventually, however, it did, and he was shocked by the appearance of a pale and almost distraught Draco Malfoy emerging from the room. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the boy by the front of the robes as he was crossing the threshold and shoved him back in and slammed the door behind them. "What are you doing in here, Malfoy?" he asked as he took note of where they were. If he had been surprised by discovering the Slytherin here, it was nothing compared to the shock and fear etched on the blonde's face as he stared at the tip of Harry's wand, only an inch or so from him. "And nothing," he denied. "I just found it and was looking around." It didn't take an expert in the mind arts to see that he was lying, was hiding an ulterior motive for being here. "Don't lie to me," Harry hissed. "I'm only going to give you one more chance to tell me." Draco looked at him defiantly for a moment before his resolve broke and his bottom lip began to tremble. Harry was even more taken aback when the boy began to sob. "He told me I had to come here to get it," Malfoy sniffled. "He will kill them if I don't." "Who told you?" "The D-Dark L-Lord," Malfoy stuttered. It made sense. There were very few people who knew of this room, and Voldemort was one of them, though having an answer offered Harry little comfort. "What did he send you here for?" he pressed. "A D-diadem, a stupid tiara thing." His heart sunk into his stomach. There was only one reason Voldemort would risk having an imbecile like Draco Malfoy fetch one of his Horcruxes. It meant that he had become aware of the state of the others. "Well, you won't find it. It is gone and has been for some time," Harry informed the boy, taking a few seconds to enjoy the look of horror that formed. "No, it can't be. My father will be killed if I don't get it for him," Draco wailed. A very small part of Harry pitied the boy for the briefest of seconds before he reminded himself of just who he and his parents were. However, he had made a promise to Bellatrix, and though she had not been able to help him much, another opportunity may have just presented itself to him in the form of the trembling Malfoy heir. "The diadem has been destroyed," Harry explained, "but I may be able to help you only if you help me," he added firmly. Draco seemed surprised by the offer. And though the thought of having help from the blonde disgusted him, he had long exhausted his monitoring of the Malfoy home. It was nigh on impossible to get in without triggering one or more of the wards. "How are you supposed to help me?" Draco asked warily. "I will try to save your parents, if you give me certain information." "What information?" "I will need to know how to get in your home." Draco shook his head. "You can't, not without the mark. The Dark Lord set new wards over our home. Even I can't get in without my father." Harry nodded. He had expected as much from his own observations. "Fine, what about his snake? Where does it feed and where does it sleep?" Draco frowned at the question. "She eats in the W woods at the back of the house. We have wild deer there, and she sleeps in the Dark Lord's rooms." That was something he could work with. Nagini needed to be eliminated at the earliest possible opportunity, now that Voldemort was aware of what was happening. "Are there any hidden traps I need to be aware of?" Draco shook his head frantically. "Only the Death Eaters. There are lots of them there, the worst ones. You'd have to watch out for them." Again, Harry nodded thoughtfully as a plan began to form in his mind. It was not without risk, but had become a necessity, now more than ever. "My mother is being kept in the dungeons," Draco spoke again. "I don't know about my father." "Dungeons?" Harry asked. Draco nodded. The entrance to them is in the kitchen. I don't know why, but the Dark Lord is angry with her. He was gone for weeks, but when he came back, he was furious. Harry knew that the disappearance of Bellatrix was the reason for this, and he released a deep sigh as he angled his wand towards the boy. Obliviate. Malfoy's face immediately relaxed, and Harry went to work removing the memory of their conversation and the orders he'd received from the Dark Lord. Even if the lives of his parents were on the line, Draco could not be trusted, and Harry had every intention of following through with his promise. Draco may have only confirmed what he already knew, but with Voldemort having become wise to what had happened to his Horcruxes, Harry could not wait any longer. He needed to deal with the snake and hold up his end of the deal he'd made with Bellatrix. It was not a task he would relish, but one he could no longer wait to complete. "Bollocks," he grumbled as he sent the Slytherin on his way, no longer plagued by the task he had been given. The day he had been dreading had finally arrived, the day he was obligated to submit documents pertaining to his spending over the past near 15 years. He had worked day and night to pull everything together over the month he had been given to gather such, and as he looked upon the pile of parchment sat on his desk, he could only shake his head. He had managed to account for every nut that he had officially redirected away from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The problem he now faced was explaining the missing funds he had spent elsewhere, the paper trail for which having been destroyed long ago. The outlook was nothing but bleak, the missing sum in the region of 448,000 galleons. How could he explain the loss without implicating himself in what would be deemed a misappropriation of gold? He would be hard-pressed to, especially as much of what was missing had not been invested in other departments nor spent on the public. They would all demand to know just where this money went, and he had no answer that would satisfy them. He could only now sit back and watch his career crumble before his very eyes, unless Lucius could come up with something. The thought filled him with a glimmer of hope. Lucius had always come through for him when he needed it, though his last 2 missives to the man had been ignored. Perhaps he was busy. No matter, he would be amongst the members of the Wisengamot today, sat by his side as he had since he had taken office. With his mind put at ease, he placed the parchment in a trunk, the summary of his investigation placed neatly on top. There was still a chance the missing gold would not be noticed. Who on earth would have a budget report from over a decade ago to compare to his own? He snorted lightly as he shrunk the trunk and placed it within his robes as he exited his office. He offered the 4 Aurors that had been charged with acting as his guard for the day a nod. The additional 2 to his usual retinue would serve him well if they were needed, something he hoped would not be the case, but it was always best to be prepared. There was always the chance that something could go wrong. No, he would not allow it. He was the minister, and until he was dragged from his office, he would remain so. He would not allow a small blip to change his thinking. His position was still the highest in the land, and those below him were ants, ready to be crushed beneath his heel if needed. He had the support to do so in Lucius and his side of the political spectrum. He had served them well over the years, and they would be loath to see him replaced with someone much less generous to them. Pushing aside the negative thoughts, he stood at his full height as he entered the Wisengamot chambers to find the room at full capacity as he expected. Once again, the vultures of the media had gathered, as had the members of the public, including the Potter brat. Merlin only knew what mayhem he would cause today. Ignoring the boy, he approached his seat and took it, frowning as a pale Lucius barely acknowledged him with a nod of his head. The man looked unwell, the bags under his eyes dark and prominent. "Are you okay, old friend?" Cornelius asked. "I have had a tiring week, Minister," Lucius replied. "Many things require my attention, as I'm sure you understand." Of course," Cornelius replied as Dumbledore's gavel crashed against his podium, causing the minister to wince. He still despised the man for the rubbish he had been talking. Were it not for his foolishness, perhaps Cornelius would have sought his advice as he had on other occasions. But no, he could not be seen fraternizing with the chief warlock. It would undermine the hard work he had put in to discredit him. We have reconvened today as arranged during our last meeting to discuss the conduct and handling of finances by the current minister and his administration. Without further ado, I give the floor to Minister Fudge to address those gathered. Cornelius frowned as he stood. It appeared as though Dumbledore was just as keen as the journalists with their quills poised to get underway. Clearing his throat, he ignored the expectant stares. He would not allow them to set the pace. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, and the rest of you that have joined us today," he began respectfully, swallowing the taste of bile that formed in his mouth. "For the past month, my character has been heavily scrutinized, the work I have done of behalf of the people questioned, and my ability to lead brought into doubt. Today, I aim to assuage any concerns that you may have, alleviate your misgivings, and prove that I am now, and always have been a fair and just minister." He paused and allowed the room to whisper their thoughts on his opening statement. He had sounded assured and more confident than he felt, but that was what politics was, being certain even when doubt was prevalent. Now, I did not have my facts and figures ready during our previous meeting, an error on my part, I admit. However, I have worked tirelessly to bring them all together to share with you. Weasley, if you could ensure that everyone has a copy of this, please," he requested as he handed Percy the summary sheet he had created, silently hoping that none would delve too deeply into it and ask questions he had no answer for. He allowed his assistant to carry out his work and began speaking once more when half of the room had been given the document. "Before you is the summary of the finances pertaining to the funds that were redirected from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is an in-depth and accurate accounting of these finances," he explained proudly. He ignored the questioning look that Lucius sent his way as he perused the offering. "As you can see, the funds were split between several departments within the ministry that was in desperate need of them and spent on repairing the damage of the war. In total, 1.7 million galleons were redirected and wisely spent." His heart soared as the murmurs of agreement sounded throughout the room, his bluff seemingly having been accepted at face value, though it sunk once more when Augusta Longbottom cleared her throat loudly. "My apologies, Minister, but when I compare this sum and the spending to the previous budget granted to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it appears that there are almost 500,000 galleons missing. Could you explain this, please?" His eyes narrowed at the woman who was clutching a second, weathered piece of parchment she must have kept from many years ago. Trust Augusta to not miss a trick. Nonetheless, he smiled at the woman as he cursed her internally. "My apologies, Madame Longbottom, but I fear you are mistaken. Your information must contain an error." Augusta snorted disbelievingly as those in the room looked on, wanting an explanation. "I do not think so," Madame Longbottom denied. "I may be old, but my mind is sound. I remember when this budget was announced during the war by Barty Crouch and Minister Bagnold. She was adamant the department received this additional funding, and it was heavily opposed by certain members of this body," she returned, her glare aimed towards Lucius before switching to those on the left-hand side of the room, including Lord Knott, Lord Goyle, and Lord Parkinson. "I too remember that," Griselda Marchbanks piped up in support of the Longbottom matriarch, "as I'm sure will the chief warlock." Dumbledore said nothing, but nodded his agreement. "Then where is this additional gold, Minister?" Lord Greengrass demanded. Cornelius wiped the forming perspiration away from his forehead with the back of his hand as he became subjected to a plethora of expectant stares. He had no answer for them, had relied on either Lucius to come to his rescue or for them to not notice. How could he be so foolish? They were like a school of piranha, relentless and unforgiving. "Well, No excuses, Minister. We demand clarity," Greengrass interrupted. His words were met with applause and cheers, and Cornelius could feel them beginning to nip at his heels as he stumbled. "Where is the missing gold?" Madame Marchbanks questioned when the room had fallen silent once more. Cornelius swallowed deeply as he met the stare of the formidable woman. "I have no knowledge of the alleged funds. I have accounted for everything I spent," he added as those within the chambers began to jeer at him. "That is unacceptable, Minister," Lord Boot declared. I feel that, in light of the evidence we have seen, we should move towards a motion of no confidence. Clearly, the minister has been negligent at best during his time in office. Almost 500,000 galleons is a significant amount of gold to lose track of. What example would be set to future prospects if this was to go unpunished? There was considerable support for the man's suggestion, and Cornelius shook his head. No, I will not allow this travesty to continue, he snapped. I have been nothing but honest and will not suffer the slander any longer. Unless you have irrefutable proof that I am guilty of wrongdoing, then I do not accept this. When none spoke, he grinned smugly at them. Because there is none. You have nothing but conjecture and speculation by those who have never supported me, he continued. We have the missing 500,000 galleons that you have yet to account for, Lord Greengrass countered. A missing 500,000 galleons I have no knowledge of, Cornelius reiterated. How am I guilty of anything if I do not know of it? The minister is correct, Lord Knott defended. Unless he is arrested and tried by an impartial collection of his peers, then this nonsense should be dropped immediately. There are no such grounds to arrest him. There is not, Dumbledore agreed reluctantly. There is, however, grounds for an independent investigation to be carried out by the International Confederation of Warlocks into the tenure of the minister, the alleged misappropriation of funds, and any other points of interest that may be raised during said investigation. We are all answerable to someone, minister, and your office is no different. Fudge frowned as the realization set in as to what was occurring. Could the ICW do that? If so, this was not good for him. All those in favor of such an investigation being applied for, Dumbledore asked before he could speak up in his defense. He could only look on as more than 2/3 of the Wisengamot raised their wands, the tips lit and sealing his fate. Those opposed. It felt as though the question was asked to mock him, though he knew that all formalities had to be completed. The motion passes, Dumbledore announced without a hint of triumph as he scratched away with his quill. Cornelius suspected that the man was cheering internally as much as those in the public gallery were doing so jubilantly. A slap in the face if there ever was one. The necessary paperwork will be submitted by the end of the day, and I will contact the Wisengamot in due course with an update, he explained. Now, before this meeting is brought to an end, are there any other matters that need to be brought to our attention? Cornelius slumped into his seat as Amelia Bones stood and mentioned something ridiculous about giants, and was pulled from his reverie a while later by Dumbledore calling for his attention. Sorry, what? He asked, standing once more. Lord Boot questioned. What is the current status of Mr. Potter receiving his Order of Merlin, as was agreed during our previous meeting? Lord Boot nodded. For those that do not keep abreast of international news, the future Lord Potter and Black has already received no less than 6 awards from other countries. I feel that we are doing him a disservice and making ourselves appear ungrateful by making him wait. I agree, Lord Greengrass supported, offering the Potter boy a respectful bow. It is not something I have given much thought to, as I'm sure you will understand. However, he continued when the whispers of dissent began, a date will be given by the end of the coming week, I can assure you of that. He retook his seat, muttering under his breath as to how they could put so much sentiment on the boy being rewarded when his own career was going up in smoke. What did an ICW investigation consist of anyway? Lucius merely offered him a sharp shake of his head as he met his gaze, the simple gesture filling him with an even worse dread than had plagued him this past month. Break. He eyed the potion vial he held between his fingers distastefully, despising that he was reliant on it to sleep peacefully. If he did not take it, he would be woken by the same phantom agony every night, the curse that Potter had placed on him continuing to affect him. Whatever the magic was, he could only hope it would run its course. He did not want to become addicted to the dreamless sleep. Thus far, he had managed to cope by only taking it 2 or 3 times a week, but the ongoing dreams was beginning to increase his need. The days after he did not take it, he was exhausted, his mind and body drained, deprived of the rest both needed to function. For the first week, he had coped, but even he needed his rest. There was no magic nor potion that was a suitable substitute in the long term. Releasing an irritable sigh, he placed the file in the box of many that Severus had provided him and took a seat behind his desk as a knock sounded. "Come in." Augustus Rookwood entered the room, bowing respectfully as he always did. "My lord," the man greeted, "I believe I am close to finding a way to get into the department without being detected." Voldemort nodded. The need to hear the prophecy had only become more urgent since he had learnt of the fate of most of his Horcruxes. He was still waiting for the Malfoy boy to bring him the diadem, but retrieving the prophecy was his next priority. He needed to know just what it was he faced. "Excellent Augustus," he offered tiredly. "Is there any word on the whereabouts of Bellatrix?" Augustus shook his head. "No, my lord. We have everyone available looking for her, but nothing yet." Voldemort gritted his teeth in irritation. If he did not feel so vulnerable, he would seek her out himself, but would not do so until he was assured by at least one more of his Horcruxes. What was the Malfoy whelp playing at? He should have retrieved it by now. Cursing the boy's incompetence, he offered Rookwood an appreciative nod. "Thank you, Augustus, continue as you are," he instructed. The man bowed before exiting, and the Dark Lord turned and caught sight of himself in the mirror in the corner of the room. He was tired, and it showed, his already pale skin making the bags under his eyes stand out prominently. Whatever Potter had done to him was haunting him and making his days miserable. With a huff of irritation, he took one of the vials from the box, popped the cork and downed the contents, grimacing at the bitter taste of both the potion and defeat he felt. He needed time away from the manor, from his Death Eaters, and to heal. He could not continue as he was, and he suspected that Augustus would be working on his task for another week or so, and Draco would likely take even longer to complete his own. Perhaps getting away from it all was all he needed. At the very least, he could wake up from his nightly encounters with Potter without the shame of others hearing his screams of pain. Reminding himself to punish Lucius for the sedate pace his son was taking, and to inform him immediately when he returned, he stood from behind his desk as the potion began to take. "Potter," he growled sleepily as he all but collapsed on the bed in the adjoining room. "Break." Dolores Umbridge observed the first-year Hufflepuff scratching away with one of her quills, the enjoyment she felt soothing the anger she had been feeling since she learnt that Potter was no longer considered a student. The ecstasy she would have felt at seeing him in this position would not compare to what she felt now, but it was better than nothing. The girl looked up at her pathetically as she realized what was happening, and Dolores smiled, nodding satisfactorily as she dared the girl to speak out. She choked on a sob as the blood began to drip from the back of her hand. "You only have yourself to blame," Dolores sighed. It was not as though anyone would believe the brat. She was a mudblood of no consequence. She had chosen her victim carefully, one who would neither dare speak out against her, nor one any would believe if she did. It was not as though she would subject her to it to cause permanent harm, just long enough that she was satisfied. She had waited for this day for months, after all, and though Potter had eluded her, there was nothing to stop her from finally getting the students in line. Break. The days following his conversation with Malfoy had seen Harry pondering just what approaches were available to him regarding gaining access to Nagini and Narcissa with minimal danger to himself. He knew that he could not avoid all risk, but it truly brought home how far he was willing to go to ensure he not only lived, but was also the one to eventually kill Voldemort. During his musings, he had considered many options and had reached one conclusion, and it was not one he was comfortable with but the one that had the best chance of success. He could not trust any that carried the dark mark. Even placing one under the Imperious Curse would present more risk than he was willing to take. Even Snape could not be trusted. One could never understand the motivations of such a person, as Tom had rightly said when he revealed the man had once been a follower of the Dark Lord. No, he would not risk it, and though it left him with only one other possibility. It was the preferable choice. Not that it appealed to him any more than the others, but with this, he would have no need to rely on another to get him into the manor. "Are you okay, Uri?" Sebastian asked from across the table, offering him a look of concern. "You were miles away." Harry shook his head dismissively. "It's just been a busy week." It had. He had taught his first charms lessons and had continued with transfiguration also. Although it was tiring, he found he enjoyed them equally. "Teaching is difficult, I imagine," Sebastian replied, receiving a nod of confirmation from Fleur. "Even assisting a professor is not easy," she sighed, "but it is fun and Uri is doing a very good job. I think Professor McGonagall wants I am to replace when she retires." "What makes you think that?" Harry asked, a light frown forming on his brow. "I eared her say it to Professor Flitwick," Fleur answered with a shrug. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered teaching much beyond what he was already doing. He could understand the appeal of doing so. It was certainly a satisfying job, one that could be as challenging as it was rewarding. It was worth thinking about, but not now. Now, he needed to focus on the task at hand and come to terms with what it was he would need to do. Although Sebastian had accepted his dismissive comment, Fleur had not and was looking at him questioningly. She had become very adept at reading his moods, and it was only a matter of time before he would have to inform her of his plans. He mouthed the word later to her, and she nodded, knowing he would explain just what was on his mind when he was ready. Not wanting to think about it further, he tucked into his dinner, enjoying that it was now the weekend and he had a couple of days of respite. Well, this evening at the very least. Tomorrow, he would be taking Fleur to his home, where she would be meeting a 1,000-year-old basilisk for the first time. He shook his head at the thought, amused by the range of reactions the Vila could have when she laid eyes on the enormous serpent. "Has the ICW made a decision on the application to investigate Fudge?" he asked Sebastian, who wiped his mouth with a napkin and nodded severely. "They Ave decided they will carry one out. If your minister has anything to hide, they will find it," he assured him. "I expect that you will Ave a new one before long." "No less than he deserves," Harry muttered. "With a bit of luck, Britain won't be lumbered with another idiot like him." Fudge would never be more than a fool in his eyes. He had, however, given a date for the ceremony for him to receive his Order of Merlin, though not out of the goodness of his heart. It was a little over a month away, and not something he was looking forward to. "That will be up to the Wisengamot to decide," Sebastian pointed out. "Your country does not have a good history of choosing ministers." "No, it doesn't," Harry agreed. It had certainly been some time since someone competent had been in office. Millicent Bagnold had been rather poor, her inaction and reticence having only helped Voldemort during the previous war. It wasn't until Barty Crouch lobbied for lethal force and brought to light the devastation that had been wrought did anything change, and almost too late at that. They needed someone in office who was strong, had integrity, and would not be corrupted by people like Lucius Malfoy. Did such a person exist in the political world? Harry had his doubts, but what choices would there be? How many people would put themselves willingly in that position and do what needed to be done? Off the top of his head, he could think of no one, though it was unlikely any of those eligible could do a worse job than Cornelius Fudge. Break. Albus Dumbledore sat opposite his potions master, the man appearing to be more unsettled than he usually was when he had been summoned by the Dark Lord. However, he waited for him to speak knowing he would not appreciate being pressed. "The Dark Lord has recently experienced a trauma he has not disclosed to me," Severus began. "He has requested a considerable quantity of dreamless sleep and seems to be ingesting it quite regularly." Dumbledore nodded knowingly. "I believe that young Harry is responsible for what is ailing him," he replied. "He was very forthcoming with me of what it was he has done to neutralize MS Lestrange. I believe the Dark Lord was unable to resist investigating just what that was and fell victim to a rather clever ploy." "Potter?" Severus questioned. "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed. "He brought to my attention that he had need of her some time ago and took the opportunity to set the ingenious trap. Tell me, Severus, what are his symptoms?" Snape shook his head in disbelief. I can only imagine whatever was done was something pertaining to the mind arts. If it is preventing the Dark Lord from sleeping peacefully, it simply has to be. I agree, the headmaster concurred with a slight bow. Harry is much closer to victory than I ever believed possible. It is only a matter of time before they meet on even ground. Severus released a deep breath. Headmaster, You should not underestimate him, Severus, Dumbledore implored. He will be ready. I will soon invite him to spend time with me. Although he has proven himself capable, there is still much he can learn. Snape frowned for a moment as he absorbed the words of the older man. So, you do not expect the war to be as it was before? Dumbledore shook his head. I do not, my friend. I believe you will be free soon enough. I will never be free, Severus denied. One day he will learn the truth. I believe he already knows it, Dumbledore sighed, though he has not said as much. At this point, I believe there is very little that Harry has not discovered for himself. Then I must question why he has not raised it with me. If I were him, I would not wish to be in the same room as me. You are not him, Severus, Dumbledore replied. Perhaps he will raise it one day, and you will have to explain yourself. Until then, take comfort in knowledge that he has not demonstrated a grudge against you. Severus nodded as he stood. I have been prepared for that day for almost 15 years, Headmaster. When it comes, and if he is not satisfied with my answer, I will accept what is coming. Dumbledore offered him a sympathetic smile. So long as it brings you peace, Severus. You have carried this burden for so long, and I would see you relieved of it. However, I would not presume to know Harry's mind, but he is not one to carry his grudges for long. If retribution was what he sought, I believe he would have done so already. Only time will tell, the potions master replied grimly as he took his leave from the office. Break. Are you sure you're ready for this? Harry questioned a nervous Fleur as they stood facing the forest that Serna had made her home. She shook her head. I don't think I ever will be, she replied shakily. What if she does not like me? You will be fine, Harry comforted. I've already told her you're coming and she is excited to meet you. I think she is more nervous than you are. I doubt it, Fleur mumbled before taking a deep breath, preparing herself. Okay, I'm ready. Harry offered her a smile as he placed his wand to his throat. Come, Serana, he hissed gently. A disturbance within the thicket of trees could been, and the sound of something large approaching them slowly could be heard. Eventually, Harry got a glimpse of the giant serpent's head protruding from a gap, and he chuckled. It's safe, he assured the creature. Does she want to hurt me? I would never let anyone hurt you, Harry promised. The snake seemed to ponder his words for a moment before accepting them and slowly emerging from where she had hidden most of herself. Fleur could only gasp as the size of Serana was revealed as she slithered cautiously towards them. She cannot be real, she whispered. She had never seen anything so utterly enormous and terrifying in her life. She had thought the dragon she faced during the first task of the tournament would be the pinnacle of fear she could feel when it came to creatures. The basilisk had all but obliterated that sentiment in less than a minute. She's very real and very misunderstood. She is actually quite sweet. She could see the affection he held for the snake, and it warmed her. Serana had been one of the few constants in his life, and it was clear that he treasured her. Turning her attention back to the basilisk, who had paused a dozen or so feet away, she looked her over from the tip of her tail to the gently flaring nostrils and eventually into her eyes. They were a soft yellow color and full of the same nervousness she felt. She would never have believed such a creature was capable of such depth had she not seen it for herself. Still, the serpent was undeniably terrifying, but she too was scared, something she could sympathize with. Would you like to meet her? Harry asked Serana, whose eyes were fixated on the young woman beside him. She nodded and approached carefully until her nose was a few inches from Fleur's chest. The latter of the two had frozen as the basilisk sniffed her tentatively, daring not to even breathe. She really likes it when you pet her nose, Harry reminded her. Fleur swallowed deeply and nodded as she reached out with a trembling hand. The warmth and smoothness of the scales took her by surprise, and she smiled as the snake closed her eyes and purred contentedly. "She is sweet," she whispered as she began rubbing the softer skin above her maw. "Awa, she does like it." Harry grinned as he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Serana had agreed to the meeting, he had been nervous how she would react to another person. She had not had good experiences with witches and wizards, after all. "I told you it would be fine," he said to the snake. She nodded as her eyes opened, the sight of the happiness she was showing making the effort it took to get her here even more worth it. "I like her," she declared. "She has soft hands." Harry laughed and Fleur shot him a questioning look. "She likes you." Fleur nodded as she continued with her ministrations. "I like her too," she replied. "She's amazing." "And very dangerous," Harry added. "I don't think I'll have to worry about anyone getting in here." "Non, I don't think you do," Fleur snorted. "Is that Edwig?" Harry looked to where she was pointing and nodded, lifting his arm for the owl to take a perch on. "They've become friends in a way," he explained. "Hedwig likes to fly over the forest while Serana is exploring." Fleur shook her head amusedly and used her free hand to pet the bird before releasing a sigh. "I really like it, Right. It's very peaceful and your ohm is beautiful." "You've only seen it from the outside. Would you like me to show you around?" She nodded, and Hedwig hopped off Harry's shoulder and onto Serana's head, the snake giving the bird an irritable hiss but did nothing to remove her. "Be good, both of you," Harry chuckled. Hedwig released a squawk of indignation as she took to the sky and headed over the trees, the basilisk giving them a final look of appreciation before charging after her. Harry and Fleur watched until they were out of sight, and the sounds of the snake crashing through the tundra faded. Taking her by the hand, Harry led her into the house, the kitchen still being the place he spent most of his time when he was here. Fleur nodded approvingly at the marble floor and granite worktops. "Did you do this?" Harry shook his head. "No, the kitchen was like this when I brought it. I like it so left it as it is." "It is very nice," she complimented. "It's the only room I didn't change," Harry explained as he crossed the threshold into one of the parlors, followed by the villa. "I don't really use these rooms right now." They passed through into a lounge area where one of the walls had been removed and filled with thick windows that looked over the mountains to a village below and onto a deck where a table, chairs, and hot tub had been set up. "Sirius bought me that for Christmas," Harry revealed with a shrug. "It's nice on the deck at night time." Fleur believed him. It was truly one of the most tranquil places she had ever been, and Harry had clearly worked hard to make the house feel that way. "Over there is a bathroom, my office, and a function room," he explained, pointing to a corridor. "On the other side is the entrance to the basement. There's something in there I think you'll like," he added as he took her by the hand once more. They entered the basement that had once been a wine cellar, though one would never guess. Harry had converted the space into his training area. One side of the room was lined with bookshelves full of the works he had accumulated over the years, and those he had taken from the room of hidden things that could prove to be useful. The other was full of exercise equipment and training dummies. Fleur knew he took his training seriously, but had not expected such an expanse of space being dedicated to it, nor all the different equipment he evidently used. "This is very impressive. Awry," she commented, taken aback by the vastness of the space and the work that had gone into it. "Oh, this is just the training room. That's not what I wanted to show you," he chuckled, beckoning for her to follow him once more. Having cleared the length of the room, they reached a rather innocuous wall and Harry drew his wand. Muttering under his breath, an archway formed that revealed a roughly hewn set of stairs that descended into the darkness. "What is it?" Fleur questioned. "You'll see," Harry replied almost excitedly as he guided her down. The first indication of what was below them was the sound of running water, and with a wave of his wand, the cavern was lit. Fleur's eyes widened, as she looked upon a large, clear body of water with a waterfall cascading off the opposite side of the rocks. "Did you make this?" she asked. Harry nodded. "I created it as a last resort escape route. The waterfall will take me all the way to the sea where I have a boat waiting. That way, I won't leave any magical trace that can be tracked. I just hope I never have to use it. Anyone would be foolish to try and get to you air, or Rye." "They would," he agreed, "but the world is full of idiots." "That is true." Harry took a moment to marvel at his creation. The waterfall was perhaps his greatest magical feat to date and had been crafted using a series of enchantments. "Anyway, I haven't shown you the upstairs yet. It will be very anticlimactic compared to this," he forewarned her. The two of them made their way back through the training room and up the stairs before passing through the corridor and up another flight to the final part of the house she had yet to see. "There are 2 bathrooms up here and 6 bedrooms, all with their own private bathroom. I don't understand the logic behind that, but that's what there is," he explained with a shrug. "This one is my bedroom and the others are empty," he added as he opened the first door he had indicated. The room was very simply decorated with little of the wealth the rest of the house had on show. There was a large bed, some bookshelves, and a desk, but little else. It wasn't until she looked towards the open fire that she caught sight of anything that would give a clue as to who the room belonged to. Perched upon the mantel were 2 photos, the very same one he had shown her of him and his parents, and one of the 2 of them dancing by the lake, both framed and given pride of place. She picked up the latter and stared at it, the captured moment filling her with the feeling she had experienced that night, though a pressing question formed in her mind. "What are you going to do with the other rooms?" she asked. Harry shrugged in response. "Maybe one day I'll be able to have children," he answered quietly. "When all this is over and the time is right." She was surprised by the answer, though she should not have been. Despite his own upbringing, she had seen how he was with Gabrielle, how attentive he was and willing to cater to her whims. "Is that what you want one day?" He nodded. "It is. I've never had a family and would like one. I'd like my family name to continue. I might be the last one left at the moment, but it doesn't mean I have to be." "Non, it doesn't," Fleur agreed. She had never really thought about having children, but would like to have a family of her own like the one she shared with her parents and her sister. She appreciated what she had, but it would not last forever. Eventually, she would leave home, as would Gabrielle, and things would inevitably change. Although she had not paid much thought to it, it was something she too wanted for herself in the future, of that she was certain. "Well, you do have 5 rooms to fill," she joked. He grinned as he returned the gesture, his mind filled with the image he had seen in the mirror of Arist. "One day," he murmured, the girl smiling brightly at him, now somewhat aware of what his innermost desire was. It was her he had seen standing by his side with the shadowy figures around them. Family is all he had ever wanted, even if he had not dared acknowledge it even to himself. Now, however, he dared to dream that such a thing could one day become a reality. Break. Every sound made her jump, the fear she felt creeping into her very bones as she trembled from it and the cold of the dungeons. She had not been summoned for some time, but it was inevitable that it would happen. She had been abandoned for now and left to rot in her own filth. Lucius had not visited, nor had any other for that matter other than the guard who would deliver her a meager meal. Sometimes he would spit in it in front of her. Merlin only knew what he did to it where she couldn't see, but she ate, nonetheless. Why, she knew not. Perhaps she clung on to a slither of hope that she would be freed from this hell, or that she was too stubborn to die here. No, she clung to no hope. She had given up on such a notion when Lucius had allowed her to be treated this way, even though he was all that stood between her and the fate that had befallen her. Still, she knew it could be worse. Her body had recovered from the torture she had endured, but was now plagued by weakness from having been deprived of adequate food. She knew that it was only a matter of time before she would succumb, but she would not relieve them of the burden she was, not until she was dragged from this world. She had been a black once, and the blacks did not go quietly into the night. Break. Are you sure there isn't any other way? She whispered as they appeared at the gates of Hogwarts on a bitter Monday morning. He shook his head. I've thought about it for too long already, he sighed. There is no other way I can make this work without bringing someone else in, and it's a risk I'm not willing to take. Too many things could go wrong. Fleur nodded her understanding. I just want you to be sure before you do it to yourself. He offered her a grateful smile. When he had explained his intentions, she had spent the weekend thinking of alternatives to the plan he had concocted, to no avail. She knew as well as he did that the opportunity before him would be the best he would get, despite the risks involved, though he had minimized them as much as he could. Not that the ones that remained would be favorable outcomes, but they would be preferable to the other alternatives that could befall him were he to take a different avenue. It will be fine, he assured her. I have no intentions of getting caught. I know, I just do not like the thought of you being. She paused, her eyes widening as a yelp escaped her. Harry frowned as he followed her gaze and took in the familiar snake that slithered towards them. It had grown considerably since he had last seen it and sent it to spy on Umbridge. You're really scared of him after meeting Serana, he chuckled. He caught me off guard, Fleur defended with a huff as Harry picked up the reptile. Hello, little one. You're not so little anymore. The redhead ones filled the pink lady's room with rats, and I feasted, the snake answered gleefully. Harry laughed. Well, what has dragged you away from the feast? The pink lady is hurting the little girl. She was crying and bleeding from her hand. What do you mean? Harry frowned, any amusement he felt evaporating instantly. She made the little girl do the thing you do with the feather, and it was hurting her. The words were on her hands and bleeding. Although he did not understand what the snake was referring to, he'd heard enough to provoke his fury, something that did not go unnoticed by Fleur. What is it, Arai? You're angry. He was beyond anger, his bald hands trembling as he tried to maintain his composure. Can you think of a quill that would make someone bleed? Fleur frowned at the question and gasped as she realized what he meant. A blood quill would do that if you wrote with it too much, she answered in French, glancing around to check that no one was eavesdropping. A blood quill. They are used to sign official contracts with banks and maybe the ministry, she explained. They are very illegal to own personally, and the use is heavily regulated. Harry growled as he drew his wand and began stalking towards the castle. Arai, wait, Fleur pleaded, stepping in front of him. You cannot just go and attack her without proof. No one else will do anything about it, he growled. I have all the proof I need. I believe him too. Arai, she said, attempting to calm him, but you have to be smarter than her. I want her to suffer. And she will, but not like this. You must focus on what you're doing. Let me deal with Umbridge, Harry shook his head, but was stopped from proceeding by the stubborn Vila. Let me deal with her, Arai. I will make sure she never hurts anyone again. I promise she will not get away with this. Don't risk everything you have worked towards for her. Please. Aren't you risking the same? Fleur denied. Because you will probably kill her and will kick up a huge scene. I will use her own connections against her. What do you mean? Fleur merely offered him a sinister smirk before kissing him on the cheek. Leave it with me, Arai. Trust that I will do the right thing for everyone, He could only nod as her eyes began to narrow, her pupils enlarging considerably. She was angry, and that did not bode well for Dolar's Umbridge. He certainly would not pity her, though he was interested to see what Fleur would do. I will save the memory for you, she promised as she entered the castle. There was a vicious and vindictive side to Vila that was seldom mentioned, but it was there, and he had a feeling that Madame Umbridge was not going to enjoy being introduced to it. Break. In the confines of the room of requirement, he could not help but have second thoughts on his approach. He had read and reread the notes he had taken when Tom had been there to explain the magic behind it, understanding it much more than he had back then. Understanding it did little to alleviate the disgust it filled him with. Carrying out the plan felt as though he was spitting on the memory of his parents, adopting everything it was they stood against. However, it had to be done, and he would deal with the fallout afterwards. Releasing a deep breath, he put the notes aside as he drew the phoenix feather wand that had been decommissioned by its creator, the elder wand having nullified the magic with a few simple spells. It felt wrong in his hands now, the core no longer complementing his own magic without the presence of Tom's. Nevertheless, he persevered, wrested it under control and set to work, hissing under his breath and grimacing from the searing sensation. After several moments, he panted as he took in the appearance of the newly applied dark mark and dropped the phoenix feather wand. From what he understood of the magic, it had not been tied directly to Voldemort's, his ego once again knowing no bounds. Instead, he had merely relied on the assumption that no other would be able to replicate the required Parseltongue, something that Harry had taken advantage of. He had, however, opted to use the wand with the same core, not only to be as close a match to the magic as possible, but so he did not stain either of his own with the required task. The act had already sullied him, and he would not have the same of his wand. Readying himself, he gathered his cloak and wands before taking his leave of the castle and the grounds. The moment for action had arrived, and he had already delayed the inevitable excursion enough. Ensuring the cloak was covering him entirely, he apparated away and appeared at the edge of the wards of the manor he had been watching for the past weeks. Taking a moment to both compose and brace himself, he stepped through them and paused, the first ward that required the mark allowing him to bypass the others, or so he believed. When he was on the other side, he stilled, his heart pounding in his chest as he waited for any sign that those within the house had been alerted. After 5 minutes, he concluded they remained ignorant of his presence, and he slowly made his way around the perimeter of the property until he found himself at the rear of the building and on the edge of the woods Malfoy had described. It was silent within, the trees different to his own back home and the smell also. The smell here was musty, lacking the sweetness of the fruit that grew on his land. It was as unfamiliar as it was unsettling. Somewhere nearby, the final Horcrux was roaming. He could feel that the snake was in there. He cast a few charms to silence his feet and conceal his scent. He did not wish to take any chances with the creature. She would be more dangerous than any regular serpent, and he would eliminate her before she could become aware of him if possible. It would not do to be bitten by her. He knew of the alterations Voldemort had made to her venom, and though he could counter it, the effects would leave him unwell and indisposed of for days. Listening carefully, he took his first steps amongst the trees and made his way through the woodland, not daring to breathe too loudly lest she was to hear him. It was unnerving, the clandestine nature of his undertaking not one he preferred nor relished, but one that was necessary. After having searched for an inordinate amount of time, he heard movement and he stilled as something ahead of him disturbed a pile of leaves followed by an unwelcoming hissing. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, she was on edge, her tongue flicking as she attempted to taste him on the air. He could not be certain if the magic of the cloak would conceal him from her sight, but he had little choice but to chance it as she slithered closer. When she was only a few feet away, she stopped. "I know you are there. I can smell you human." With minimal movement, he drew the fang he had taken from Serana carefully as Nagini began circling him, her hissing continuing. "My master told me about you, told me that you wish to hurt us. He will be pleased when I present your corpse to him." Harry suddenly had to duck to avoid the lunging reptile, the bulk of her body passing over his head before she crashed to the ground, spitting furiously. "You cannot hide from me." Focusing his magic and thinking quickly, he responded. "I'm not hiding from you. Come and find me, Nagini." The snake turned sharply as his voice rang out all around them, and he seized the advantage, burying the basilisk fang in the back of her head whilst she was distracted. The snake, however, was not done. In her final throes of life, she continued to hiss, her words unintelligible as she attempted to sink her own fangs into him, with little success to show for her efforts. Eventually, a scream of anguish rent the air as she fell still, and an unpleasant, black ooze leaked from her wound. To be certain the deed was done, He removed her head with a cutting curse and took a moment to lean up against a nearby tree. Much to his relief, he had found her far enough away from the house that none would have heard the altercation between them, reminding him that his evening here had barely begun. Nagini may have been killed, but there were other things he needed to attend to. When his heart was steady enough, he left the corpse of the snake and headed towards the house. "Homnum revelio," he whispered, his spell indicating that there were several dozen people within the home and even a few patrolling the outside. He was not here for them this evening. Undoubtedly, they would meet in the months or years to come, but not tonight. Tonight, he was here for 2 people and maybe a few others if they got in his way. Steeling himself, he approached the rear door of the house, this being where the least amount of people were, and unlocked it with a flick of the elder wand. Checking once more that his cloak fully covered him, he pushed the door open gently and entered, his eyes scanning the immediate area. He found himself in a large drawing room of sorts with a large open fire and a few plush sofas and chairs situated around a large table. The room itself was empty, and he moved silent across it. He found himself peering into a long corridor with several doors lining the walls on both sides. With his wand poised, he passed through it unhindered and found himself in a living area where various Death Eaters were spread around, some sleeping. Others sat in small groups and talking amongst themselves. A few he recognized as people that had once been students at the castle, and he felt no pity for them for what was to come. They had made their choices and would have to live with the consequences. Again, he ignored the urge to deal with them now and began climbing the staircase. He had his suspicions about Lucius Malfoy and was proven right when he came across a double set of doors with the Malfoy crest displayed prominently in the center. It was the kind of egotistical thing the man would do, even in his own home. Shaking his head, he reached out so his hand was only an inch away from the door and closed his eyes. The magic on it was old, likely having been cast when the house had first been built, though he had been adapted and changed somewhat over the years, but with a bit of feeling out, he was able to identify the spells used. It took only a moment for the lock to click and the door to open from his manipulation of the magic. He gave a final glance around the hallway to ensure there was no one around before entering and finding himself in another lengthy corridor, this one, however, only having 4 doors. The one leading to the master bedroom was easy to identify, again being emblazoned with the family crest, and much to his relief, no lock he needed to pick. As keen as he was to gain entry, it would be foolish to rush in. As such, he cast a few charms on the door, turning it transparent from his side, and saw the pretentiously large bed had one person sleeping in it, the telltale platinum blonde hair confirming he was in the right place. When he was certain the man was indeed asleep, he pushed the door open and set to work on the required spells so that he would not be disturbed. "Who's there?" a hoarse but alert voice questioned as he finished. Evidently, Lucius was a light sleeper and had been alerted to his presence. No longer slumbering, he was sat upright with his wand in hand, staring at the still open door. With a growl of annoyance, he kicked the thick duvet off himself and stood. Crossing the room, he muttered curses before slamming it shut and locking it with a series of spells, only to unleash a blood-curdling scream as the hand that clutched his wand fell to the floor with a dull thud. "I did tell you I was coming for you," Harry spat, stomping on the other hand that reached for the severed limb. A loud crunch of breaking bones and another scream escaped the man as he desperately scrambled away, his effort to do so proving fruitless as something wrapped tightly around his neck and pulled him back towards the boy. He could only look up fearfully at the baleful glare from the hate-filled eyes of Harry Potter as he choked, his own bulging in their sockets from the pressure. "Oh no, you're not going to die so easily, Malfoy," Harry hissed as he loosened the grip of his noose. "No, you deserve some special treatment." With a flick of his wrist, the rope vanished, and a streak of flame snapped against the man's face, cutting deeply as it seared the flesh. Another agonized wail sounded, though no one other than him could hear it. The smell of burning skin was not something he would ever get used to, but the satisfaction he felt made it bearable. Lucius pawed at his face with his remaining broken hand, whimpering as he felt the deep gash that started at his hairline and finished just under the chin, his eyes pleading for him to relent. Harry had no intention to do so, and struck out against the man with 3 more strokes of the flame whip that lashed against his back. "Come one, Lucius, where's that pureblood superiority you like to brag about? You're not going to let a filthy half-blood get the better of you, are you?" With another crack of the whip, the man fell limp, the skin on his back torn, scorched and smoldering, yet he breathed, and Harry doused him with a jet of cool water, bringing him round with a screech. By now, the stump where his hand had once been had bled copiously and pooled around him on the floor. Regardless of what Harry did now, he would die soon, but the teen was not yet content. Kicking the man onto his back, he took in his pathetic appearance before driving his heel into his nose and setting upon him, ramming his thumbs into his eye sockets. Lucius Malfoy was responsible for the misery of perhaps hundreds of witches and wizards, Harry included, and something within him had snapped. He pushed harder, ignoring the man's roaring pain as he was unable to fight off the teen despite his best efforts with a bloody stump and useless hand. With a final gurgle, his eyes popped, and as Lucius breathed his final breaths, Harry leaned in closer, wanting him to hear his final words. "I warned you, Malfoy," he whispered. "You, those fools down there, nor your master had any idea what I am willing to do to see the end of you all. Now you know, and they will too. I hope there is a special hell reserved for shits like you, but don't worry, your son will join you soon enough, I imagine." The Malfoy patriarch could only wheeze a pleading protest before his body gave out, and he fell still a final time, his life ended by a boy bent on revenge against him. Harry looked upon the lifeless form of Lucius Malfoy and cleansed himself of his blood, having already tainted himself enough for one evening, the stark reminder of such still burning the skin on the inside of his left forearm. With a final look of disgust, he wrapped his cloak around himself once more and exited the room, the house seemingly none the wiser to what had occurred. Making his way down the stairs, most of the Death Eaters that had been in the living area were gone, likely having gone to bed themselves, although a few remained. His path to the kitchen he could see on the other side of the room was clearer than it had been, and he managed to enter it with no problem. As he came to a sloping staircase that, according to Draco, led to the dungeons, he could see a single figure at the bottom standing guard, a face he recognized from the article in the Daily Prophet when the Azkaban outbreak had been announced. It was Rabiston Lestrange, one of the men that had been captured after he had helped torture the Longbottoms along with his brother, Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix. He had no personal connection to Neville, but he would appreciate knowing that justice had been served to one of those, were it his own parents, that had been victimized in such a way. Carefully, he made his way down the stairs as he drew the basilisk fang and silenced the man with a flick of his wand. Not even a murmur escaped him as it was stabbed into his throat without preamble. The eyes widened in shock, and he clawed desperately at his wound, but Serana's venom was too potent he died a miserable, painful death in only a matter of seconds, his body sliding down the very door he had stood vigil at. Break. Her breath hitched in her chest as she heard the disturbance outside her door. Was she finally being summoned before the Dark Lord again? She held her breath, shaking from the overwhelming fear that came over her, a slight whimper sounding as the door was opened. She found herself unable to scream as a limp body was flung into the room and another figure entered, the face not one she knew. "If you want to get out of here, you need to be quiet and do exactly as I say," the young man whispered. "Who are you?" she asked worriedly. Her position was not a favorable one, but she was not foolish enough to wander off with a stranger without explanation. He sighed, his nose wrinkling as he caught a whiff of her scent. "Right now, that doesn't matter. I'm here to get you out and take you to your sister." "Bella," Narcissa breathed. He nodded and waved his wand over her a few times as he muttered under his breath. Much to her relief, she found herself clean for the first time in weeks, and though nothing could substitute a hot bath, it was better than nothing. "I need to know where the closest exit is to the kitchen." Narcissa swallowed, hardly daring to believe this was really happening. "There is a hidden passage that leads to the greenhouses next to the cooker," she informed him. He nodded as he pulled her to her feet, her legs shaking under the strain of her own weight. Instead of leading her immediately from the room, he turned his attention to the body on the ground and began transfiguring it. "It's best if they think you died here," he explained. "They won't fall for that," she sighed. "They'll be more interested in other things to look too closely," he replied cryptically as he cast a disillusionment charm on her and led her from her cell and up the staircase. "I will open the passageway and you will start heading towards the greenhouses. I have one more thing to do," he instructed. Frowning, she placed her hand on a brick above one of the hobs and the hidden door opened. "Go," he hissed as she hesitated. Not needing to be told twice, she all but ran as quickly as her feeble legs could carry her until she made it to the steps that would take her up into one of the greenhouses. He joined her only a moment later, and she got the first real glimpse of him, his features no longer obscured by the shadows of her cell nor darkness of the kitchen. "Thank you," she said sincerely. He shook his head and snorted. "You will not want to thank me when you learn of what has happened tonight, but for now, that isn't important. We need to get away from here." He grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her from the greenhouse, his wand whipping up quickly and felling a Death Eater that strayed across their path, the sickly green jet of light ending the life of the man instantly. Undeterred, they pressed on with him, leading her towards the boundary and across the wards in only a matter of moments. "Here," he said, all but ramming an empty file into her chest. "This will take you to Bellatrix. I would suggest you do not ever come back here." "What about my son?" she asked desperately. The young man shook his head. "Draco does not care what happens to you. When he told me about your situation, the only person he shared a modicum of concern for was Lucius. Now go." Before she could protest, an ear-splitting explosion sounded in the distance, and she got little more than a sparing glance at the green flames that erupted from what was once her home as the portkey activated, tearing her away from the life she had built for herself. Break. Harry looked on in satisfaction at the ensuing chaos. Malfoy Manor was burning, Nagini was dead, Lucius was dead, and likely many that had been within the home also, though less than he desired. If he had his way, they would all perish in the blaze, but many were fighting their way out, gathering on the lawn, dumbstruck by the turn the evening had taken. He could hear raised voices questioning what had happened, with no answers forthcoming. His nostrils flared as he allowed himself a final moment to enjoy the spectacle before he activated his own portkey and appeared in front of his home. He took a deep breath of relief before entering, the night's work having been more successful than he had bargained for. He had not planned his little surprise at the end, but could not resist. Not only did it serve to eliminate more Death Eaters, it would also send a message to Voldemort. He only wished he could be there when he learned of what happened. No matter, he had one other thing that required his attention before the night was over, the thing he had been dreading most of all. Removing his trunk from his pocket, he resized it and retrieved his collection of potion vials he kept handy, though not for occasions like this. He selected the required brews and checked the quality of them before lining them up on the table and taking off his shirt. He added another, much larger quantity of another liquid to the collection and turned his attention to what needed to be done. The dark mark stood out prominently on his much paler skin, the mere sight of it offending him. Were there any other way to be rid of it, he would take it, but so offensive it was, he was willing to take the crude route required. With his shaking hands, he undid his belt, pulled it through the loops of his trousers and folded it. Placing it in his mouth, he bit down on the leather and conjured a large blade. Flashback. The mark is not something easily removed. It is designed to be permanent and will feed off the magic of the one branded to resist any attempt. It must be starved of magic. That is the only way it can be erased. Harry nodded thoughtfully as he wrote down the seemingly unimportant information. He had no intention of removing any dark mark. Those that carried it were guilty as far as he was concerned. Tom, however, wanted him to fully understand the magic, and he agreed that it was best to be overprepared than under. End flashback. Taking a deep breath, he swung the blade downwards with as much force as he could muster, fighting against his own instincts to prevent the self-mutilation. It hurt not as much as the Cruciatus curse, but enough to make his vision swim and blur. He cried out as his arm below the elbow hit the table, and he felt the blood pouring from the wound. To avoid bleeding out, he pulled the cork from one of the vials with his teeth and downed the contents, and with his time limited, he set to work. Firstly, he needed to center himself and focus on the task at hand. Using the Elder Wand, he managed to conjure a silvery liquid that he warped into something that resembled his dismembered limb. With another flick, it solidified, and he carefully affixed it to the steadily bleeding stub, releasing a staggered breath as the two melded together. When it was done, he reached for his potions, uncorked and drank the remaining elixirs, his vision returning and pain subsiding a few moments later. Now, being able to think more clearly, he flexed his newly created fingers and made a fist. He nodded satisfactorily. If all went as planned, it would be only a temporary solution, however. If he wanted his own arm back, he needed to ensure it was preserved properly, but in a way the magic of the mark could not be fed. As such, he had acquired a vat of formalin to preserve his arm until it could be reattached, hopefully in only a matter of days. Yawing, he placed his arm in the liquid before sitting and resting his head on the table. He was exhausted and his body needed rest. With little prompting, sleep came to him quickly, and though it would be fitful, he did not fight it knowing it was the best thing to help him recover. With Harry doing what he was, she needed a distraction, and the revelation of what Umbridge was up to could not have come at a better time. The woman disgusted her already with her ways, her views, and her sense of superiority. Fleur would enjoy being the one to ruin her, to rid the school of the odious, foul professor. Her work had begun immediately with a trip to the potion stores, and then a trip home during lunchtime for a conversation with her father. He had been apoplectic with rage when he learned of what Umbridge had done, and it took much effort on her part to prevent him from going to the castle himself. She had managed to calm him somewhat, explain her plan, and though it was risky, he had surprisingly agreed with her and set about completing his own part on her behalf. By the end of the night, Dolar's Umbridge would be gone from the castle and likely never heard from again. Even the minister himself would be unable to help her, as he would be far too focused on saving his own skin. He was the one who placed her here, after all. She positively hummed with anticipation as she approached the office. Finding the door locked with only the simplest of locking spells, she opened it and stepped inside before closing it and reapplying the charm. She was startled by the sound of meowing emitting from the various pictures and porcelain adorned with kittens, but she silenced them with a wave of her wand, cringing at the pink walls and rug that did not fit in with the rustic stone that could be seen everywhere else throughout the castle. Knowing that dinner was in full swing and that Umbridge liked to oversee the affair for the duration, she set to work first, checking the contents of the drawers. The lower ones were filled with copies of the book she forced the students to use, and work dating all the way back to September that had not been marked. She shook her head at the ineptitude and downright negligence of the woman as tried to open the top drawer, this one locked with the same charm that was on the door. Once more, it opened with little resistance, and a feeling of nausea overcame her. Within was a collection of quills, many of which were not normal. She had only seen a blood quill once and easily identified the red ones as being those. There were, however, others she did not recognize. Amongst the red, there were long, thin ones colored orange, a short, stout one of purple, and one that appeared to be a regular quill that was green. She had never seen nor heard of such things, but she had no doubt that they would be found to be illegal. There was something deeply sinister about them. Taking out a magical camera her father had lent her, she took a few pictures before closing and locking the drawer. She then cast a disillusionment charm over herself and the camera before retreating to the corner of the room. She had already checked the list of detentions for today and saw that Umbridge had scheduled one with a first-year Gryffindor boy. He was a Muggle-born who had, according to the reasoning for the punishment, had spoken disrespectfully to her. Fleur snorted at the thought. Umbridge considered it disrespectful if you sneezed within 10 feet of her. She stiffened as the lock to the door clicked, and the woman entered, seemingly unaware of her presence as she hummed an unpleasant tune. She seated herself behind her desk and began reading a book she removed from her bag. She remained that way until a tentative knock pulled her attention away from her activity, a deep frown marring her features, though it was quickly replaced with an almost feral grin. "Come in, Mr. Abercrombie," she said sweetly. The door opened to reveal a small, nervous boy who did as he was bid. It was clear that he was terrified of the woman, and Fleur felt her blood begin to boil. She knew this boy, had helped him with his charms work on several occasions. He was always polite and eager to learn. "You will be writing some lines for me this evening," Umbridge explained. "No, there will be no need for your own quill. I shall supply one for you," she added as he opened his bag. The boy frowned but took his seat, and Umbridge opened her top drawer. She stared at the Gryffindor speculatively for a moment and grinned once more as she removed one of the red quills. She handed it to him along with some parchment and retook her own seat behind the desk, watching him expectantly. "There isn't any ink, Professor." "That quill does not require any," Umbridge returned. "You will write the following until I decide you have done enough. I will respect Madame Umbridge." Fleur grimaced at the smugness in the woman's voice and readied herself. The small boy scowled, and as he pressed the tip of the quill to the parchment, a bright flash illuminated the room, startling both him and Dolor's Umbridge, whose eyes widened in panic. Fleur ended her charm, her eyes ablaze with the fury she had been keeping at bay. "The rest of your detention is cancelled, Ewan," she all but growled, her focus not shifting from the defense professor. "You can go back to your common room." The boy looked between the two before nodding and scarpering, with the unexpected reprieve he had been given. "What on earth do you think you are doing?" Umbridge hissed, her cheeks reddening. "How dare you interfere in affairs that do not concern you?" Fleur said nothing, but with a jab of her wand, the woman was banished and sent toppling over her chair to the floor. "You disgusting pig!" Fleur seethed as she stalked towards the shocked woman and seized her by a handful of hair. Umbridge shrieked as she was pulled to her feet. "How dare you do that to a child? Who do you think you are?" Umbridge screamed as she was flung to the floor once more, and she scrambled to reach for her bag, where she kept her wand. She did not reach it in time. Seeing what she was trying to do, Fleur created a whip and lashed it around Umbridge's neck. She felt no pity for her when she choked, and even less so as she pulled her towards her. "Release me, you filthy half-breed," Umbridge gasped. Fleur ignored the insult, having expected nothing less from the woman. She cared not what Umbridge called her, only for what she had done to the defenseless children of the school. It infuriated her, and she would have liked nothing more than to immolate her, but she needed to stick to her plan. That did not mean, however, she could not give her a taste of her own treatment. With that in mind, she sat her in the seat that Ewan had vacated and tied her to it, leaving one of her arms free. "I will have you locked up for this," Umbridge vowed. Fleur could not believe what she was hearing. Did Umbridge not understand the severity of the situation? Did she truly think she was untouchable by the law? She would soon find out that was not the case. In the meantime, Fleur would show her the error of her ways. She took the red quill from the desk and smirked at the now paling woman. "You will be writing lines for me this evening, Dolors," she whispered. "I will do no such thing," Umbridge declared indignantly. Fleur felt her fury rise, and she saw Umbridge's eyes widen as her own narrowed and began shifting, her anger getting the better of her. She took hold of the older woman's wrist and slammed her hand into the table, eliciting a yelp of pain. "You will be writing lines for me." It was evident that Dolors did not speak French, but the quill being driven into the back of her hand required no translation, nor did the agonized scream that escaped her. "It is not nice feeling so helpless, is it?" Fleur asked when the scream faded to a pathetic whimpering. "You should be grateful that it is me, heir, and not awry. You would probably be dead already. Now start writing," she finished, ripping the quill from where it had stuck. With her shaking, mutilated hand, the woman gripped the bloodied quill and sobbed. What do I double you right? I do not care as long as I hear the quill's scratching, Fleur bit back. She was not a cruel person by nature, but Dolor's umbrage had provoked that side to her. She deserved more than what she was getting, and she would get it. For now, Fleur was relieved that Harry's snake had been here to witness what the woman had been doing, and that she could put a stop to it. She stared at the crying woman in disgust for a few moments, before rifling through her drawers, once more to begin gathering what would be needed. The photos she had taken were placed on the desk. Along with the diary, the woman kept track what detentions she had given out. The quills were added to the collection as the final piece to a damning and morbid puzzle. There was no way the woman would see the light of day again, not with what had been uncovered. When she had finished her gathering, she picked up the chair that had been knocked over and took a seat to watch over Umbridge. The sound of pained sniveling and the scratching of the quill filling the room. Break. The place she found herself in was familiar, though she had not seen it for close to 3 decades. She would never forget the summers spent here with her sisters and parents, even if it was before she had been wed to Lucius and the First War had happened. She had never expected to find herself embroiled in war as she had. Not that she personally took part, but playing host to her husband's associates, and more recently, the Dark Lord certainly counted as participating to some degree. No, it had not been the life she had envisioned for herself, and she had never imagined it could take such a terrible turn that she would end up enduring what she had these past weeks. Now she found herself here, safe perhaps but no happier. Her home was gone and likely her husband with it. A gentle sob escaped her as all she had experienced came crashing down around her. She was alive, which was a small consolation in this moment, but she clung to it if only to ease the turmoil. Cissy, a voice sounded from somewhere in the distance. Through her tears she could not see who it was, but the voice was unmistakable. Although she had been worried for her sister, she couldn't comprehend how she felt in this moment. She was both relieved and furious. Had Bella not fled, what had come to pass would not have, and her home would still be standing. Still, she allowed her sister to comfort her. She needed that, to know that everything would be okay despite all that had happened. I can't believe he got you, Bella whispered as she wrapped her arms around her. He promised he would, but I didn't trust him. She nodded into the other woman's chest, unable to voice what she felt. Who was he? She eventually asked. The Potter boy, Bellatrix huffed irritably. James and the Mudblood's son. Narcissa simply nodded in response. It made sense when she pondered it. Lucius had been complaining about the boy for months, had been concerned about the danger he possessed to Draco, and was beside himself when he had discovered Sirius had named him his heir. Her husband had been right. The boy was a danger to them, but he had saved her. To her, it mattered not. She would have died in the house, and Lucius had not been there for her when she needed him most. He had sat idly by whilst she had been tortured, imprisoned, and humiliated. She choked back a sob once more, the conflicting emotions taking their toll. She was angry with her sister, angry with Lucius, but heartbroken at what had transpired. What would become of her now? What life could she expect to live? The Potter boy had specifically told her to not return to England, and he was right. If the Dark Lord was to discover she was alive, he would kill her, as he would her sister. What are we going to do, Bella? He destroyed my home, and I think Lucius is dead. He destroyed your home. Narcissa nodded. And he killed Rabistan, she added, remembering the body of the man being deposited in her cell. Bellatrix's eyes widened before she cackled. He was a fool. Is Rudolphus dead? Narcissa shrugged, and her sister pouted in annoyance. I don't suppose we have any choice but to stay here, she sighed. It could be worse, Bellatrix returned. We could be dead or in Azkaban. At least you don't have a curse on you. Narcissa's anger flared at her sister's words. I was tortured because of you, kept prisoner in my own home and starved, she growled. Bellatrix was taken aback at the revelation. She had never intended for that to happen. I didn't know. I woke up terrified and knew I had to get out. Narcissa shook her head as she stood. That's your problem, Bellatrix. Everything always had to be about you. You joined the Dark Lord and dragged the rest of the family into it. Grandfather was the only one smart enough to keep out of it. I did what I thought was right for the family. No, you hated that you had to marry Rudolphus and had eyes for someone more suitable for you. At least when Andy did it, she left the rest of us out of it. She had touched a nerve. She didn't need to see the look of unbridled rage on her sister's face to know that. She ran away with a mudblood, Bellatrix seethed. And you would have been with a half-blood, Narcissa fired back. Bellatrix mumbled under her breath, unable to deny the accusation. I don't want to fight with you, Bella, Narcissa said tiredly. My life has been turned upside down and it looks like we only have each other now. We can't go back. Bellatrix nodded. I know, and it's not so bad here. The weather is nice, and we have more than enough gold. I emptied the Lestrange vault before I came. It's better than Azkaban. Narcissa shook her head. She didn't care about gold or the weather. She wanted her old life back before the Dark Lord had returned. It wasn't perfect, but it had become comfortable, and now everything had changed overnight for her. Her house, her husband, and seemingly her son were lost to her. It was difficult to see a bright side to anything that had happened. Break. He had been firm with the instruction that he was not to be disturbed unless necessary. He had barely been away a week, had slowly begun to be able to rest easy, and had been doing so when he received the message. He was displeased at the intrusion, but Rookwood was not one to go against his wishes lightly. Something pressing must have occurred for him to be summoned by one of his most loyal. And as he arrived within the wards of Malfoy Manor, the urgent matter that required his attention could not be missed. The smell of burning filled his nose, and though his Death Eaters were doing their utmost, the bright green flames continued to consume the building. My lord, Rookwood greeted as he hurried towards him, his robe singed and face blackened with soot. What happened, Augustus? He demanded. The man shook his head. An explosion, my lord. That is all we know so far. The Dark Lord nodded as he surveyed the damage. How did this happen? Rookwood swallowed deeply. It came from near the main kitchen and blew out half the house, he began as he led Voldemort closer. We will have it out soon, and we will be able to see, but we are missing at least 15 people, including Lucius, his wife, and Rabastan. The Dark Lord's jaw clenched as he withdrew his wand and cast a blanketing charm, already suspecting foul play. After a few moments' work, the flames were finally extinguished, and though the damage was considerable, he managed to salvage some of the house. Not that it would be livable. Barely a shell and a few untouched rooms remained. My lord, another voice interrupted him. He turned to see Rudolphus sprinting towards him. The man was frantic, evidently worried by his missing brother. We found Travers, my lord, he said breathily. He was on patrol when the explosion happened. He's dead, but not by the fire. He was murdered, my lord. Voldemort frowned as he gestured for Lestrange to lead him to the body. Travers had been amongst his most faithful, having gone to Azkaban instead of forsaking him. Upon seeing the body, his suspicions of foul play were confirmed. There was not a mark on Travers, no burns nor any other indication that he had been caught up in the blast. No, his eyes were open wide, having been caught by surprise by his attacker. He had been murdered, and the observation raised a plethora of concerns. How had this come to pass? There were none that could intrude without carrying the mark. He had set the wards himself and was confident that he would know if they had been breached. Someone, however, had managed to do so, had murdered Travers and destroyed the house without being detected. The thought made his heart sink into his stomach. It was a bold move that no sane person would have considered not unless necessary, and he could think of no reason as to why one would be compelled to do so. Not unless. He shook his head in disbelief. There was no way, not even the slightest of chance, but why else? He took hold of Rookwood's arm and pressed his pale forefinger against the exposed mark. When everyone arrives, gather them at the front of the house, he instructed. before sweeping away and heading towards the wooded area at the rear of the property. There was only one reason why one would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing, the how no longer what he was focusing on. Slowly but surely, his Horcruxes had been depleted, leaving only one he was assured of. Two, if the Malfoy boy was not as inept as his father. "Nagini," he called, reaching for her through the connection they shared. His steps paused as there was no response, and he felt nothing of her. This was the most concerning thing he had come across this evening. No matter where he was, he could always feel her presence within his mind, and now it was absent. "N-A-G-U-N-I." He tried again. When he got no response for the second time, he lit the tip of his wand and pressed on, his eyes scanning the floor for any kind of disturbance. His followers knew not to come out here, so when he came across a trail of fresh footprints, he feared the worst. Despite housing a piece of his soul, Nagini was still a snake, was vulnerable, and he cursed himself for not taking further precautions with her. But why would he? She was safe behind the wars here, or so he believed. His fear turned to anger as he found where the confrontation had taken place. No magic had been used, but the smell of blood was strong, and the lifeless, headless corpse of his beloved, precious companion only affirmed his belief. Nagini had been the target, there was no denying that. Everything else had been but a smokescreen in an attempt to cover up the intentions of the attack. For the first time in many decades, he felt vulnerable. True, there was none that could hope to stand against him in combat, but the lack of safeguards made him question his own safety, and he found himself relying on a 15-year-old boy to secure his future. His wand trembled in his hand as he stared at his fallen serpent, and he unleashed a scream of rage and frustration, felling several trees around him. His breathing became heavy as he tried to compose himself. He needed to ascertain exactly what had happened here. He needed to be sure. It took only a moment for him to find her disposed head, and he frowned at the puncture wound, an odd odor filing his nose. It was a familiar one, though one he had not smelled in many years. "Serana," he mumbled, his heart sinking as another wave of anger washed over him. "Potter." It could only be the impetuous boy who was responsible for this. No other could hope to get close to a basilisk without paying the ultimate price, but how had he managed to cross his wards? He himself would have needed to be marked, unless he had a traitor amongst his ranks. He shook his head at the thought. None would be so foolish to betray him and Bellatrix, although no longer counting herself amongst them, would not do so either. She would not be so brazen to risk such a move. No, he was missing something important. Potter had somehow learned of his Horcruxes, their locations, and even how to dispose of them. He could not fathom how, but it was the only explanation. Those thoughts unsettled the Dark Lord greatly. If he knew of what he had kept so protected, what else had he become privy to, and how? That was what irked him most other than the destruction of his Horcruxes. It was as though the boy had read his mind, had delved into the innermost personal secrets he held and read them as though they were a book, but that was not possible. He growled in frustration as he reduced Nagini's remains to ash with a burst of fire and began returning to the house. He would need to ponder the boy further and figure exactly how everything this evening had occurred. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. The words of the prophecy he had heard played over in his mind, unsettling him further. What power did Potter have? He was a mere boy, but one who had come closer to destroying him than any other. There had to be more to him. There was no other explanation, but he would get to the bottom of it. His life could very well depend on it. As he reached the front of the house, he found his followers had assembled, and Augustus was waiting for him. "Well," he demanded. "We lost 17, my lord, including Rabastan and Lucius's wife. The dungeon was a mess, but they were both down there and wouldn't have been able to avoid the explosion," he explained. Voldemort nodded. He cared for neither not when he was coming to the terms with the loss of his Horcruxes. "And," he pressed, seeing the man was holding something back. "Lucius is also dead," Rookwood muttered. He suffered and was killed before anything else happened. It's not pretty, my lord. How close are you to getting me into the department? He asked, unconcerned with Lucius's fate also. Lucius had once been a valuable asset, but had proven to be nothing more than a disappointment over the past months since he had returned. He no longer had a house to offer as a base of operations, and his influence would soon fade when Fudge was inevitably stripped of his position. Give me 6 weeks. My lord and I can promise you safe entry in and out. Voldemort nodded. Augustus was no fool, and he would accept his expertise in the matter. It would be unwise to act rashly, especially now. He needed to know the full contents of the prophecy before he did anything else. What happened here tonight is unacceptable, he said loud enough for his voice to carry to all. You were lax in your diligence, believing yourselves untouchable behind these wards. Do not be so again, he warned. Yes, my lord, his followers chorused. Now, we have lost many this evening, and there is only one person responsible for this. I will deal with him in time, but I believe we have been quiet for too long. Rudolphus, I believe that your brother should be suitably avenged. Assemble yourselves into groups. We will soon have our vengeance for what happened here. He ignored the cheering of his Death Eaters, his mind occupied with more urgent matters. Severus, he called, spotting his potions master, I would like a word with you. The sallow-skinned man bowed as he approached, his expression as unreadable as ever. Break. It was not often the Dark Lord was so calm after something had gone awry, and Severus had spent his time during the meeting expecting an outburst of fury, but it had not come. The man had been oddly calm as he had inquired about Potter and even Draco, the former having been the focus of the conversation. He himself hardly dared to believe that Potter had orchestrated the devastation that had been wrought, but he could think of no other who would do so. Albus likely could have if he was so inclined, but it was not his style. Certainly not the murder he had witnessed. The sight of Lucius's remains had turned his stomach, and he had seen many unpleasant things throughout his life. If Potter was responsible, as suspected, he had not held back. Lucius had indeed perished in a painful manner. The Dark Lord, however, seemed unfazed by the death of 2 of his most capable followers, nor that of Narcissa. Draco would be beside himself with grief when he eventually learned of what had happened, though that would not be for some time. He had been specifically instructed to not divulge that information to the boy, for reasons unbeknownst to himself. Not that it was what he was most concerned with. No, it was the remainder of the discussion he'd had with the Dark Lord that was distracting him, and he knew he immediately had to inform Dumbledore of the developments of the evening. Sending off a patroness as he approached the castle to give the man time to prepare for his arrival, he first entered his office and poured himself a measure of whiskey before downing it. The demeanor of the Dark Lord concerned him, as did the task he had been set. With a little luck, the headmaster would be able to come up with something so that he would not have to carry it out. He had already besmirched her memory enough over the years. Break. Come in, Severus, he instructed, having taken a seat behind his desk only a moment before the knock sounded. The man was worried. That was evident as he entered the room and took a seat opposite him. What is it, my boy? He asked. Severus shook his head, as though he knew not where to begin, but spoke after a brief silence. Malfoy Manor was attacked this evening, he revealed. Lucius was killed along with Rabaston, Narcissa, and 14 Death Eaters. To say the headmaster was taken aback by the unexpected news would be an understatement, but he chose to remain composed, his need to know what had transpired outweighing the surprise. What happened? Severus released a deep, labored breath. The Dark Lord believes that Lucius was the target. He was killed before there was an explosion. The rest died when that happened, he explained. He also believes that Potter is responsible. Dumbledore frowned thoughtfully. Harry despised Lucius, but he would not take such a risk to only carry out an act against him. There was more to it than that, and he would need to speak to the boy to get to the truth of the matter. I will speak with him, Severus, he assured the man. If Harry is indeed responsible, we will know shortly. Severus nodded, though his composure remained stiff. That is not all, he spoke once more. The Dark Lord wishes for me to ensure Potter is delivered to him when he is ready to face him. I do not know what his plan is, but he wishes to use my advantageous position to get Potter there, and in a weakened state. Dumbledore's lips formed into a tight line. This was one of the things he had feared from Tom's return. I will not do it, Albus. I will not do that to her. Dumbledore held up a hand to placate him. Do not be consumed by worry, my friend. We will find a way to work this to our advantage, he assured him. Severus nodded gratefully. Are you to inform Draco of what has happened? No, the Dark Lord was very firm the boy should not be made aware of it. I do not believe he is marked, but there must be a reason for it. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred, adding that to the list of things he would discuss with Harry. He seemed to know more than most what was happening around them. Was there anything else? No, nothing of note, Snape answered. Very well, we will. His words were cut off by the fire roaring to life with a burst of emerald flames. A familiar face appeared, one that left him questioning why she would disturb him so late in the evening. Valeria, has something urgent happened? The woman was the ICW representative for Spain, and one of the one tasked with carrying out the investigation into Cornelius's financial dealings. She was a sharp and stern woman, but one that could be relied on to carry out her job thoroughly. It has, and as part of our investigation into your minister, I will be taking Madame Dollar's umbrage into custody this evening. Some very troubling reports have been made, she explained. I have all the necessary documentation with me and ask that you comply with the order. Albus frowned, but had no intention of preventing his colleague. Please come through, he invited, sharing a questioning look with Severus. The fire flared once more, and the woman entered, the aforementioned documents already in hand. Would you mind explaining to me what this is about, Valeria? She handed him the documents, though he found it unnecessary to read them as she began filling him in. It has been reported that Madame Umbridge has been using illegal methods of discipline on her students. Were you aware of this? Dumbledore shook his head confusedly. What illegal methods? Blood quills, Albus, Valeria informed him. According to the report, she's been having students write lines with them. As a former employee of the minister, she was already a person of interest to us. And with this development, the ICW has decided that we will investigate the matter personally due to the conflict of interest involving Madame Umbridge and Minister Fudge. We do not believe that justice will be served appropriately if she were to face arrest or trial here. The headmaster was shocked, saddened and dumbfounded by what he had learnt. He had no idea such a thing was happening in the school and had not expected the woman to act so rashly nor cruelly. Then I would like to assist you in removing her, he declared, his anger simmering under the surface. If she has indeed carried this out, I will insist that she is punished to the full extent of the law. As will I, Valeria agreed. Now show me where I can find her. Break. Dolores had slumped in her chair some time ago, and Fleur had checked on her to ensure that she yet lived. She did, and she had forced several blood-replenishing potions down her throat and treated her wounds with the essence of dittany she had liberated from the potion store earlier in the day. With the charms work she had done on the unconscious woman, she would neither remember nor be able to speak of what had been done. She would, however, dream of it. She would never truly escape the punishment that she had been administered. The blood had been the most difficult to be rid of. It had leaked from her wounds freely, soaking the pink rug below her as she whimpered pathetically. Fleur had almost taken pity on her, but that momentary lapse in her resolve had vanished with the thought of just how far Umbridge could have taken her action towards the children. In the darker recesses of her mind, she imagined Gabrielle being in such a situation, and her resolve steeled once more. She wouldn't pretend she enjoyed seeing the woman in pain, but she felt a sense of satisfaction, perhaps the same way Harry did when he dealt with his enemies. It was not done for pleasure, but for justice and what was necessary. Having done what she had, she understood that more than ever, though it was not an easy thing to come to terms with. It made the burdens that Harry carried more real to her, more relatable. Her musings were interrupted by a knock on the door, and she stood to answer it. She had been expecting this, her father having made the arrangements personally. Upon opening the door, she came face to face with the headmaster, who was seemingly surprised to see her, Professor Snape, and a woman she had met on a few occasions. Valeria had become a regular guest at the DeLacker balls more recently. "Miss DeLacker, might I inquire as to what you are doing here?" "I was waiting for Madame Valeria," she answered honestly. "It was my father that made her aware of what was going on." Dumbledore frowned questioningly, but nodded as he crossed the threshold, followed by the others. "You will find the quills on top of her desk, along with a list of the detentions she has ousted and some photos that I took," she explained tiredly. Valeria nodded as her, and Dumbledore looked over the evidence. "And how did you become aware of this, Miss DeLacker?" Dumbledore asked. "Uri was watching Madame Umbridge. One of his spies told him of what was happening, and I volunteered to get the evidence," she replied. There was no other option than honesty with that. Harry had already told Dumbledore about his spy network, and the man had given him permission to continue as he had been. "And why did you not inform me of this?" he continued questioning. "Because there was no evidence, and your position is already under threat. I felt that it would be better to tell those that were in a position to ensure she could not get away with it." The headmaster paused, his eyes twinkling merrily as he gave her a bright smile. "Then I thank you for putting so much thought into the matter," he offered, understanding why she had approached the problem the way she had. "And if you were wondering why she is asleep, she did not take kindly to being discovered and attempted to flee," Fleur added before the question could be asked. Dumbledore nodded his understanding, as Valeria unleashed a string of cursing in her native language. "I will see her in prison for the remainder of her days," she declared. "These quills are highly illegal to be possessed outside of government buildings, and it is clear that she has used them on at least one student." It was odd to see such a gentile man shift from his usual demeanor to one of fury so quickly. If Fleur did not know him better, she would think him about to hex the woman himself. "Then I would appreciate if you could get her out of my sight," he growled. "And Miss DeLacker, you will join me in my office." With his instructions given, he stormed from the room, likely to prevent himself losing his temper more than he had. Snape followed after only a brief pause, leaving her alone with Madame Valeria. "You have done well, Fleur," the woman praised. "Both her and the minister will have much to answer for. I will take her with me. It's best you do not involve yourself any more in this, see." Fleur nodded, took her leave, and followed in the wake of the headmaster. Reaching the statue that guarded the office, she found it open, and she ascended the spiral staircase and entered the office. "Please, take a seat," Dumbledore offered, the potion's master seemingly having returned to his own quarters. She complied and waited for the man to speak what was on his mind. "I firstly want to thank you for what you have done, Miss DeLacker," he began, offering her a respectful bow. "Dolors has proven to be quite the problem this year, and with her gone, we can finally return to normal." "She should not have been heir from the start." "No, she should not," Dumbledore agreed. "What happened here tonight, however, begs the question as to why it was you and not Harry that took action. I would think he would have taken it upon himself to deal with her." Harry had warned her about his tendency to stick his nose in deeper than was decent, as he was doing so now. "Because you know as well as I do that, Uri would not have cared about the correct channels," she answered. "I saw the opportunity for Fudge to have to answer for this and took it." She was hardly going to admit that Harry intended on killing Umbridge, not that it would be undeserved. Dumbledore hummed as he nodded. "And it has nothing to do with Harry attacking Malfoy Manor tonight?" he questioned. "I already know what he has done, Miss DeLacker." "Then you will have to speak to I am about it. I do not know of all his plans." Dumbledore released a deep sigh. "I am not asking about this for my own curiosity. I am merely worried for him." I understand that he has to take steps that no other will be willing to take. I just wish to know that he is okay." "I do not know," Fleur replied. "E said E would be away for a couple of days." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "Then I will wait to speak with him. If what I have heard is true, he has achieved something extraordinary, even if I do not agree with his methods." Fleur felt her irritation rise at his words. Perhaps she was tired from her own efforts of the evening, or perhaps she would not sit here and have anyone question Harry and what he was doing. Regardless, it irked her. "You are lucky to Ave I am after everything E has been through," she bit back. Dumbledore was surprised by her sudden outburst. "I apologize if I spoke out of turn." "You did," Fleur declared. "You do not understand what Arai has gone through to be where E is, and how grateful you should be that E is not like I am. You will not speak badly of I am, not when E is risking his life for all of you." "I do not take him for granted, Miss Delacour. I just cannot fathom doing what he does, as I'm sure he could not do the same for my own actions," Dumbledore defended. "I appreciate Harry for the brilliant young man he is, make no mistake, and I appreciate that he has you. He has changed in many ways in the past year, and all I hope for is that he is successful and happy." "E will be," she said firmly. "I will make sure E is." Dumbledore smiled at her. "I believe in him as I do you, Miss Delacour. Thank you for reminding me of the passion the young possess. In my advanced years, I often forget and truly wish the both of you happiness." "Thank you, Professor," Fleur responded somewhat stiffly. "And please do inform Harry. I wish to speak with him when you can." Fleur nodded as she stood and exited the room. She didn't dislike Dumbledore, but she would never be able to forget that it was he that placed Harry with his relatives and was at the very least partly responsible for the miserable upbringing he had. With her thoughts turned to the boy, she decided she would check on him in the morning. Dumbledore hadn't spoken of what he had been told, but she had a feeling things had not gone exactly as Harry had explained to her earlier that morning. Break. He woke with a groan, the throbbing of his arm not granting him more than a few hours' rest. Lifting his head from hard wood of his kitchen table, he took in the sight of the discarded potion vials, his belt, and the morbid vision of his dismembered limb floating in the solution he had procured. Much to his relief, the tissue looked healthy, with only the sight of the dark mark marring the skin of his forearm. If he was fortunate, it would soon be starved of magic, and he would be able to go about the task of reattaching it, something he himself was not certain he could do. Perhaps he would need to defer that to a healer, though explaining why it was missing in the first place would be quite the inconvenience. No matter, it was not something he need ponder now. What did require his attention, however, was the metallic scent of his own blood and sweat from his exertions the night before. Taking a deep breath, he popped the cork on another of his vials, the instant relief from the pain potion a welcome and allowing him to stand. Steadying himself using the table from a sudden bout of dizziness, he exited the kitchen and headed towards the bathroom a short walk away. Upon entering, he turned on the shower and removed his clothes, the reflection of his metal arm in the mirror reminiscent of something one would see in a Muggle movie. It was an odd thing to observe, unsightly, inhuman, but it would serve him well for now until he could restore his own. The potion he had ingested had certainly taken the edge off how grim he felt, but it could not compare to the cascade of hot water running over him, cleansing both his mind and body of what he had done. To him, it had been necessary, a key step to putting an end to Voldemort. He had pondered his plan for weeks, had considered what alternatives were available, but there were one. What he had done was risky and could have ended badly, but he regretted nothing. As he washed himself, even the cumbersome arm he was currently lumbered with could not dull the satisfaction he felt. He cared not what anyone would say or think. He had done the right thing at the right time. Knowing he could hardly spend all day in the shower, he switched it off when he no longer felt the grime clinging to him and dried himself off with a towel, his need to eat growing with each passing moment. Re-entering the kitchen, he was slightly surprised to see Fleur sitting in the chair he had recently vacated, her eyes affixed on his arm floating in the jar of liquid. "It's only temporary," he said, startling her. Immediately, she stood and pulled him into her arms, the skin of his shoulder soon wet with her tears. "That doesn't mean I ave to like it," she choked. He nodded his understanding as she took hold of his metal prosthetic and ran her fingers along the smooth surface. "It's cold," she mumbled. "It's helping to stop my arms from rotting," he explained. "When the magic of the mark wears off, I'll reattach it." She shot him a look of sympathy. "Did it work?" He nodded. "It did. I got the snake. I got Narcissa out and I killed Lucius. I even managed to raise the house to the ground without anyone catching me. So, it is almost done." "There's only him left," he confirmed darkly. With everything he had achieved thus far, it seemed as though the end was near, and perhaps it was, but the final task was the most dangerous. Voldemort would not merely fall to his knees and allow him to win. It would be a fight for his life, and Harry could very well perish. Despite knowing everything about the man, there would always be that danger. It was as unavoidable as it was inevitable. "What about Umbridge?" he asked, changing the subject. "She is gone and will not be back," Fleur replied. "She is now with the ICW and will be put on trial." Harry hummed thoughtfully, not having considered that option. "I would much rather she was dead." But this way, Fudge will ave to answer for crimes too. He was the one who had placed at the school," she pointed out. "That is true," he conceded, already looking forward to the proceedings. "Oh, and Dumbledore wants to speak with you as soon as possible." "I should have expected it wouldn't take long for him to find out. I suppose I should get it out of the way before the old git has a heart attack. Are you okay?" he added. "I will be when this is all over. I ate what you ave to do." "I know," he sighed as he wrapped his arms around her once more. "It will be over soon enough, I hope." "Me too," she murmured as she extracted herself from him reluctantly. "Dumbledore," she reminded him. Harry released a breath of frustration as he went to his room to dress. When he had done so, he conjured a single black glove to put on over his silvery hand before rejoining Fleur in the kitchen. "Come one then. You'll be late if we don't go now." She nodded as she accepted his hand, the feeling of the portkey activating only a second later, and they found themselves outside the gates of Hogwarts. "Are you going to tell I am everything?" she asked as they approached the castle. "There's no reason to keep anything from him. He won't like it, but it's tough. I told him I would continue to do things my way. I have no intention of having this hanging over for me for years. The last war was dealt with poorly by everyone. I won't be like them." Fleur grinned at him and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Maybe you should think about being the minister one day. With how you deal with everything, you could do a lot of good." Harry laughed as he shook his head. "I'm too blunt and honest for politics. I'd be dealing with assassination attempts all the time. It will be bad enough dealing with the idiots on the Wisengamot. No, I'd much rather find something else to focus on and upset the balance once or twice a month when they meet. Anyway, I'll deal with him and I'll see you later." "You had better," she returned, offering him a sultry smile before heading in the direction of the charms classroom. He snorted as he watched her leave. He was still growing used to that side of her, but it was a welcome distraction, though one that didn't last. As he made his way to the headmaster's office, he braced himself for the conversation to come. Dumbledore may well be displeased by the events of the previous day, but he would not deviate from his plans and would offer no apologies. He owed such to no one, after all. In only the space of mere hours, between the efforts of Fleur and himself, they had ridded the castle of Umbridge, dealt with Lucius Malfoy, and disposed of the final Horcrux. The loss of his arm was a sacrifice well made as far as he was concerned. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore called as he knocked on the door to his office. He entered the room to find the man seated behind his desk and appearing to be more tired than usual. Despite this, he offered him an unexpected smile as he gestured for him to sit. "Thanks to you, in part, my sleep was cut short, and I have had an abundance of missives to write and manage," he explained, pointing to the stack of parchment his desk was laden with. However, Madame Umbridge is gone, and I would like to believe your own endeavors were successful." Harry nodded. "The final Horcrux has been destroyed," he confirmed, ignoring the twinkling of the man's eyes at the revelation. "Then I will ask no further of anything else you undertook. I trust you did what you felt was necessary." "I did. I don't know what you heard, but I did not kill Mrs. Malfoy. She has been taken somewhere safe. She was being held prisoner and had been tortured by Voldemort for weeks." Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "I remember her as a student. She was very bright and very ambitious. Horace expected much from her, but it was not to be. She was married off to Lucius, and any ambition she had was abandoned. Perhaps one day she will find it again." Harry shrugged uncaringly. She had made her bed when she married the fool and would now have to deal with the consequences of it. "I do, however, find myself in quite the bind," Dumbledore sighed dramatically, and Harry did not like the expectant look the man gave him. "With Madame Umbridge gone and the enormous amount of work I now have regarding the current minister and what is to come, I do not have time to find and appoint a new defense against the dark arts professor. I have cleared it with Minerva and Phileas, and you will fill in for the foreseeable future pending the approval of the governors. With Lucius no longer round to object, I'm sure I can convince them to agree." Harry frowned deeply at the man, his head shaking at the brilliance of his move. This he had not expected to his own detriment. Trust Dumbledore to turn it all to his advantage. "I suppose I do not have any choice in the matter," he sighed. "There is always a choice, Harry, but I am relying on you to make the right one," the older man returned, his eyes twinkling once more. "Bloody hell," Harry grumbled, causing the headmaster to chuckle. "Worry not. I can assure you it is only temporary." Harry could only shake his head in response. As much as Dumbledore had denied it, he knew he didn't truly have a choice. He didn't know whether to be irritated with the man or congratulate him on his shrewdness. "Fine," he agreed. "I should have known something like this would happen." "Indeed, though I'm sure you will learn with experience. You have done well thus far in your political dealings, Harry, but you have much to learn." Harry hummed, and Dumbledore frowned as he caught sight of his gloved hand. "Albeit for me to make a statement about fashion, but gloves do tend to come in pairs, do they not? I do remember a student talking to me of a Muggle singer who wore only one glove," he added as he scratched his beard in thought. "It's not a fashionable thing," Harry chuckled as he removed the garment, enjoying the look of shock now adorning the headmaster's features. "I had to take steps to gain entry, but it was worth it, and my arm will be back in place soon enough." Dumbledore shook his head in disbelief. "I still find myself in awe at the lengths you are willing to go, Harry," he sighed. "Which brings me to something I had not considered until it was raised with me last night. I believe you know of Severus's involvement in revealing the prophecy." "I do, and no, I won't kill him unless he gives me reason to," Harry retorted. "I will not forgive him, and I would not give him the satisfaction of death. He will live with what he has done, and he will face my mother in the afterlife. I would see him stew in his own suffering for what he did. Make no mistake, headmaster, I am not doing this out of kindness, but to ensure he lives with it every day he breathes." "He made a mistake, Harry." "And he is paying for it," Harry bit back. "Would you prefer that I kill him?" "No, I have seen what this has done to him. He would give his life for you if it were asked of him." Harry shook his head. "His life is meaningless to me, and you will not bring it up again." Dumbledore nodded reluctantly. "That may be more difficult than you think," he sighed. "Severus has been tasked to ensure you are taken to the Dark Lord when the time is right." A grin tugged at his lips as he began to ponder the possibilities. "Then you will instruct him to carry it out," he decided. "Voldemort may think that what he is doing is to his advantage, but it will be to mine. I will be ready when that day comes, headmaster. You had better be also," he warned as he took his leave from the office. He could feel every eye in the great hall on him, but his own were fixed on the front page of the Daily Prophet. What he read didn't make sense, nor could he accept it. It couldn't be true. How could it? Malfoy Manor had stood for several hundred years, and no such accident had ever happened. His father was not a negligent man, and this would not have happened under his watch. He scanned the article once more, calming his breathing as he tried to absorb the words. Disaster as prominent family home is razed, leaving no survivors. By Rita Skeeter. Wizarding Britain will today mourn the loss of one of our most influential lords. Lucius Malfoy, 46, and his wife, Narcissa, 45, are thought to have perished in what the Auror office has deemed a freak accident at their stately Wiltshire home. Having shared a close relationship with the man for the past decade and a half, Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, grew worried when his recent missives went unanswered for almost 2 weeks. Concerned for his friend, he ordered a contingency of Aurors to attend the address where they found the wards had collapsed due to what is believed to be a significant magical backlash. When asked for his thoughts on the matter, the minister had this to say. "It is sad news, very sad news indeed. Lucius was not only a personal friend, but a man of integrity that will be sorely missed. His loss will be felt by all for years to come. The Auror investigation will continue until we can ascertain exactly what has happened. I would like to take this opportunity to assure the public that we will not rest until the full facts are known to us. With the minister's promise, I would like to remind the British public that they leave behind a 15-year-old son, Draco, who is currently at Hogwarts and was not in the home when the event occurred. We at the Prophet offer him our deepest condolences." Draco swallowed deeply as he read the last words, his body frozen from shock. He was startled by a hand resting on his shoulder, and he looked up into the face of his godfather and head of house. "Come, Draco," he instructed quietly, helping him to his feet. The boy could only follow, his gaze firmly on the stone floor, not wanting to see the looks of pity, sympathy, and perhaps glee sent his way. He didn't want pity and would not be subjected to the smugness of those below him. He was still a Malfoy, and they would see him no differently. "Sit," Snape instructed. Draco looked up and found that he had been led to the man's office. The professor took a seat behind his desk and waited patiently for him to follow suit. When he did, his first tears broke free. He had managed to curb them in the hall, but not here. Here, he allowed them to flow freely as he grieved for his parents. His father had been his hero, the immaculately dressed man who had friends in the highest of places. He would often have them over for lunch or dinner, and they would all regale him with tales of their own achievements. They were different men that had left different lives, but all had the same thing in common. They looked upon his father with utmost respect. Lucius Malfoy had become his idol, and Draco wanted to be just like him. He wanted to be looked at the same way by his peers, wanted to emulate his father in every way. More than anything, he wanted to live up to his expectations, to make him proud of the man he would become. With his mother, it was different. Since he had been old enough to walk and feed himself, his father had been the one in charge of his upbringing. He'd had private tutors since he was 5, and even during the summer when he had started at Hogwarts. He'd had little to do with the woman since he had been a toddler. Despite this, he remembered her still. He remembered when she would sit him on her knee and read him stories, would feed him from her own plate of food when he refused his own. She was the one that would heal him if he injured himself. A fresh wave of tears broke free as a memory came to the forefront of his mind. He had been 4 years old. She had told him firmly not to go near the fireplace, but Draco was an adventurous boy and defiant. She had turned her back for only a second, and he had seized his opportunity, had charged pell-mell towards it and tripped. Instinctively, he had held his hands out to protect himself, only to scald them on the surrounding guard. He had screamed as he watched his skin blister before his eyes, but she had been there immediately and had held him to her chest as she carried him to the kitchen. He remembered the sting of the cold water as his hands were run under the tap, even his pathetic sobbing as she fetched a burn salve from her potions kit. He could not remember the words she spoke as she soothed him, but he had fallen asleep on her, his hands bandaged in swathes of linen. She had not been angry with him. She had been scared, the first and only time he had seen her in such a state. From then on, he had kept a safe distance away from all fireplaces, not wanting to experience such pain again. Slumped in the chair, he turned his hands over to look at them. His mother had done such a fine job that not even a blemish remained on his skin. In this moment, he wished there was. He would at the very least have something to remind him of her, a piece of the memory to carry with him always. "What happened?" he croaked, wiping at his eyes. He did not believe for one moment there had been an accident. The Death Eaters had been there along with the Dark Lord. Something happened to his home, and he wanted the truth of it. "I was instructed not to tell you," Snape answered. "The Dark Lord informed me that you were carrying out a task for him and should not learn of it until it was complete." Draco frowned as he shook his head. "I have not been doing anything for him," he returned confusedly, meeting the gaze of the man. Snape stared at him curiously for a moment, his eyes narrowing in thought as he shook his head. "Come, Draco, I believe we need to speak to the headmaster about this." "I'm not going to him." "Do not be a fool, boy. The Dark Lord believes that you are carrying out an important task for him. How do you think he will react when he learns that you have not done as he has commanded?" "He hasn't commanded me to do anything," the boy denied vehemently. "I think you believe he has not, but I have my suspicions. I can assure you, I will not allow anything to happen to you, nor will you be in any trouble. I am trying to save your life." Draco suddenly felt nervous. He had never witnessed the potion's master lose his composure as he seemingly had. He nodded, his grief turning to worry. With no idea what was happening, he followed the man once more, hopefully towards answers to the many questions he had. Break. For almost 3 weeks, he had been pushing them hard. Having fallen horribly behind during their time with Umbridge, it had been needed. They had complained often but fell silent when he reminded them what was at stake. It had been difficult for him also, but he had persevered as had they, and he was pleased with the progress they were making. It had been odd at first, and he had spent much of his first few days answering the same questions regarding their former professor's status. They didn't care, not really. They were simply curious as to why they had been given the sudden reprieve. He had told them all the same. That Dolar's Umbridge was gone, and that was all that mattered. They would learn why for themselves soon enough. According to Sebastian, the ICW had finished with their investigation and would convene in the coming days to discuss the findings. Too little too late for him to avoid the public spectacle that would be the Order of Merlin ceremony. However, so long as Fudge got his comeuppance, he would endure it. "Quills down," he instructed his fifth-year class of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. When they complied, he nodded gratefully. None had seemingly taken exception to him teaching. They had worked under him during their transfiguration lessons, so it was not something unfamiliar. "For the rest of this lesson, I want you to pair off and work on your shields," he instructed. "There is a very strong chance you will ask to perform one during the exam. Disarming and stunning spells only," he added. With a wave of his wand, the chairs and desks were swept to the side of the room, and the students set to work. Harry wandered amongst them, offering tips on their casting and shielding where needed before taking his place at the front of the classroom, where he rubbed his tingling arm. Between the efforts of him and Fleur, they had managed to reattach it, though it had not been an easy process, and it had not healed entirely just yet. It didn't cause him any pain, but it often felt as though the limb was no longer his, having spent almost a week absent from it. The scar, however, was a neater one as far as such things went, and appeared as little more than a slightly purple line where it had been severed. Still, it was not something he would rush to do again in a hurry, not with the amount of difficulty they'd had reuniting him with it. Flashback. "It doesn't look very ealthy," Fleur commented, as she bent over to get a closer look at the submerged limb. "No, it doesn't," Harry agreed with a sigh. "I must have made a mistake with how well I thought the fluid would preserve it, but the mark is dead." The flesh of his arm had slightly discolored where it had been cut. The tissue was dying and may already be beyond the point of saving. Carefully, he removed it and placed it in the bucket of ice he had brought along for the occasion. When it was settled with the black skull facing upwards, he took a deep breath and placed the tip of his wand on it. Much to his relief, it vanished with a few mumbled Parseltongue spells with no magic left within it for him to combat. "I suppose we should try and put it back on," he suggested as he turned his wand towards the metal arm. With a few waves, it fell to the floor before pooling into the viscous liquid it had been when conjured. The part of his arm still attached to his body looked much healthier than its counterpart. The wound was clean, and the tissue had thrived, the prosthetic having served its purpose perfectly. In comparison, the other part now on ice looked worse than ever, though that could be due to having no blood flowing through it. He would know soon enough if it was that simple. Fleur nodded, her skin paler than usual as her eyes flittered between the two pieces of his arm. She looked rather unwell, though she had insisted on being here. In truth, Harry was grateful for her presence. If he could not get it back on, he would be relying on her to do so. She had taken it upon herself to learn the required charms, unwilling to take any risks. Harry, however, could live with the metal one if necessary. To him, it would always be a worthwhile sacrifice to have been rid of the final Horcrux. "I will do it," she declared. "You will need to hold it in place." Harry nodded as he took the cold limb from the ice and lined it up to where it had been cut. It didn't appear as though any decomposition had taken place, and he took that as a positive sign. With the arm where it needed to be, Fleur began casting the spells, and in only a few moments his arm was whole again, though he could not feel it. The two of them watched for several moments, hoping the blood would begin to flow, and after several tense moments, the color began to return. Fleur released her held breath, but Harry shook his head. "I can't feel a thing," he muttered. Fleur was concerned and tentatively took hold of his wrist. Inspecting it, she frowned. "I did everything right. It should be fine." Harry offered her a comforting smile, not wanting her to blame herself. She had been meticulous in her work and had not made any errors, he was certain of it. "It must be the nerves," he mused aloud, tapping the tips of his unresponsive fingers. "There's only one spell I know that may help." Steadying himself, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, his thoughts wandering to Voldemort and all the things the man had done over the years to him. He allowed his anger to surface as he pondered the fate of his parents, the cowardly attack in the night that had taken them from him, and with a growl, he unleashed the magic. Crucio. The agony that washed over him lasted but a second, but it was enough to remind him of the sheer agony he had endured in the graveyard and to bring him to his knees. It took a minute or two for the pain to recede, though his entire body tingled uncomfortably, his arm included, and when he opened his eyes, Fleur was staring at him, her own full of unshed tears. "Are you okay?" she asked worriedly. He nodded as she helped him back to his feet. "I forgot how much that hurts," he chuckled, wincing as another wave of tingling overcame him. However, he took it as a positive sign that the tingling had spread throughout the entirety of his left arm, his now fingers twitching also uncomfortable under the effects of the curse. With considerable effort, he managed to move them slightly, and Fleur took it in her own hand and brushed her lips against his knuckles. "When will it end? Uri, when will it be you that as to stop giving just so you can live your life?" "Soon," he promised. "It will all be over soon." End flashback. Although his arm had not quite fully recovered, it was improving with each passing day, and he took comfort in that, even when the raw nerves still tingled. The pain was a good thing. So long as he felt something, he knew it was getting better. "Okay, that's enough for today," he announced. "We will spend next lesson revising the work we did with Professor Lupin on creatures. This would be one of the easier parts of the task to get them ready for their owls." Remus had been their only competent professor, so he was hopeful they would not need to spend as much time on this as they would the work they had covered in other years. Fortunately, he only had one more lesson to teach today, and that was not until later on in the afternoon, though any notion he had of taking a break or completing some of his own work was lost by the arrival of Fawkes, who arrived, clutching a piece of parchment in his beak. With a frown, he accepted the missive and shook his head as he read the contents. "Harry." I would appreciate if you could join myself, Severus, and Mr. Malfoy at your earliest convenience. It appears the news of Lucius's demise has broken. Albus. He nodded, already knowing this was coming. He had, after all, planned it. With the investigation into Fudge on its way to being concluded, he had instructed Rita to announce the death of his greatest ally. Not only would it let Fudge know that he was not untouchable as he foolishly believed, it also served those who were reluctant to go against Lucius on the Wisengamot. With him dead, they would not hesitate to stand against the minister. There was, however, the fallout of his plan to manage, and it seemed that moment had arrived. Locking the classroom door as he exited, he took the short walk to the headmaster's office at the end of the corridor. At his approach, the gargoyle sprang aside to allow him entry. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore called before he could announce his presence. Upon entering the office, he saw that Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, as he usually was, with Snape stood to one side and a distraught Draco Malfoy in a chair opposite the headmaster. The boy looked at him fearfully, unsettled by his appearance, and Harry held his gaze. He felt no remorse for what he had done. Lucius had deserved what had befallen him, and he would offer no apologies. "I told you I would do it. Not believing me was stupid, and believing your father was unreachable was even more so. I will not even pretend that I'm sorry or that I'm not glad that it was me that put the bastard in the ground." Draco launched at him with a scream of fury, but was halted by a freezing charm, courtesy of the headmaster. "Harry, please, a little bit of sensitivity would not go amiss." "Sensitivity is something I lack when it comes to him and his followers," Harry spat, his eyes remaining firmly on the blonde. "Draco needs to hear the truth and to understand the world for what it is. What happens next depends on it." Dumbledore did not seem pleased with his tact, but said nothing else. "Your father was one of the biggest pieces of shit that dared to breathe the same air as decent people. He murdered, tortured, and carried out who knows what other disgusting acts under a veil of fighting for pure-blood supremacy. The world is better off without him." Draco growled, unable to do little else. "You beg to differ," Harry snorted. "Imagine what you're feeling, but consider that your father was a good person, was innocent but was still targeted in the night as he slept. That is what hundreds of others must live with because of him and any other that carry the mark. It's not a nice feeling, is it, Draco, knowing that he was killed in cold blood? The difference between you and those that live with what the Death Eaters have done is that their loved ones were innocent, and your father deserved every ounce of pain inflicted on him." Malfoy tried in vain to fight against the magic holding him in place, with tears streaming down his cheeks from the effort. "You may think of me as a monster, and you may be right," Harry conceded, "but I am what people like your father and his master made me. My parents were good people and were killed because they stood against a tyrant. Why should yours be allowed to live when they supported that same man that took them from me?" "My mother was innocent," Draco defended. Harry nodded. "She was, and that is why she lives," he ground out. "I may be a monster, Draco, but I am not him and I am not Lucius. I took your mother from the dungeon she was being kept in and she is safe." "You're lying," Malfoy croaked. "What do I have to gain from that?" Harry returned. Draco shook his head, his eyes searching Snape's, who shrugged unknowingly. "She was in a poor state when I found her, likely left to die, and your father too cowardly to even save his own wife. He chose his master over the woman he was supposed to love. It took someone who was an enemy to free her. She is now with your Aunt Bellatrix in a place where Voldemort cannot get to her." Draco met his stare for the first time almost pleadingly. "Now, what happens to you depends on what decision you make, and I suggest it is the right one, for your sake." Draco scowled at him, but Harry had his full attention. "Voldemort will want you dead. I altered your memory when I discovered what you were doing for him, and it will stay that way. You knowing will only put you in further danger, but I can assure you, he will kill you the next time he sees you." Malfoy swallowed deeply, the look of fear returning once more. "I promised to put an end to the Malfoy line, and I intend on carrying that out. However," he continued, holding up a hand to still any protest. "I am willing to make a compromise and a one-time offer to you. If you do not accept, then I will consider you an enemy and a threat to me. As you have learned, Draco, I do not take threats well." Malfoy frowned, but nodded for him to continue. "When you come of age, every galleon in the Malfoy vault will be paid to the Potter one as compensation. You will not take up your seat on the Wisengamot, and you will publicly denounce the name Malfoy. In return, I will allow you to live with your mother and aunt. I will provide you with enough gold to live a good life. And if you prove yourself worthy between now and your 17th birthday, I will give you the name Black. You will swear an oath of loyalty to me as your lord, and I will find a suitable bride." "That is my offer." Dumbledore's eyes had widened in surprise as he spoke, but Harry ignored him. This was family business, and the old man would get no say here. "All the gold?" Draco asked. Harry nodded firmly. "People with gold can be dangerous, no matter how stupid they are. Your father proved that. As I said, you will not be deprived of anything, but I will take no chances with you. You either accept my offer or make an enemy of me." Draco frowned, seemingly pondering his predicament. "It's not like I have a choice," he mumbled. "There is always a choice, Draco, but they are often not ones we like." The boy stared at him hatefully for a moment before nodding. "Fine, but I want to see my mother." "I will take you to her myself," Harry agreed, "but a final warning. If you try to go back on this agreement in any way, I will come for you and your mother. Do not make me regret this, Draco. I believe it would be prudent for you to remain away from the castle until such a time it is safe for you to return," Dumbledore suggested. "Would it be possible to forward work to where he is going?" Harry nodded. "It will, and Draco will complete it to the best of his ability. If he wants to be a Black, he will earn it." "I will make the arrangements," Dumbledore sighed, rather displeased with how Harry had handled the situation. Harry, however, had compromised as much as he was willing to. He would not give Malfoy any opportunity to seek vengeance against him. It would be easier to merely kill the boy, but he was not Voldemort. He would not kill him when an alternative was available and could prove to help him assist him one day. The Blacks may not be his family, but their name was an old one and deserved to continue. Perhaps in a few generations, Draco's great-great-great-grandchildren will prove to be worthy of continuing the line with the lordship. Not the blonde, however. He would always be the spawn of Lucius and could not be trusted. Break. Life within the home with her sister was not something she had ever envisioned for herself. Here, she was responsible for everything she had once taken for granted. She had to prepare her own meals, wash her own clothes, all the menial tasks she had never had to do. Even as a child and a young woman when she had lived with her parents, these things had been taken care of by the house elves. They had no such help here. It did, however, serve to keep her mind occupied during her waking hours. When night fell, things were different. Her mind would be full of thoughts of what had happened, questions that had yet to be answered. What had happened to her husband? Was her son well? These plaguing questions were much harder to live with than the manual labor she'd had to adopt. She was bereft of a wand, something she hoped would be remedied when Potter visited next. He had returned only once since he had dropped her off here, and only to bring her some clothes he had salvaged from the ruins of her home. "Sissy," Bellatrix called. Narcissa huffed irritably. She loved her sister, but she was more difficult as a woman than she had been as a child. She too was used to being catered to. Even her years in Azkaban had not rid her of that entitlement. As such, she often found herself cooking for them both, though they both had as much experience as the other with that. "What?" she replied. "You'll want to see this." Narcissa shook her head as she dropped the clothes she had been sorting through in the washing basket. She doubted there was anything that could lift her spirits right now. "What is it?" she asked when she reached Bellatrix. She was stood staring towards the beach the house overlooked, and her breath hitched in her chest at the sight of her son being led towards them by the Potter boy. "Draco," she whispered disbelievingly. Her mind was screaming for her to run to him, but her legs only allowed her to walk a sedate pace, and when she opened the front door, She paused as he stood only a few feet away. She wanted to wrap him in her arms, to never let him go, but Draco would not appreciate that. He had not allowed her to do such since he had been a small boy, and he was far from that now. He was almost a man who stood taller than her, though his eyes were that of a lost, broken child. "Mother," he choked, relieved as he pulled her to him and held her tightly. She melted into him and allowed herself to shed her tears. For what she was crying, she knew not. It could have been the loss they had suffered or that he was here with her. Whatever the reason, she did not try to stem the flow as he too wept. "I thought you were dead," he mumbled. She shook her head as she tightened her hold on him. She didn't know how long they remained there, but when they broke apart, the Potter boy was gone, and she led the way into the house. She found him talking to Bella in the living room, the latter ranting and raving, and the former looking unimpressed. "Shut up and sit down," Harry bit back, reaching the end of his patience with whatever gripe she was voicing. "You too," he added to her and Draco. Bella scowled, but complied after a muttered rebuttal, and both Narcissa and Draco did also. "Now, all three of you are only alive because I did not want to begin my headship of the Black family having killed almost all that remained. Believe me, it would have been easier to kill you all than deal with this." His stare shifted between the three of them, and Narcissa felt distinctly unsettled by it. "Bella, you will be spending your remaining years here. There will be no compromise on that. I do not care if you have to wash your own bloody clothes or cook your own food. You will not be getting an elf." Bellatrix pouted, but seemingly knew better than to argue with him. Satisfied she had nothing to say, he turned his attention towards her and her son. "Until Voldemort is dead, it is not safe for you to return. Even after he is gone, I cannot guarantee your safety. There will be those that will see you as traitors, but I will leave that up to you. When I do take up the headship, I will find you suitable homes, if you wish." Narcissa nodded her understanding. "Your husband is dead, and you saw what happened to your home. The Malfoy family is no more and will not continue." Narcissa could only swallow the lump in her throat. She had suspected Lucius had been killed. "Draco has agreed to my terms. The Malfoy fortune will be paid in full to the Potter account. He will take the name Black when he comes of age, and I will find him a suitable bride or one he finds himself will be subject to my approval. Before I leave, he will swear an oath of loyalty to the Black family and to me as the future lord." Narcissa's eyes widened in shock. It was the type of move her grandfather would have made to bring one of his enemies to heel. "And what about me?" she asked. He shrugged uncaringly. "You can do as you please. I rescued you as I promised I would, but I will do you no further favors. For as long as you are under my care, I will keep you safe, housed, and with a reasonable monthly stipend. Your life is your own as far as I'm concerned. Live it or squander it, it's up to you." "Am I allowed to get a wand?" He nodded. "You can, but I will give you this warning now. If you attempt to harm me in any way, I will kill you and I will kill your son. He will be first and you will watch." She shook her head frantically. "I would never." "No, you would not," he agreed. "Is there anything else I need to be aware of before I take my leave?" "We need clothes," Bella piped up. "And something to do, some books maybe," Narcissa added. "That's fair," he agreed as he passed the three of them a small sack of galleons each. "I will have some books delivered along with Draco's schoolwork. Now, if there is nothing else, I will have my vow and be on my way." "Break. You cut quite the imposing figure. Awry," Sebastian chuckled as he entered the kitchen of the DeLacker home. "Bloody hell, you look just like your father," Sirius added with a warm smile. He snorted slightly as he adjusted the charcoal robes he had chosen for the occasion. Both the Potter and the Black family crests had been stitched on the right side by Fleur, who had insisted on helping. He was grateful. Even with magic, he had never stitched a thing in his life. On the left, the 7 other medals he had been awarded for killing Greyback had been placed. Garish in his opinion, but both Sebastian and Sirius had not taken no for an answer. For events such as this, it was expected that he would wear them, to display what had been bestowed upon him for his feat. I look like a prized arse, he muttered. Language, awry, Apolline chided lightly as she began fussing over him, removing errant lint that he could not see. You look very handsome. They'd both be proud of you, Remus offered sincerely. Lily would have tanned your hide, but she would have come around. Speaking of which, Sirius broke in nervously as he removed 2 small boxes from his pocket. I took a trip to Gringotts yesterday. It was about time you had these. Harry accepted the offered boxes with a questioning frown. I spoke to my grandfather, and he agreed. There is no reason you should not have them. You have his full blessing to be the next lord of the family, and he has asked me to tell you that he is at your disposal if you need him. He opened one of the boxes and found himself looking upon an ornate platinum ring, the black crest having been formed by a cluster of diamonds. You don't do things by half, do you? He muttered as he took it and placed it on his finger. He felt a sudden rush of magic wash over him, leaving him slightly breathless as it settled. When it had, opened the second one and swallowed deeply as he took in the crest of his own family, this one made of emerald and set in a silver ring. The experience of the magic was one more familiar to him, though it settled the same as that of the Blacks. It was over in a matter of moments, and he met the stare of his godfather, who was seemingly overcome with emotion. I remember James wearing it during our 7th year just after your grandfather died. He was so lost then, but he vowed that the Potter luck would change. It will, with you in charge. Harry could only nod in response. It was a humbling feeling wearing something that had belonged to generations of Potters and Blacks before him. He questioned if he was truly up to the task of bringing both back from the brink. Only time would tell. We should be leaving soon, Sebastian pointed out, nodding towards the clock on the wall. We are still waiting for Fleur and Gabrielle, Apolline sighed. We are heir, Fleur announced as the 2 of them entered the kitchen. Fleur was wearing a form-fitting red dress and Gabrielle had opted for blue. What do you think, awry? The younger Vila asked, offering him a twirl. I think your father is going to be in trouble in a few years, he replied. Don't worry, I will keep the horrible boys away from you. They'll be too scared to even approach, when they find out you're watching, Sebastian snorted. Harry nodded thoughtfully as Gabrielle looked between them, unimpressed. And don't forget the former Azkaban inmate, Sirius added. Or the werewolf, Remus concluded with an innocent smile. We keep very strange company, Apolline muttered. You will leave Gabrielle alone, all of you, or you will deal with me. Oncely, she will have lots of boys interested in her. Are you going to frighten them all? Yes, Harry answered, the 3 other men nodding their agreement. Apolline huffed, though a ghost of a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Then she will just ave to stay home forever, or she can live with you, awry. You ave plenty of space, non. Gabrielle smiled, not a warm one he usually got, but one that promised trouble. I don't think he could cope with both of us, Fleur cooed, mocking him. Sorry, Sebastian, you're on your own, Harry mumbled, shaking his head. Brave hero, my French arse, Sebastian muttered, dodging the swipe aimed his way by his wife. Come along, Apolline urged. We will be late if we do not leave now. The group followed her from the home and across the grounds until they reached the wards where they took the portkey Sebastian had arranged. Appearing a short walk from the ministry in London, Harry removed his cloak and placed it over him when he spotted a large gathering of journalists. You will ave to speak to them sooner or later. Awry, Sebastian whispered. Not if I can help it, Harry returned. Without him seemingly amongst them, they passed through the crowd without being hindered. Here, having 3 Vila with him worked in his favor. Even if he was to be seen, it was likely he would be ignored. Having made it through the group carrying wreaths of parchment and cameras, they entered a rather unhygienic entrance concealed as a public toilet. After each of them had flushed themselves, they appeared in the atrium which had been decorated for the occasion. Each family crest of those on the Wisengamot had been hung throughout, those of Potter and Black having been enlarged. I bet Fudge didn't have anything to do with this, Harry commented as he removed his cloak. Not likely, Sirius agreed. Having checked in with the guard at the desk, they were directed towards the Wisengamot chambers, where Harry's arrival was being awaited by those within. He had expected only those on the Wisengamot to be present and perhaps a photographer or two from the Daily Prophet. The room was full to capacity. Every lord and lady were in attendance, as were several dozen members of the public filling the gallery. When his entrance was noted, they stood and offered him a round of applause, many cheering and some calling out to him in words he could not hear over the din. "Bloody hell," he grumbled as he, along with those he had brought, were led to a table that had been placed in the center of the room by a small entourage of aurors. He pulled Fleur's chair out for her before taking his own, doing his best to not be unsettled by the flash of the cameras and eyes on him. Much to his relief, Dumbledore approached the podium with little delay and cleared his throat loudly to garner the attention of those within the room. When they fell silent, he spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered to celebrate the achievement of an exceptional young man," he began. "Most of you will know Harry as the boy who lived, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord or any other variant of the monikers bestowed upon him. To me, he is none of those things." A few whispers could be heard at the declaration, but they quietened as Dumbledore raised his hands to quell them. "To me, Harry is a humble young man and a dedicated student of the likes I have seldom seen. He came to Hogwarts almost 5 years ago and engaged in his studies, pushed himself to be the best that he could, and has exceeded expectations consistently throughout his years of schooling. And now, you all know of the brilliance myself and my colleagues has seen within him from his very first day." A polite round of applause was given to the kind words of the highly respected man. Fenrir Greyback has affected many over the past decades as a fugitive. There are those that have been attacked by him personally, and those who have endured what has happened to their loved ones. Not only as a country, but as a continent, we were at a loss. He evaded capture by all those that pursued him until he came across Harry Potter. Needless to say, we owe him a great debt for ridding us of him, and it is only fitting that he receives the highest award that we offer. So, without further ado, I give you Harry James Potter, Order of Merlin, First Class. The crowd followed the headmaster's lead and erupted into a cacophony of cheering and applause as Harry stood and approached the podium. Dumbledore offered him a warm smile as he hung the large gold medal around his neck and shook his hand. "A few words, if you will," the aged man requested. Harry nodded and reluctantly took his place, reveling in the pained look of the minister, who was seated a short distance away. He waited for the sounds of the crowd to die down before addressing them. "I stand before you all, humbled and honored," he said diplomatically. "I could regale you with a tale as fantastical as the falsity you would find in the books written about me when I was a child, but it would not be real. We fought and he died. That's all there is to it," he added with a shrug. "I understand just as much as any of those that have suffered because of him. One of the men I trust most was attacked by him as a boy and lives with the affliction every day. What I want to say is that, yes, Greyback was a monster, but he is not the example of the werewolf community we should look to." He ignored the murmuring of some as he pressed on, undeterred by the dissent. "Remus Lupin is a werewolf. That is no secret, and I often eat at a table with him, share jokes, and have even relied on him in the past to teach me during my 3rd year at school. He is the example I look to, a man who only wishes to live a normal life but cannot do so because the way he is looked upon. Greyback was the worst of his lot, but Remus is one of the best men I have had the pleasure of meeting. I do not want people to believe that what I did reflect my belief on his kind. I killed Greyback because of what he was doing, not what he was." He was cut off as the doors to the chamber were slammed open, the unexpected intrusion startling them all as a large group of purple-robed men entered. Fearing the worst, Harry flicked his wand into his hand and rushed towards where Fleur and the others were sitting. Sebastian, however, had not reacted and remained poised in his seat. "We are here to take Minister Fudge into custody," a large, bald man announced in a heavy, foreign accent. "Is this the right moment for this, Cassius?" Dumbledore questioned irritably. "Orders are orders, Albus," the man returned firmly. Dumbledore sighed as he nodded, and all eyes turned to the pale minister. "Under what grounds and whose authority?" Fudge asked nervously. "For misappropriation of funds, misleading the British public in which you are charged with protecting, corruption and negligence of duty," the man reeled off. "You are to come with us under the authority of the International Confederation of Warlocks to answer to these allegations." The response to this was shock. Many whispered heatedly amongst themselves while some jeered. Fudge swallowed deeply, his eyes searching for any who would defend him to step forward and do so. None did, and he hung his head defeatedly, surrendering himself. "I am innocent," he declared loudly for all to hear. "I only ever did what was best for all of you." "Then you have nothing to fear," the bald man offered, gesturing for two of his companions to retrieve the minister. Fudge resisted, though his efforts were fruitless, and he found himself cuffed and frog-marched out of the chambers. "No, I will not be manhandled like a common criminal," he protested as he was forcibly escorted away, the door slamming closed behind the last of the robed men to leave. Most within the chambers were in a state of disbelief at what had transpired, though the sound of scratching quills soon became prevalent as the journalists began the craft of weaving what would undoubtedly appear on the front pages the very next morning. Harry couldn't help but feel relieved by this, knowing that his award would become secondary to the arrest of the minister, and even more so that Fudge was now gone. What needed to happen now was for him to be replaced by someone competent, a point that was raised by Dumbledore only a moment later. "With the absence of Cornelius, we must appoint an interim minister, pending the outcome of his current situation," he announced. "Wizarding Britain cannot be left without someone to take the reins. I would kindly ask that those that do not hold a seat on the Wisengamot to please take your leave whilst we address this problem." "Not you, awry," Sebastian muttered as he stood. "Your Order of Merlin grants you a seat despite your age. We will wait at home for you, Harry frowned but nodded. He didn't know what difference his presence would make, and he wanted little to do with the proceedings. He despised politicking, and he would be subjected to the worst of it in the coming hours. He shook his head as the room emptied, and Dumbledore pointed to a seat a few rows behind, and to the left of the podium he stood at. Here, he found himself sitting amongst people he did not recognize, though it was better than some of the alternatives. He was away from the lords, many of whom he undoubtedly found himself at odds with due to their supporting of Voldemort. It was going to be a very long day, and he could only look on as people began making nominations based on nothing more than fabrications, delusional promises, and some even frightening ideas of what they would do if they were granted the position, albeit temporarily. Break. He eyed the potion he grasped disdainfully, the fresh batch of dreamless sleep just having been completed and delivered by Severus. He had managed to reduce his reliance on it considerably as the dreams of torture had finally begun to subside. The magic potter had cursed him with finally having worked its way out of his system. Now, however, he was plagued by new ones. The loss of his familiar had brought these on. When he did not take the potion, or was granted a reprieve from the others, he would dream of his Horcruxes, could only watch as one was destroyed before him, and being unable to do anything to prevent it. He was certain they were all gone now. How? He knew not. They had been hidden and protected in ways that only he or a very skilled wizard could obtain them, the latter by his own design. If the worst were to happen and he was killed, one day, there was a chance someone would happen upon them and he would have made a triumphant return to a body of talent. It was not to be, and he had only one other avenue to assure himself of a victory over Potter. He was pulled from his maudlin thoughts by a knock on the door. "Come in," he grumbled. "My lord," Augustus greeted him, offering him a respectful bow. "I have found a way in." The Dark Lord stared speculatively at the man for a moment, and allowed himself to feel a wave of relief, having seen no deception within him. Ever since Bellatrix had seemingly betrayed him, he could no longer fully trust anyone, not even his most ardent and devout followers. She had to have helped orchestrate his downfall. There was simply no other explanation as to how the Horcrux she had been tasked to protect had been taken, or even how the Malfoy property had been accessed. It could only have been her, as much as he wished it wasn't true. "Very good, Rookwood," he praised, "but I sense you are not telling me all." Augustus shook his head. "You will have to retrieve it personally, my lord. Only those the prophecy pertains to can touch it." Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. "Then we must plan for every eventuality. You will tell no one of this, but I want the department watched. We must not go into this blindly," he added, more to himself than the Death Eater. "I would have you send for Severus for me once more. He should still be working on his potions in the basement." Rookwood offered him a final bow before taking his leave, and the Dark Lord took his seat, his nose wrinkling in distaste at the room he found himself in. He despised his Muggle heritage, but it was the only suitable option after Malfoy Manor had been destroyed. He had quickly moved his base of operations here, though not gladly. It was a lavish property and served its purpose well enough, but it had once housed his Muggle relatives, the very same ones he had murdered almost 6 decades ago. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but he could not help but feel their eyes on him. He did not fear them, of course, but it unsettled him, nonetheless. "You sent for me, my lord?" Severus questioned as he entered the room. "I did," Voldemort confirmed. "The time to act will come soon. You must be prepared to carry out your part of the task. Do not fail me, Severus." The potion master's face remained as impassive as ever as he offered a single nod before sweeping from the room, and the Dark Lord breathed a sigh of relief. The first he had taken since he had emerged from the cauldron, the night he had returned. Break. For hours, the members of the Wisengamot had been arguing amongst themselves, and at times, the discussion had become heated and rather ugly. Harry had listened to a lot of drivel, veiled insults, and foolish posturing. If these people were supposed to oversee the country, then there was no wonder to him why it was in such a shambles. He couldn't help but think much of the disagreement on show was due to nothing more than ego, stubbornness, and unwillingness to concede. He shook his head as he leaned back tiredly in his seat. "And for the last time, we need someone in place that is beyond reproach," Lord Boot declared, his words receiving a resounding cheer of agreement from those around him. "We need a strong leader, one that will not be compromised," Lord Not returned, his own section voicing their approval. Dumbledore crashed his gavel against the podium to silence them. "I fear we have once again found ourselves moving in circles," he sighed. "I feel that it would be prudent for us to adjourn for today." "No," Lord Not interjected. "You said yourself that Wizarding Britain cannot be without a leader. This should be settled immediately." For once, the entirety of the body was in agreement, though Harry knew it wouldn't last. They would soon revert to their ridiculous huffing, puffing, and posturing. "Perhaps we should hear from someone else," Lord Ogden suggested. "Mr. Potter has only joined us today, but he may have some useful insight." Harry frowned at the man. He was hoping he would throw his support behind one of the 3 candidates he had nominated throughout the day. "Ha," Lord Selwyn broke in. "The boy will support your notion of having Dumbledore elected." "Do not make assumptions about me, Selwyn," Harry returned as he stood. "Those who make assumptions inevitably make an ass of themselves." The man was taken aback by the rebuttal, and Harry continued before he could offer a response. "Lord Ogden," he acknowledged the man, "you asked me for my opinion, and I will share it, but I doubt any of you will like what I have to say," he warned. Dumbledore shot him a questioning look that he ignored as he met the stare of several of the lords and ladies. "What I have seen today is childish bickering, juvenile insults being thrown around, and downright pathetic behavior from people who are supposed to be learned. Honestly, I've seen more maturity from first years," he scolded irritably. "And no, Lord Not, I don't believe Dumbledore should be minister. He already has enough responsibility to manage, and it is not a position he wants. He has turned it down 5 times over the years. Why would he change his mind now?" Unhappy murmurs could be heard throughout the room from the words he had given. He, however, proceeded with what little tact he had. "Nor do I believe that you should be given the position because your great-great-grandfather was once minister," he said to a scowling Not. "If your only contribution to the argument is that, you have no grounds to be elected. I don't care how great of a man he was. What have you done personally that qualifies you for the job? I am a lord of a very old house, boy. And I will soon be lord of 2 houses older than your own. I also killed Greyback, killed Voldemort, and am working towards 2 masteries. Does that mean I am more qualified than you? No, it does not, and being a lord of an old family should not be something even considered. You have achieved nothing, have sat on your arse for your whole life and lived in the shadow of better men than you. I do not doubt that Cantankerous Knot was an excellent minister. I have seen his record, but you are not him. Knot's eyes were all but bulging in fury, but he said nothing, and Harry turned away from him. If you want my honest opinion, there are so few of you here that deserve the position. It is almost laughable. Madame Bones would be a good option, but it is not something she should or would accept. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a job she has done very well at despite the obstacles she has had to overcome. Amelia Bones offered him a rare smile and bow of gratitude. Lord Boot would also be a good choice, but he is very business-minded and is in charge of no less than 12 companies that would not function as they do without him. The man conceded the point with a nod. From what I have seen today and learned from reading voting records, there is only one person here that should be considered for the role. Time and time again, he has proven his integrity, has voted for and against bills based on his own beliefs. His voting record is so remarkable that it was hard to miss, and he himself has put forward bills that would have prevented what happened with Minister Fudge. The man I am referring to is Lord Greengrass. Me, the man questioned disbelievingly as he stood. Harry nodded. Over the years, you have remained neutral, your votes. Correct me if I am wrong, uninfluenced by your peers, and based on what you believe would be best for Wizarding Britain as a whole. Lord Greengrass nodded emphatically. My father taught me that being true to yourself is more important than seeking influence. On his deathbed, he told me of his own regrets for being swayed with gold and the promise of status. It is something that stuck with me. I can see that, Harry replied as he turned to address the room once more, and so would everyone else if they too were to peruse your record. You will never agree on someone from the opposite block to yourselves, so why not someone who comes from neither? You all claim to want someone strong, someone with integrity, and someone that will be fair and impartial. Lord Greengrass is that man. He retook his seat and listened to the mumbling as those who would try, attempted to find something to discredit the man with. It was Lord Ogden that stood first, his muttered conversation with his peers being concluded before the opposing bloc. Mr. Potter has raised some excellent points, and I fear that we have been remiss in our duties for not recognizing them before he so rightly brought them to our attention, he began. We find ourselves in agreement with him. Lord Greengrass, though one that seldom makes his point known, has always proven himself as described. We would support his appointment. His declaration was met with calls of agreement from his allies, Lord Boot and Amelia Bones included. We have our misgivings, Lord Selwyn responded, but Lord Greengrass has not been outwardly averse to our beliefs. He has always listened to us and made up his own mind. We too will agree to an interim position. Subject to the outcome of Minister Fudge's current situation, we would call for a review at a later date to ascertain his suitability for the longer term. Then we shall vote on the motion, Dumbledore announced. Those in favor of Lord Greengrass's appointment. All but a handful of wands were held aloft, some more reluctantly than others. And those against. Only a few could be seen, and Dumbledore's gavel was struck against the podium. Then, based on the vote of your peers, Lord Greengrass, you have been elected as our interim minister, subject to the outcome of the investigation of Cornelius Fudge when a review will be held, he finished, his eyes on Lord Selwyn and his own allies who nodded their agreement. Harry joined in with the round of applause that was given, the shocked lord having been unexpectedly elevated to the highest office in the land, unable to do much, but nod and mumble his thanks to those offering him congratulations. As soon as the meeting was finally brought to an end, Harry offered the man a nod of his own and left. With Fudge finally out of office, he hoped that Greengrass would pay attention to what was going on around them and prove himself a better man than his predecessor. It was all he could do, as he would go about his own work as he had been. For only the second time, Harry found himself seated in the office of the Minister of Magic, the circumstances much different this time. It had been only a week since Lord Greengrass had been elevated to his position, and already he had sought an audience with the teen. Leaning against the unlit fireplace was Amelia Bones, her visage as stern as ever though her posture was more relaxed than he had seen. "Can I get you a drink, Mr. Potter?" Greengrass offered. "No, thank you, Minister," Harry replied politely. The man nodded. "Down to business, then," he sighed as he took a seat behind his desk. It was evident that he had not yet become accustomed to his role. He seemed uncomfortable in the chair, adjusting himself before resting his elbows on the table. "I want to start by thanking you. I never had any ambition of becoming minister and was simply happy to serve where I could. Being given this opportunity will be a boon to my family's status, but it also means that I can do so much more for the people. For all intents and purposes, I am one of them. My family, although an old one, is not one of great wealth or influence. I own a small business that sees us well enough, that is all," he explained. "And that is another reason you should be minister," Harry returned. "You understand the difficulty of merely living in Wizarding Britain, have likely struggled and overcome adversity. I will think you'll find, minister, that those that do not seek power are most suited for it." "That remains to be seen," Greengrass chuckled. "I will do my best, and I only wanted to extend my gratitude to you personally. Without you support, I would not even have been considered." "I only pointed out your merit. I do not for 1 second believe I have that much influence. Even fools have their moments of wisdom, and there was nothing for them to disagree with." "That could be true," Greengrass replied thoughtfully before shaking his head. "Anyway, we are here now, and I have the not-so-enviable task of dealing with Fudge's failings, starting with what on earth is going on out there," he finished, pointing out the window of his office. "That depends on if you want the truth or wish to bury your head in the sand," Harry replied. "I would have the truth of it," Greengrass answered immediately. "I am no fool. I have seen the world around us change this past year, and having spoken to Madame Bones extensively, I believe there is something afoot." "He is back," Harry informed him. "At the end of the third task last year, he was resurrected. We fought, and I barely escaped with my life. Since then, he has been working towards building an army, and I have been doing all I can to prevent it." Greengrass released a deep breath as he nodded. "As much as I do not wish to believe it, I will not doubt either you or Madame Bones," he muttered. "Well, as you have been the only person working against him as far as I am aware, what can you tell me? Are we in danger?" "We are always in danger when it comes to him," Harry answered gravely. "He is unpredictable and could strike at any moment, but we may have time to prepare. He will not do anything until I am dead. Call me egotistical if you will, but he needs to kill me before he will announce his return." "And what have you done so far to prevent it?" "I killed Greyback, and now he has a pack of werewolves at odds. I have eliminated Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy, his 2 most dangerous supporters. The former wasn't dead, but they did not need to know that." "You killed Lucius," Amelia broke in. Harry nodded. "I received intelligence that his wife Narcissa, a member of the Black family, was being held prisoner and mistreated. As the future head of house, I acted accordingly and retrieved her. There was an altercation and Lucius was killed, along with Rabaston Lestrange and several other Death Eaters in the explosion. Narcissa is with her son in a family safe house." Amelia shook her head in disbelief, as Greengrass rubbed his eyes tiredly. "It will cause problems when word gets out," he mumbled. "No, it won't," Harry denied. "Draco has sworn an oath of loyalty to the Blacks and will denounce the Malfoy name when he comes of age. The Malfoy fortune will be handed over to the Potter family as compensation for what Lucius's master did to the former lord and his wife. The Malfoys are done. Their line has ended." Greengrass balked at the finality in his tone. "You're proving to be quite ruthless, Potter. I'm sure the former Lord Black would approve." "I am ruthless to those who are a threat to me and those I am charged with protecting, Minister," Harry bit back. "But we are digressing. What happened between me and the Malfoys is done, and if anyone wishes to take issue with it, then that's their prerogative. I will not apologize for it." "No, I don't expect you will," Greengrass snorted. "But you are right. We are not here to discuss what is done. I need to know what it is we are facing. I would like to avoid a drawn-out conflict if possible and protect the people from this threat. The threat is as it was during the last war. Voldemort is just as dangerous as he was, and he will kill indiscriminately. For now, he is biding his time, but the peace won't last. I have struck significant blows against him, but he won't give up." The minister nodded. "Madame Bones and I have discussed this, and she too has been doing all she can to mitigate the fallout. We are very fortunate that she has not been as idle as Fudge and has made progress in her own way. Would you care to fill him in, Amelia?" The woman pushed herself away from the fireplace and took a seat next to Harry. "You will remember during the first meeting, when Cornelius was questioned, by the man that reported the village near to his home was attacked by giants." Harry frowned. He did remember but had seen no sign of them at Malfoy Manor. "Well, I have had agents from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures searching for them," she explained. "I visited the village in question, and there was no doubt in my mind that giants were indeed responsible for the damage there. It has taken them weeks, but they have located the group. There are 12 that are slowly making their way north towards Hogsmeade. They will reach it in the next 7 days." "Why have you done nothing about them?" Harry asked. "Because I wanted to discuss it with you," Bones huffed irritably. "As much as I do not like it, you are at the center of everything that is happening. Can you think of any reason they would go to Hogsmeade?" It made little sense to him. Voldemort would not wish to lure him somewhere so public. He would be cautious and would only announce his return when Harry was dead. No, there was more to it than that. "A distraction," he mused aloud as the realization set in. "A distraction," Bones pressed. "I have it on good authority that he intends to have me taken to him. He would not do it somewhere so public as Hogsmeade. He wants the Auror force to be distracted whilst he does what he needs to." "Why would he need that?" Greengrass questioned. "Because he wants to bring me here to the Ministry." Both appeared to be confused by the declaration. "Not the smartest place to be if you don't wish to be discovered," Madame Bones commented. "No, but with the Aurors away and distracted, who will be here to stop him?" Harry questioned. "It's a calculated risk and one he would pull off if you didn't know about it." "Merlin, the thought of him being here does not sit well with me," Greengrass grumbled. "Well, it's going to happen, and that is something you cannot prevent," Harry replied candidly. "Then we should have people lie in wait, ready to stop him," Greengrass suggested. Harry shook his head. "It won't work. They would be discovered and killed. He will feel any trap you set a mile off. You should let him do what he wants to. It is the only way this could work." Greengrass looked towards Madame Bones, who shrugged. "What is it he wants? I will not have people put needlessly at risk," he sighed. "He wants me, and something kept in the Department of Mysteries. At the moment, he is uncertain and will not act without it. I imagine he will retrieve the item and then have me brought to him there." "What item?" Madame Bones asked suspiciously, not denying the existence of the supposedly secret department. "A prophecy," Harry answered honestly. "There is a prophecy down there that pertains to us. He knows a part of it, as do I." Madame Bones openly laughed, though coughed to prevent it further when she saw that Harry was not. "A prophecy. He will do all of this for a prophecy. Make no mistake, Madame Bones, Voldemort's understanding of magic goes beyond the norm. If he sees something in it, it is for a good reason. It would be foolish to dismiss it out of hand because you do not understand it." The woman fell silent, a frown marring her features. "You speak as though you know him," Greengrass interjected. "Because I do. I know him better than any and have spent most of my years in Hogwarts learning all I could about him. I learned at the end of my first year that he was not dead and have not stopped since doing all I could to prepare for the inevitable. It will come down to me and him, one way or the other." The minister gave him what he deemed a pitying look, but he chose to ignore it. He didn't need pity, nor did he want it. He had accepted his fate long ago. I have always wondered why he came for you that night when you were a baby, he sighed. The prophecy. A ghost of a smirk tugged at Harry's lips. Greengrass was a sharp man indeed. If you believe in such things, you would say it is destiny, he returned with a shrug. He will do all he can to kill me, as I will do the same to him. Neither one of us will rest until the other is dead. Perhaps there is something written in the stars, perhaps not. Maybe it is just that we both want each other gone so badly. Greengrass swallowed deeply before releasing a deep breath. Can you beat him? Madame Bones asked bluntly. If we do this, can you promise you will put an end to him? Harry snorted and shook his head. I can't promise I will win, but we will meet as equals at worst. I do have advantages he does not, but he has his owl's strengths. With Voldemort, nothing is certain, but I am your best option of finishing this before it truly gets started. Madame Bones muttered in disbelief under her breath. I do not like it, but you have not been wrong yet, Potter, and you clearly have a plan, so let's hear it, and we will see just what we can do to help you. Break. Sebastian looked on as, what he expected to be, the former Minister of Magic for Great Britain was brought into the chambers to face the judgment of the ICW. It did not look good for the man, and his pasty and sweaty visage spoke of the nervousness he felt. For the past days, he had been subjected to questioning on a multitude of issues that had been found within his administration. Some he was seemingly unaware of, which only demonstrated his negligence of his duty. He was a fool who should never have been elected, in over his head throughout his tenure, and he would now pay dearly for his transgressions against the people of Britain, unwitting or not. At first, he had been defiant, had believed himself above the reproach of the body, but even the minister of a country was accountable and would be held such by Sebastian de Lacquer and his peers. Perhaps he was not aware of this, or maybe the power he had obtained had gone to his head. Regardless, there was no excuse. He stood accused of endangering his people through neglect of necessary services, misappropriation of funds, and, though he did not know it yet, subjecting vulnerable citizens to torture through lack of appropriate vetting measures. Despite her protests of innocence and even threats of vengeance, Dolores Umbridge had confessed to her crimes via Veritaserum. She too would receive her due punishment today, and though they would unlikely sentence her to death, she would not live to experience freedom. In all wizarding cultures, the life and welfare of children was sacred, and she would learn that. It was not often that the ICW would be unanimously in agreement on something, but this was one of the few things that would untie them. Dolores Umbridge would be fortunate to last a month where she was going, wherever that was. Already, arguments had occurred as to who would have the pleasure of welcoming her. The representative of Russia was adamant she would go to the worst gulag he had, a place that Sebastian had heard the most terrible rumors about. Whether they were true or not, he couldn't be sure, but the Russians were not well known for their gentle prisons. If anything, they were known for the cruelty their inmates faced, a topic that had been discussed amongst them during various meetings over the years. When questioned, the man would coyly reply with, Our prisoners are there to be punished for deeds against our country. A punishment is not a punishment unless a lesson is learned, and yet. Sebastian had no desire to learn any more than that, but he would be hard-pressed to disagree with Umbridge being sent there. Her actions were unforgivable, and he could think of no better place for her. His thoughts were intruded upon by the temporary supreme mugwump addressing the man. Dumbledore had abdicated the position for the duration of the proceedings in favor of ensuring that fairness could not be called into question when their conclusion was reached. Mr. Fudge, over 4 days we have discussed your tenure as Minister of Magic for Great Britain due to numerous concerns regarding yourself, the Japanese representative stated. You have offered unsubstantiated explanations for your actions and what we deem to be unacceptable excuses. Before we come to a decision as a governing body, we would like to ask if you have anything you wish to say for yourself. We will then put forward the evidence gathered against you. You will be allowed to speak a final time, but know this. If we find that you have lied to or misled us in any way, we will be more inclined towards harsher measures. Do you understand? A pale Fudge nodded, his bowler hat twirling uncomfortably in his hands. You may speak, Mr. Fudge. the Supreme Mugwump informed him. I would rather hear the evidence against me first, the man stammered. Very well, the Supreme Mugwump conceded. Firstly, it is put to you that upon taking office, you reduced the numbers and budget of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Having examined the figures ourselves, we deem this to be negligence towards the safety of the citizens of magical Britain. An appropriate Auror force was not maintained, and as a result, crime levels increased whilst the percentage of convictions fell significantly. I did what I thought was best for the people, Fudge returned heatedly. But you did not, the representative of Portugal broke in. The evidence proves that. The bobbing of his throat was visible, any rebuttal he may have been conceiving dying on his tongue. Moving on from that, the Supreme Mugwump announced, is the charge of misappropriation of funds, this and the former charge we suspect being connected. I have already explained. Not to our satisfaction, Sebastian broke in irritably, tired of the man's feeble excuses. Almost Alf, 1,000,000 galleons being unaccounted for is not a sum to take lightly. We Ave investigated this very thoroughly, and Ave discovered some troubling things. Indeed, the Supreme Mugwump continued, producing a wreath of parchment from beneath his podium. We have accounted for the missing funds, and do you know what we found? Fudge shook his head nervously. The gold was given as donations to various charitable trusts. A very generous gesture on your part, Mr. Fudge, though we found some discrepancies, so to speak. Discrepancies. The Supreme Mugwump leaned forward, seemingly to get a closer look at the British minister. These charitable trusts were set up by the same man, one Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. A coincidence? Possibly, but we have received confirmation from Gringotts that the funds paid into these accounts were transferred into Mr. Malfoy's personal vault. And no, Lucius wouldn't. So, you admit you paid the gold to him? Yes, but for his charitable ventures. Do not lie to us, to the Russian representative seethed. You knowingly gave the galleons to the man, aware that it would end up in his personal coffers. No minister would be so generous, not without something to gain for themselves. What did you gain, Mr. Fudge? Was it influence, or perhaps you were paying for favors to retain your position? It is no secret that you are unpopular, and your approval rate has been sliding over the years. Was it bribery? No, I did not bribe anyone. No, not consciously, the Italian representative jumped in. You lack both the wit and cunning to do so. It is more likely that you are a pawn, a fool who is easily led astray. Tell me, what did Mr. Malfoy ask of you over the years you were associated with him? What ideas did he feed into your stupid head? Did he suggest reducing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Fudge shook his head the same way a horse would that was being bothered by flies, overwhelmed by the questioning. He may have suggested it, he conceded. So, you were a puppet, an unwilling participant in a much larger scheme. Fudge frowned. Larger scheme. The current issues your country is facing, the Italian answered. The werewolves, the giants, and rumors of the return of your most recent Dark Lord. Lies, Fudge roared. He is not back. Perhaps he is not, the Italian conceded calmly. That is not our concern. But the danger your people have been put in due to your negligence is. There is no doubt in my mind that you are responsible for this, even if you were not a willing participant. There is much to be said for fools, and you are one of the biggest I have met. It is clear to me that you do not care for your people. The appointment of your former senior undersecretary as a professor will attest to that. The other representatives murmured their own displeasure. Dolors, what does she have to do with this? Dolors is also in our custody, Dumbledore explained. She was found to be administering illegal punishments to the students, 3 of whom were subjected to extensive use of a blood quill. She was given the position at your insistence and the approval of the school governors who have all admitted to being coerced by Lucius. Unfortunately for you, Lucius is dead, so it will be you alone that will receive the punishment for your part in the affair. I didn't know, Fudge protested weakly. Yet, you did insist upon her appointment without the correct checks being carried out, Dumbledore returned angrily. Never in all my years as a professor nor headmaster have I had such an incident. It shames me that I did not become aware of it sooner. Not that the minister would have done anything about it, Sebastian defended. Time and time again, Madame Umbridge was proven to be unfit for her position, and Mr. Fudge defended her at every turn. I would not have allowed the children to be treated in such a way. But it happened, Cornelius, and it took place under your watch along with my own, Dumbledore replied. Fudge could only stare at Dumbledore, his mouth agape. With the charges against you brought forward and the evidence produced, do you have anything else to say for yourself? The Supreme Mugwump questioned. Fudge hung his head and shook it. None of what I did was intentional. I did what I thought was best for the people. After the war was concluded, I felt that the funds taken would be better used elsewhere. I will not be labeled a cruel man when I am not, but I admit I was perhaps remiss in my duties by not remedying the changes I made, he conceded. When it comes to dolors, I can only apologize for my part in having her placed at the school. I would never sit idly by when any child was harmed. That is the only defense I have to offer, and I hope that you can see the truth of my words. I am a negligent fool, but not an evil one, and will accept what punishment you deem worthy. Very well, we will take a brief recess to discuss your future, Mr. Fudge, the Supreme Mugwump announced. Fudge nodded as he was escorted from the room, his posture holding none of the bravado he had first entered with when the proceeding had begun a few days prior. The deliberation was not a heated discussion, most in agreement with what Dumbledore himself suggested as a suitable punishment with only a few addendums. When they were done, the guard was instructed to bring Fudge in once more. As the minister stood there, it was easy to see that he was little more than a bumbling fool who had believed himself beyond the reach of any, that he could do as he pleased and face no repercussions. Now, he would learn the truth of his folly. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, having deliberated amongst us, you have been found guilty of misappropriation of ministry funds and negligence in your duty to the people of Wizarding Britain. The charges of neglect towards vulnerable members of Wizarding Britain have been dismissed. We do not believe that you maliciously allowed or were aware of Madame Umbridge's actions. However, you must be held accountable for your own. Fudge nodded, evidently relieved that the latter charges had been dropped. You are hereby stripped of your position as Minister of Magic, the Supreme Mugwump announced. Furthermore, you are sentenced to 5 years in prison where you will be held in Kenya as agreed by us. You are very fortunate that we are not holding you responsible for paying the missing funds back. They will be collected from the Malfoy vaults and returned to the British Ministry. Consider yourself lucky that we believe you only to be a fool and little more. Fudge deflated as he was led silently from the room to be transported directly to his new home for the coming years. Bring in Madame Umbridge, the Supreme Mugwump instructed as he finished scratching away with his quill, finalizing the given sentence. Sebastian's jaw clenched as the squat woman was presented to them, her fate undoubtedly less pleasant than that of her former employers. Break. It was early evening at the DeLacker home when Harry found himself walking the grounds with Fleur, his meeting with the newly appointed minister and Madame Bones having been concluded some hours prior. An agreement had been reached between the trio, though not one favored the ministry representatives. There was a risk to it, but Harry could think of no better opportunity to put an end to the man that had plagued him for so long. It would be a somewhat poetic ending regardless of who emerged the victor, almost as though fate itself had penned it. You know that I will never like it, awry, but I understand, Fleur said in just above a whisper. He nodded. She was not happy, but she had accepted what he intended to do. I suppose we can only hope that fate would see me come out of this on the other side. Fleur frowned as she shook her head. I will not rest my hopes on fate. Awry. I ave faith in you because I ave to believe that you are better than I am. I do believe you are better than I am. He smiled and pulled her into his arms. Then I will have to be. She nodded against his chest. I never thought that the tournament would change my life so much, she sighed. I only wanted to go for the chance to compete, to give myself opportunities I would not get without it. I suppose fate works in strange ways, Non. It does, he agreed, his own thoughts turning to how his life had changed over the past year. We are very different people now. You were so stiff it was like you had a wand shoved up your bum. Fleur narrowed her eyes at him. You are one to talk, she snorted. You were a grumpy, surly boy. Oi, I think you'll find that I am just as grumpy and surly as I always was. She giggled as she shook her head. Non, awry, you are not, she denied, extracting herself from his embrace and taking his hands in her own. You are the sweetest and kindest person I ave ever met, even if you do not want anyone else to see it. I ave seen it. Awry, and that is one of the reasons I fell in love with you. The only difference is that you don't always look sad anymore. I like to think I played a part in that. I looked sad, he questioned, a light frown marring his features. She nodded and released a deep breath. It was hard to miss. Everyone commented on it, she explained. You always looked as though you were carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. It turns out that you are, but you are a peer now, aren't you? He took a moment to ponder just how much his life had changed since the beginning of his 4th year of Hogwarts. He had been entered in a tournament that could have killed him. Voldemort had returned and killed Tom. He had been put on trial for a crime he had not committed, and he'd had to endure Umbridge. Such thoughts did not paint a picture of contentment, so he turned to the others, the ones that he held dear. He had met Fleur and the rest of her family. He had finished his owls and newts, had forged a better relationship with his godfather, and even got the closure he needed by visiting his parents' graves. He had come into his own, had found things worth fighting for, and people he cared for that cared for him too. He nodded thoughtfully, warmed by those changes, especially the one stood before him waiting for him to speak. Maybe I didn't have reasons to be happy before, he conceded, and I suppose you may have something to do with it, he added with a grin. Fleur raised an eyebrow at him. Just something awry. It all started with you, he admitted. You were a pain in the arse at times, but it was never going to be so easy for us. Maybe when he's dead that can change. It already, Fleur mumbled as she pressed her lips against his. They were interrupted by a loud clearing of the throat, and the two of them broke apart to be greeted by a smirking Sebastian. I do hope that you are not manhandling poor. Awry, my little flower, he chuckled. Papa, Fleur returned, aghast by the insinuation. Sebastian continued laughing as he held his hands up. I was joking, he placated. I just thought that you would like to see what append to Madame Umbridge today. They both nodded and followed Sebastian when he gestured for them to do so. What about Fudge? Harry asked as they made their way towards the house. Sebastian shook his head. The man was an idiot, awry, a clueless one, and he will pay the price for it. He has gone to prison for 5 years for his foolishness. Madame Umbridge, on the other, and did not get such a lenient sentence, as you will see. He led to his personal study, where he retrieved the pensive before removing the memory with the tip of his wand against his temple. When it was in the bowl, he nodded for them to enter. The room they found themselves in was reminiscent of the chambers used for the Wisengamot meetings. There was a podium in the center of the stands where the representatives of each country would sit, their places symbolized by a small flag of where they were from. They arrived just in time to see a dejected Cornelius Fudge being escorted out of the room, and Harry shot him a glare, though the man was unaware and could not see it. Bring in Madame Umbridge. It was odd how the loathing the men and women of the ICW felt towards her radiated throughout the room. The atmosphere became suddenly tense, and their stares bored into her, each of them wishing her ill. Umbridge herself was pale, her eyes hollow, likely from the lack of sleep she had experienced. It did not appear as though she had been treated well during her time here, and it was evident that she was close to breaking point. Perhaps this is what the representatives wanted, to see her true nature and not the false sweetness she displayed in front of her betters and superiors. Madame Umbridge, you stand accused of the following charges: inflicting harm upon vulnerable citizens of Wizarding Britain, possessing illegal magical implements, and using said items to torture your victims, an Asian man behind the podium explained. Do you have any further defense to offer? Umbridge looked towards the man, her eyes narrowed in unfettered fury. I have done nothing wrong. Looks and words of disgust and outrage met her defiance, and the man seemingly leading the proceedings crashed his gavel against the top of the podium. Having reviewed and discussed the charges brought against you, we find you guilty of each. You will be held under the responsibility of the representative of Russia, your wand will be snapped, and the duration spent is life. You will never live another day of freedom. You acted deplorably, with intent and without remorse. Any wealth you possess will be divided amongst your 3 victims as compensation. Get her out of my sight. Umbridge had seemingly been shocked into silence, though as she was frog-marched from the room by the guards, she unleashed an almighty screech. This is not the end of this. I am DOLORES Jane UMBRIDG, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of M. She fell silent as one of the guards struck a heavy blow at the nape of her neck, both failing to catch her before her face smashed into the stone floor. It was as her limp form was dragged away that they were pulled from the pensive, and both wore matching grins of triumph. She got exactly what she deserved, Fleur declared. Harry nodded his agreement, though he wished he could have taken some personal vengeance against her. However, he was content that she could no longer harm anyone or would never have to endure her presence again. What remains of life will not be pleasant, Sebastian assured them. The ICW does not take kindly to what she has done, and she will be horribly punished. I do not expect she will last the year. No less than she deserves, Harry replied callously. Non, it is not, Sebastian concurred as Fleur nodded her head also. Break. The weight was not something he was familiar with. During the last war, it was the guerrilla tactics of the Death Eaters he'd had to contend with, sudden and random bursts of violence that he and the Order had reacted to. They'd had to be ready at a second's notice, everything done in the heat of the moment. Even when he had confronted Gellert, it was not something he had pondered much. That, too, had been a sudden and somewhat impromptu altercation. This, however, was different, the tension not something he found himself relishing. Harry had explained his plan to him, a sound one and likely their best chance to deal with Tom and his followers in one fell swoop, but not one without risks. Harry would be in great danger until the right moment arrived, and it was down to the headmaster to ensure the needed action was taken swiftly. Much counted on that. He sighed as he stepped away from his pensive. Throughout the past weeks, he had worked with the boy, given him some tips on how Voldemort could be combated. It was not much, though he suspected Harry didn't truly need his help. He gave it nonetheless, his own efforts offering him a semblance of comfort that he had not been remiss in imparting any wisdom that could prove to be useful. Harry had been grateful, his eyes alight with joy at learning spells that the older man had shared with none. Some were merely obscure ones that had been lost to time, others of his own creation. His musings were interrupted as the door to his office swung open, and a very pale and nervous Severus entered. It's time, he announced. The Dark Lord's plan will begin with the hour. Dumbledore nodded as he fired off a Patronus and popped a sherbet lemon into his mouth, a gesture to busy himself with rather than his enjoyment of the bittersweet confection. Then we should ready ourselves, my boy. Are you ready for what needs to be done? Severus offered only a single nod as the headmaster took a seat behind his desk and stroked the plumage of his familiar. The wait would soon be over, and for that, the old man was grateful. Break. If the worst does happen, I'd like to think that you will visit her to make sure she is okay, he whispered as he ran his hand over the scales of her nose. Serana had not taken the news well that he was going to be confronting a dangerous enemy. She had all but begged and pleaded him not to do it. In her mind, there was no need to endanger himself. Though 1,000 years old, she was still a base creature that thought only of food, mating, and protecting her nest. She could not comprehend the thought of him leaving the nest to seek a fight. He had not expected such emotion from her, not the amount of concern she showed. She had worked herself up so much that she had fallen asleep as he comforted her, a final, pleading hiss being her final offering before she began slumbering. You do not even ave to ask, Fleur replied, the hand that was not gripping his own tracing circles around one of Serana's nostrils. He nodded gratefully as his gaze swept across the expanse of his land. Even with what was coming, he felt at peace here. This was his escape from the world, a place where only one person could find him. Here, he could be alone and forget the outside world. He hoped to see it again, when all was said and done. You will not die, Uri. The world is not finished with you yet. He snorted amusedly. No, I don't think it is, he mused aloud. I like to think that I have not endured all I have for it all to end before it has begun. Life is cruel, but even that must have its limits. Fleur nodded. There is that, and that you ave something to fight for. You ave me and everybody else that cares for you, but you also ave Tom. When you win, he will ave the peace you want for I am. So will I, he returned, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Besides, I have all those bedrooms to fill up. I can't go anywhere until that is done. She swatted at his shoulder playfully, shaking her head as she giggled. You need to be serious, Uri, she chided. I am, he replied. I will not allow my family name to come to an end because of him. He has already taken too much from me, and I will not allow him to take any more. Are you not scared? He swallowed deeply as he nodded. I have never been more terrified of anything in my life, he admitted. I'm not scared of him, but what would happen if I don't win? I have been working towards this since I was 7. Everything I have done has led to this. There have been some unexpected surprises on the way, but I have remained diligent. Even with Tom gone and you here, nothing has changed other than I have something more real to fight for. As much as I cared for and miss him, I could never have had a normal life with him. He said as much himself. I lost him but got you. You did, she said with a smile. A flower for the soul, he muttered. She offered him a questioning look, and he shrugged. It's the way I think of it. It helps, I suppose, he replied, a light frown creasing his brow. I lost him, someone I thought I could not be without, but I got you, someone I need more than him. He taught me all he could, all I needed to know, and he moved on. Without him, maybe I would have lost myself if you weren't there. You've kept me grounded when I needed it most and given me something to fight for. That's the difference between me and him. He has nothing other than his ego and foolish ambition. I have dreams that I want to make come true, people I want to protect, and more to live for. That's why I will win. Fleur nodded as she leaned her head on his shoulder. That doesn't stop me being scared, Uri. Me either, but it counts for something. It does, she sighed. They sat that way for some time, simply enjoying the peace before it would inevitably be disturbed. It came only a few moments later in the form of a phoenix patroness. Harry stiffened at its arrival, and it spoke in the voice of the headmaster. It is time, Harry. Such a trivial sentence brought the reality of what was about to happen crashing down. The peace all but shattered as he stood with Fleur clinging tightly to his arm. You know what to do, he said. She nodded and placed a searing kiss on his lips, her eyes full of the words she could not bring herself to speak, as she broke away and vanished via the portkey he had prepared for the occasion. When he was alone, he took everything around him in a final time before he too activated his own portkey and arrived at the gates of Hogwarts, the distant sounds of the attack on the village having already begun. He ignored them, knowing that the situation was well in hand. With little time to spare, he rushed towards the headmaster's office, his path unhindered at the late hour, and he arrived only a few moments later, where he was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore and an uncharacteristically nervous Severus Snape. I must ask, Harry, before we proceed, are you sure this is the path you wish to take? I cannot help but feel the risk is too great, the headmaster said worriedly. Harry nodded as he turned his attention to Snape. This is the only way it will work. If all else fails, you will need to maintain your position with him, so let's get on with it. Severus nodded reluctantly as he held out a hand in which Harry placed his holly wand. With a flick of his own, the teen found himself bound tightly by the wrists behind his back. Not so tight that he wouldn't be able to act when needed, but tight enough to be convincing. Seeing the potion's master hesitate, he sighed. Bloody hell, come on, Snape, he urged. Just think of how much you despised my father and do it. Snape shook his head. I see, can't, it's the eyes, he mumbled. Harry released a deep breath of frustration as he closed them. Come on, just hit me, Snivellus. He didn't want to be punched, not truly, but it needed to look authentic. If Voldemort suspected foul play, all his efforts would be for nothing. He needed to feel in control. His head rung as the first blow landed on his jaw, and Snape gripped the front of his robes to prevent him from falling as another 3 punches followed. As the hold was released, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor, nodding satisfactorily. I'm fine, he assured them. He had taken worse beatings from Vernon and had no help after. This time, however, he need not suffer the bruising, swelling, and bleeding for long. When he was ready, it would be gone. Now take me to him. Snape complied. With a wave of his wand, his mask was in place, and the two of them were pulled from the headmaster's office to where the burdens Harry carried would either be lifted or crush him under its overwhelming weight. Break. Keep pushing them back, Amelia shouted as she set fire to a tree one of the giants was attempting to uproot. It unleashed a guttural roar of pain and fury, as its skin was horribly burned by the flames. The dozen behemoths would break through eventually, but they needed to be held off as long as possible with minimal casualties to her team, of course. If she had her way, she would simply allow them to pass and fall into the trap, but Potter needed time, and it was her job to ensure he had it. Although few Death Eaters had accompanied the Giants and Dementors to Hogsmeade, there was enough here to make the difference should she act too soon. No, they needed to be kept occupied, and the Dark Lord needed to be under the illusion his victory was all but assured. Feeling another wave of cold wash over her, she prepared herself to rebuff the Dementors once more, those she had chosen for this task having been kept close by, their collective effort proving too difficult for the foul creatures to overcome thus far. The Aurors would not be able to fend them off this way, indefinitely, but it was all they could do to keep them out of the fray and cause mass chaos amongst her ranks who were defending themselves from the Death Eaters and marauding giants. Pieteronusias, she called. The men and women around her readied themselves, waiting for when the cloaked figures descended upon them from all sides. Now, just over 20 ethereal creatures burst forth and sent them scattering with the sounds of shrieking, signifying their success. The Aurors cheered as the cloaked figures fled, but Amelia remained stony-faced knowing that they would only return when they had regrouped. Until then, she had much to occupy her time, and she turned her attention to the giant with the burnt hands and conjured a large chain before banishing it towards the beast's ankles. Though it was strong, it did not hold and broke as he took a step forward, causing Amelia to frown. She hated fighting giants. They were notoriously difficult to bring down, resistant to magic and determined. She did not know what the Dark Lord had promised them, but it was enough to spur them to the incessant frenzy they were in. Still, she would much rather deal with giants than face him. She had seen what he was capable of in the previous war, and had no desire to find herself facing down the shaft of his wand. She only knew of 3 that had done so and lived. Dumbledore and Moody were exceptional wizards, the 2 of them having fought and survived the man, though the latter not escaping unscathed. Voldemort had taken his leg for his troubles, and Aleister had told them often of just how dangerous the man was. Potter, on the other hand, was like neither Dumbledore nor the veteran Auror. He was young, and she could not help but feel out of his depth, but she had to believe in him as he did himself. It would not do well to doubt him now, not when the inevitable was happening around her, and he was all that stood between them and what happened next. Break. You have done well, Severus, the Dark Lord praised as his crimson eyes burned into Harry's blackened ones. How are our allies faring in Hogsmeade? Well, my lord, Snape answered. The Aurors are there in force as expected, so you will not be disturbed. Their resistance is as pitiful as you believed it would be. The Dark Lord nodded as he grinned victoriously. Then leave us, he commanded. Potter and I have unfinished business to attend to. With a bow, the potion's master did so. The sound of his footsteps retreating the only thing breaking the tense silence within the large room Harry found himself in. He took it in, the towering shelves on either side of him, each lined with hundreds of glass orbs that glowed eerily in the darkened room. "You must have known it would one day come to this, Harry," Voldemort muttered almost apologetically. "I underestimated you. At every turn you have hindered me, but it could not last. It was inevitable that we would meet, where you could no longer fight me from the shadows, that we would be forced to face one another," he added, removing one of the orbs from its shelf. "It is written in the stars, after all." Harry said nothing as his tongue worked loose the false tooth that Snape had created for him. As unpleasant as the man was, he truly was an exquisite potioneer. The creation was a series of concentrated potions that would undo the damage the physical assault had done. A pain reliever, a blood replenisher, and a concoction that would reduce the bruising and swelling, all encapsulated in a makeshift dental implant. Most would deem such magic as foolish only because they do not understand it, nor do they possess the gift of it, Voldemort said thoughtfully. "I do not possess the gift, but I learnt many years ago not to dismiss what you do not understand. Not all magic is supposed to be understood, but it should not be ignored. It is folly to do so." Harry snorted derisively, and the Dark Lord scowled at him. "You doubt me, Harry," he stated. "No," Harry replied, shaking his head, "but it is more likely that your view on it is what has made everything come to pass. A prophecy is just a prophecy until someone decides to fulfill it. Perhaps many come to fruition without knowledge of them, but you only acted against me because you learned of it. Have you not considered that doing so is what compelled you to seek it out, had you ignored it? What are the chances that we would be here now?" Voldemort frowned and nodded after a moment. "You have a rather brilliant mind, Harry," he complimented, "but the words of Dumbledore mean nothing to me. The man is a fool who cannot see past his own morals." "Dumbledore has not spoken to me of the prophecy," Harry denied. "Those words are from someone much wiser than you, someone who learned from the errors he made, something you do not have in common." Voldemort smirked. "Oh, I learn from my errors, Harry, and that is how you find yourself in your current position. I would not be foolish enough to fall for your trickery again. That is why I have your wand and you are bound," he pointed out. "Now, enough of the ceremony, let us hear just what fate has in store for us. I respect you enough for us both to learn just why it is you cannot live anymore." He allowed the orb to fall from his grip, where it shattered on the hard floor. Both remained quiet as the ghostly figure emerged and began to speak the words of many years past. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Neither said anything for some time as they absorbed the entirety of the prophecy. Voldemort wore a look of confusion, his eyes flitting between Harry and the shards of glass that remained. He suddenly laughed and wiped away an imaginary tear. "You are very good, Harry, but you could never hope to be my equal." "No," Harry disagreed. "I became better than you, Riddle." The laughter stopped, and the man tutted after another moment of staring at him. "You have become cocky," he chided. "The folly of youth. I admit, you have been one step ahead of me at every turn thus far, but look where you find yourself now." It was Harry's turn to laugh, and he did so heartily. "I would say I have been at least 6 steps ahead of you. I only wish I could have been there when you learned your Horcruxes were gone, Riddle." The crimson eyes narrowed, as the Dark Lord attempted to maintain his composure. "Bellatrix will pay for betraying me." Harry shook his head. "You still don't get it, do you, Riddle?" Voldemort sighed. "Harry, if you must refer to me using the filthy name my pathetic mother gave me, have the courtesy of using the first one. We have been through too much together to not at least afford each other civility. It is Tom, Harry, but I am sure you already know that." Harry's jaw clenched as his own anger began to bubble. Hearing the name come from him infuriated him, but he swallowed down his rage. It was not quite time to act. Whatever was left of Tom within you died long ago, he returned. Voldemort frowned questioningly, confused by the outburst. Bellatrix didn't betray you, not really, Harry continued, unable to fight the grin that formed. You betrayed yourself, and it all began with that prophecy. I did what was needed to succeed, the Dark Lord spat. And by doing so, you made me what I am, Harry chuckled. The night you attacked my home, your curse reflected back onto you. How that happened, I don't understand, but I did not escape as unscathed as people believed. A piece of your broken soul was left behind, and it attached itself to me. It wasn't intentional, of course, but with your actions, you gave me all I needed to destroy you. How else could I have found out about your Horcruxes? Voldemort was confused, and Harry did not have the patience to wait for the realization to hit. I was 7 when you first spoke to me. I didn't know at the time it was you, but how was I to know that a man that called himself Tom was the very same one that killed my parents? He asked rhetorically, enjoying the look of shock that adorned his foe. He grew to care for me and did all he could to help destroy you. He learnt from the mistakes he made, the steps he had taken to become you, and wanted nothing more than for me to live. It's quite poetic, really, when you think about it. You are responsible for your own downfall. You lie, Voldemort accused. Why would I? I wish I could take all the credit for this, but you have yourself to thank for it. You marked me as your equal and gave me exactly what I needed, and all because of your own self-induced paranoia. I would never have been a threat to you, not until you made it so. The best part of you is gone, and all that remains is what I see before me. No, I was weak and was nothing until I became what I am, the Dark Lord shouted. You are a coward, and so was Tom, Harry returned. He became Voldemort because he was not brave enough to be himself. It was his biggest regret, but he made up for it. He shaped me into something better than you could hope to be, taught me everything I needed to know about you. I know you better than you know yourself, and that is why we are here, because I decided now was the time. You're still a coward. I am not a coward. You're afraid of me, Harry countered. If you weren't, you would have come alone and not have need of the Death Eaters you brought along. I can feel them around us, waiting to rescue you if you need it. You truly are predictable. I do not fear you, Potter. Then you are more foolish than even Tom believed. Before Voldemort could respond, he had bitten down on the loosened tooth and slid the Elder Wand into his hand. He activated the wards he had placed around the Ministry building, distracting his enemy. We have been discovred, Geo, the Dark Lord instructed. Harry had not been idle. He had undone his bindings, and as Voldemort turned his attention back to him, it was to the sight of the shelves either side collapsing between them, the sound of breaking glass, splintering wood, and a scream of anger blurring together in the aftermath. The respite he received was little more than a few seconds as the debris were swept aside carelessly, and he once more found himself face to face with an irate Dark Lord. No further words were exchanged between them, and a trio of spells were sent his way, though easily sidestepped with only one needing to be redirected. He is dangerous, Harry, never doubt that, but less so when he is angry. He will become erratic when he loses his composure. Use it against him, the words of his mentor played over in his mind. Harry offered Voldemort a smug grin as he backed away, knowing he would be unable to resist following. Voldemort did as expected and fired off another string of curses, with none finding the mark. Harry simply batted the offerings aside before returning the favor with a rupturing curse, a blinding hex, and a rather unpleasant tongue-shredding hex he had found in the Black family grimoire. His spells, too, were intercepted, though he had accounted for this. As Voldemort swung his own wand down in a deliberate arc, he turned his head as an enormous wave, created from the floor, descended on him, and he abandoned his spell to deal with the new threat. He had reacted too slowly, and it washed over him before dragging him backwards as it receded, with the man giving a shout of surprise. His impromptu journey would not last long, and as Harry made it to the exit, the sound of exploding stone could be heard, signifying the Dark Lord's escape. Harry made his own, barely. He slammed the door on the half-dozen spells that had been sent his way and found himself facing the most uncertain part of his undertaking. He did not know the Department of Mysteries and needed to navigate his way out. Thankfully, the room he was in that contained an assortment of magical oddities only had one other door, and he shot past what appeared to be a brain in a large jar as he pushed himself through to the next room, with Voldemort only a short distance behind him. Another spell courtesy of the man passed by his ear, closely enough that it got his attention, and he turned, the room he now found himself in appearing to be a large chamber. A loud bang sounded behind him, but he ignored it in favor of facing the pale, cloaked figure approaching him. "My lord, they are coming," a voice shouted from above. Harry took the opportunity to circle away, so that none could attack him from behind. "Hold the door, you fools," Voldemort seethed, not deigning his followers with even a glance, his gaze fixed on Harry, who sprang into action as did his foe. The duo exchanged spell after spell, dodging, shielding, and directing the magic of the other away when necessary, neither gaining the upper hand. Voldemort's anger had yet to abate, and Harry needed to weather the first onslaught. He managed to do so with considerable effort on his part. Another bang sounded, followed by a shriek as one of the Death Eaters was propelled away from the door, the snapping of his bones echoing throughout the room as he tumbled down the length of the stone steps. Despite this, the door held firm, and Voldemort turned his attention back to Harry and released a deep breath. "Your form is impeccable," he conceded, "and your spell work is enviable, but you are not me, Harry. You will never be ready for what I am capable of." When he realizes his anger is hindering him, he will calm himself and will become more methodical. This is merely the calm before the storm. Here, he is much more dangerous, and you must be as creative with your magic as him. Do not worry, Harry, you will be ready when the time comes. The words Tom spoke to his 13-year-old self, calming him somewhat. Deciding that he did not want to find himself on the back foot, he fired a blasting curse towards the stone ceiling above, the resulting explosion causing chunks of rock to begin raining down around them. Both swept their wands across their bodies at the same time, drawing some of the leavings towards them. In unison, they banished them towards each other, with Harry transfiguring his into crude knives and Voldemort his own into axes. The hewn weapons collided in midair, some cracking and others being reduced to dust from the impact. With a flick of his wand, the powdered residue was transfigured into two hardened hands that lunged towards a surprised Voldemort, who erected a shield, which the hands dissipated against before they could reach him. With a flaring of his serpentine nostrils, he conjured a ball of blue flame in his hand and hurled it towards the teen. Harry ducked and sent his own stream of fire towards the Dark Lord, only to roll to his side as he felt the heat of the returning magic close in. The blue, fiery snake that had formed missed him by only an inch, but immediately spun to strike at him once more as the Dark Lord laughed jubilantly. With a growl, Harry whipped his wand upwards and sent his assailant spinning towards his foe, who halted the magic with a golden shield. With only a second to respond, the younger combatant conjured his own, molten beast which set upon its blue counterpart, allowing Harry to continue with his efforts. Twirling his wand, he manipulated the floor around Voldemort's feet, and it began to sink, pulling the Dark Lord with it. The spell, however, was stilled, and the man scrambled away from the abyss, having to duck and block a trio of spells that Harry sent his way. Buying himself some time, Voldemort sent a rebuttal, and his spell smashed against the edge of the hole. A large crack began to splinter the floor, a sizable crevice opening between the creation and the boy. The Dark Lord found himself frustrated as his effort was for naught, and he sent another spell, this one sinking into the hole as Potter dived to avoid being swallowed, only for a triumphant grin to form as a purple fire erupted from within, sending the boy rolling further across the floor. The grin morphed into a hard line as he realized his fire had failed to even singe his enemy. Potter had shot immediately to his feet and turned his attention to the fire. The Dark Lord looked on curiously as his flames were torn away and sent towards the back of his Death Eaters, who were doing their utmost to stop whoever was attempting to breach the door from doing so. No. He breathed a sigh of relief as one of his followers sensed the incoming danger and erected a strong shield, Antonin, undoubtedly. Only he was strong enough and had the know-how to counter the spell. Nonetheless, the force of the magic sent his followers sprawling, and in the split second his focus had been lost, Potter had acted. He too found himself sliding across the stone floor, the rough surface opening several cuts across his back, arms, and legs, the spell he had been hit with leaving his chest horribly burned. It was the best the boy could do with the given time, and he had taken full advantage of it. The smell of his own seared flesh and the smirk the boy wore sent him over the edge, and he pushed himself to his feet, his wand moving in a blur with little more in mind than destroying Potter. Harry again found himself on the defensive, his wand movements efficient and dodging purposeful. When you manage to hit him with a spell, he will become furious beyond reason, his mind warped by all the rituals, horcruxes, and dark magic he has used taking over. He is at his most dangerous here, but also his most vulnerable. You must fight back, Harry. He will do all he can to overwhelm you, and you must not let him. If he seizes an advantage, I can see no way that you can come back from it. It will be like nothing you have ever seen before, and it is then you must truly match him. Use everything I have taught you. Reap the benefits of your own rituals, and you will defeat him. It was not often he did so, but he allowed his magic to flow freely throughout him. The runes he had carved into his flesh over the past years began to glow ominously, everything around him seemingly moving slower. He dodged a killing curse, 2 cutting curses, and an organ-liquefying curse, the first passing by his shoulder as he dived between the following 3. Landing on his feet, he struck out with his own, the 4 spells that left his wand leaving the Dark Lord in no doubt that he had finally met his match. His crimson eyes widened as they crashed against his hastily erected shield, each offering sending him back a foot or so from the sheer force behind him. None had ever been able to withstand him so long, not until now. Harry merely continued with his onslaught, determined that the time for Voldemort to die was finally upon him. Break. She was the first through the door when it was forced open, shoving the members of the Order aside just so she could get a glimpse of Harry. He was there, squaring off with Voldemort in the center of the room, the devastation wrought between them a sight to behold. A short distance away, 2 fiery, enormous serpents were in the throes of a fight of their own, but her eyes were transfixed on the battle between the wizards, her head shaking as both cast with impossible speed, the magic they were throwing around deadly to any who dared get too close. "Come on, girl, now isn't the time," a voice growled as he barged past her and engaged a masked figure that had scrambled to their feet. She felt herself pulled to the side, a spell crashing into the floor where she had been standing. "You need to pay attention, Fleur," her father urged. "Do not worry, Arai can handle himself." Nodding to herself, she replayed the plan Harry had concocted and sent off her patroness. When she was satisfied it was gone, she turned her attention to the task at hand and felled a cloaked figure attempting to curse a pink-haired woman from behind. He collapsed to the ground with a scream, her charm rupturing both of his kidneys. He would die if he did not get the help he needed, but it would be a slow death, the fighting here likely concluded by then. "Nice one, Frenchie," Sirius praised from nearby as he blocked a spell aimed towards him. "Let's have a few more of them and they'll be buggered." The man was having too much fun in her opinion. Perhaps the madness that was said to plague his family was unavoidable after all. The werewolf that stood by his side shook his head, seemingly much more focused than his childhood friend. Though they were doing well, she could not help but notice that there were more Death Eaters here than they had expected. Harry had guessed Voldemort would only bring a handful, his most trusted allies. He had brought closer to a few dozen, outnumbering them by quite the margin. As such, she soon found herself fending off an attack from 2 figures in robes, one much taller than her and the other shorter. The 2 worked well in tandem, but their wand work was sloppy, the spells inaccurate, and they were unable to keep up with her. With a well-placed piercing hex, the shorter of the 2 dropped their wand, their hand instinctively gripping the now bleeding shoulder. Her other attacker snarled angrily, doubling his effort to put an end to her. "You filthy whore. He spat as he sent a rather dark, severing hex towards her. Fleur ignored his jab in favor of defending herself from the lethal spell, a wave of her wand conjuring a shield that sent it back towards him. He gurgled morbidly as it connected, his own defense not quick enough to prevent it cutting deeply into his throat. She grimaced at the sight of the blood oozing between his gloved fingers and turned away, not needing to see any more to know that he would soon breath his last. Using the respite to take in her surroundings, she could see that the fight was not so favorable. Two crumpled forms not clad in dark robes or a mask were motionless on the floor, and the rest of the order were still considerably outnumbered. Her eyes drifted to the door they had entered only moments ago, and she wondered if something had gone amiss elsewhere. There should be more of them by now, enough to even the odds that had been unexpectedly stacked against them. Break. The giants had edged ever closer towards them, the effort to hold them at bay slowly becoming too much, and she hoped beyond hope that the signal would arrive soon. Her oars were lagging, 4 had already been killed, and several others injured from their efforts. She too had come close to being struck down by a killing curse courtesy of a Death Eater that had snuck up on them. She breathed a sigh of relief as a white glow appeared in front of her, the owl as unfamiliar as the accented voice that spoke, but it spurred her into action. "We're in." "Steady yourselves," she shouted. The aurors stopped firing spells, and the giants charged forward, clearing the short remaining difference between them and the people preventing the attack on the village. Now. She conjured her own shield and gave a cursory glance towards her team to ensure they had done the same. Seeing that they were covered, she activated the traps, ignoring the steadily creeping and cold. Several explosions rent the air, and the sound of whistling projectiles could be heard above the din, though they were drowned out by the almighty roars of agony that followed. One by one, thuds could be heard and the ground beneath them trembled. Amelia counted them in her head, and when she reached 12, she dropped her shield, her breath hitching in her chest at the sight of the fallen giants surrounding them, each having been impaled by a plethora of spears, arrows, and other bladed weapons. DMNTRS. She quickly added her patroness to the mix, the aurors needing just one final push to drive the creatures away. When they had left with a final shriek of defiance, an uproarious cheer went up as they celebrated their feat. "I must go," a desperate voice sounded in her ear. She turned to look into the concerned eyes of Dumbledore, the man having been there to support them in their hour of need. Without his patroness, the Dementors would have proven to be much more difficult to handle than they had been. His help had been invaluable, even if was not where he wanted to be. He had been needed here, however, and he knew it deep down. "Go," she urged, once more surveying what remained of the Dark Lord's forces. Whatever Death Eaters had been here had either fled or lay amongst the fallen. A few of the giants had not quite succumbed to their wounds, but her aurors were dealing with those. Her thoughts once more turned to the boy she was relying on to put an end to this. If he was to fail, this would have been for nothing, and the Dark Lord would retreat, only to return again one day. Break. In the moments between casting her patroness and where she found herself now, the numbers of the Death Eaters were proving to an insurmountable obstacle. She could only defend herself from the spells sent her way by the opposing side as they had regrouped and formed small pockets of resistance. They were working well together, the members of each shielding whilst the other two sent spell after spell towards the less organized order members. She could not help but think that they too should be fighting in a similar fashion. Remus and Sirius stood side by side defending one another when needed, as did the pink-haired Auror and her dark-skinned colleague. The rest were little more than a shambles, their individual efforts unable to break through the Death Eater defenses, and their own barely enough when they themselves came under attack. It was only a matter of time before someone would get hurt, and the sound of a pained shout, only a few feet to her left, told of the reality of her thoughts. It was as though the world around her came to a standstill as her father fell, a gout of blood spraying from his chest where it had been torn open. Even when he was down, it continued to flow freely, and she felt herself rooted to the spot, helpless to stop it. From the corner of her eye, she saw a man limp to her father and crouch down next to him, followed by the two Aurors, the woman speaking words to her that she did not hear. She glanced up towards the door a final time as Dumbledore entered with his wand drawn, but it was too late. The other side of her had already broken free, and she felt her face elongate as an avian screech pierced the air. It was an odd feeling accepting it. It was as though her other side had taken all her fury and made it its own. She watched through her own eyes as a spectator as the ground became further away, the warmth of the fire she conjured comforting for her, but not those she hurled it towards. A group of Death Eaters were engulfed in flame, and she unleashed a squawk of triumph as ball after ball was unleashed upon them, her only coherent thought being to harm those that had done so to her father. The spells sent her way were easily avoided, her grace in the air unparalleled and unmatched by their efforts. Although they were outnumbered, the Death Eaters could not cope under her onslaught, and with the arrival of Dumbledore, they were the ones that soon found themselves on the back foot, doing all they could to prevent themselves being overwhelmed. Soon enough, they were subdued, some left as smoldering heaps and others taken into custody, not that she got any satisfaction from the latter. She would see them all dead, or was that merely her other side thinking that? She knew not, and her gaze shifted towards the only two people still fighting, the others in the room reluctant to intervene. She, however, glided closer, only to shriek as a spell came close to hitting her. Without thought, she flew away, putting some distance between herself, Harry, and Voldemort. She would only get hurt if she were to involve herself, and even the other side of her knew it. She could only look on as they continued to trade spells, each looking to land the killing blow. Break. Neither would relent. He knew not how long they had been at it, but he nor Voldemort were willing to concede an inch, both fighting with everything they had for everything they wanted. The Dark Lord for his opportunity to bring the wizarding world to heal, and Harry to live for himself and for those he held dear. Harry knew that Voldemort would not give in, and he too would show no signs of the fatigue he felt. His ritualistically enhanced body allowing him to match the man's spell for spell, however, something had to give. Voldemort had tried to flee when his Death Eaters had been defeated, only for the wards Harry had placed over the ministry to prevent him from doing so. He had paid the price for that in the form of a deep gash that lacerated the already burnt skin on his chest. It oozed a mixture of pus and blood, a flow that would not cease until it was healed. Eventually, it would weaken him, and that was what Harry was hoping for. He had not remained unscathed, an errant spell having cut the shoulder of his left arm to the bone. With every movement, it pulled uncomfortably where he had taken the opportunity to cauterize it with a searing hex. It would scar horribly, but would only be another one to add to the already vast collection. He ducked under a guillotine curse and animated a trio of fallen Death Eaters before sending them towards Voldemort, who cleaved them in half with a dark whip that snapped from the tip of his wand, though that did not prevent them continuing their advance. The upper half of the corpses continued to crawl towards him, and he took an unsteady step back. Unleashing a gout of water, he froze them in place with another wave of his wand, his breathing becoming labored. Harry had no doubt that it was not exhaustion that plagued him, but loss of blood. If Voldemort wished to continue as they were, he would need to risk healing himself, and soon. He set to work once more waiting for the inevitable, and it came only a few moments later, the loss of blood becoming too much of a concern. He readied himself for what was to come, and unleashed his spell only a second before Voldemort unleashed his own. He hissed in pain as the Dark Lord's hit true, and he was sent several feet through the air, crashing to the ground. He closed his eyes as the burning heat passed over him, opening them in time to see Voldemort's own widen in shock as he conjured a shield. The two melded together serpents crashed into it, collapsing the magical construct that was unable to withstand their attack. Voldemort could only scream in a mixture of fear and raw agony as they consumed him, the final glance Harry getting of the man making him euphoric, despite the pain he was in. It was over. Voldemort was finally gone, and he could now live his life. He allowed his head to fall back onto the cold floor, and he took a deep breath, acutely aware that Dumbledore was doing all he could to wrest the rampant serpents under control. "Are you all right, Harry?" The panicked voice of Sirius intruded upon his bliss. He nodded and sat up, the room around him having been all but demolished. So much so that he was surprised the ceiling had not collapsed on top of them. "You?" he asked hoarsely. Sirius nodded and pulled him into his arms. "You need to get up. She needs you," his godfather mumbled. Harry frowned as he looked over the man's shoulder. He could not see Fleur anywhere, but the remaining members of the Order, except 3 who were administering medical attention to another, were looking up towards the stone steps with their wands drawn. Almost mechanically, he stood as he took in the avian creature that was perched at the top, her wings flapping agitatedly as she looked towards him with her yellowed, sad eyes. He approached, his attention grabbed by the unmoving figure on the floor being tended to by Moody, Tonks, and Shacklebolt. It was a face he would never forget, though now it was pale and unmoving. Still, the Aurors were doing all they could, and he was needed elsewhere. Swallowing the lump that formed in his throat, he made his way up the stairs, pausing as Fleur screeched a warning at him. "You won't hurt me," he whispered when he was only a few feet away. She shot him a challenging look, but he did not stop. "You know who I am, and I know you, both of you." The Vila chuffed and shook her head, her eyes flitting between him and her downed father. "You need to listen to me," he continued gently. "They are doing everything they can for him." She lunged at him half-heartedly, the yellow of her eyes fading to blue, though she squawked another warning. Undeterred, he wrapped his arms around her, and she fought him for only a moment before surrendering to his embrace. "It's okay," he tried, his own words feeling empty as he looked towards Sebastian. "He will be okay." He did not know if it was himself or her he was trying to convince, but it did little to help either of them. Sebastian remained still, as Moody continued with whatever field healing he had picked up over the years. "You cannot promise that," Fleur mumbled, her avian features having gone, leaving Harry staring into her teary eyes. "I need a healer," Moody's gruff voice rang out. Fleur pulled herself from his grip and cleared the stairs in a matter of seconds. Harry followed quickly, choking on the relief he felt as he saw Sebastian's chest rise with a labored inhale. He knelt on the opposite side of the man to Fleur and took his hand. "I knew you would win," he wheezed, his eyes fluttering open as he gripped the teen's hand and offered him a weak smile. Harry could only shake his head as Fleur chastised the man in French, the tears flowing freely down her cheeks as she relaxed considerably, her worst fear being unanswered. Harry could only imagine what losing her father would do to her. He had always been there, had done all he could for his family, and even him when he had come into his life. Sebastian was one of those he cared deeply for, and he was not ready to say goodbye to the man. "You'll have to move so we can do our job," a pointed and rather rude voice broke in. "Come on, lad," Moody urged, helping him to his feet. "You need to be checked over. He will be fine now." Harry nodded as he met the twinkling eyes of the headmaster and felt Fleur's hand close around his own. For what it was worth, his plan had worked, and though he did not know the cost of his victory, it was something he would concern himself with later. All that mattered was that Voldemort was gone, those he cared for were safe, and that he had the life he envisioned to look forward to. His thoughts turned to the one person that had truly made it all possible. Without him, he would be dead, and he could not forget him and all he had done in this moment. "Rest easy, Tom. I will see you again when the time comes." Although he knew he would receive no response, he liked to think that somewhere, somehow, Tom had heard his words and could finally have that peace Harry hoped he would find. It was in a room in St. Mungo's he woke up in, his aching body causing him to groan in protest. He had not escaped the fight with Voldemort as unscathed as he first thought. When he knew that Sebastian still lived and the adrenaline had worn off, he had all but collapsed from his own injuries. His already ailing arm had been broken. He had suffered several cuts, and the final curse he had been hit with had left him with significant burns across his chest and shoulder. He'd already doubted the recovery of his arm. Now, He knew it would unlikely be the same again. "How are you feeling, Harry?" a pale and exhausted Sirius asked. The man had not slept, that much was evident. The bags under his eyes were dark, his hair unkempt and still paler than usual. There was also a smell of stale sweat about him, and Harry could only nod, appreciating that he had not been left alone. "Could be worse," he muttered. Sirius offered him a smile before leaving his chair and wrapping his arms around him gently. "You did it," he whispered, relieved. "I'm so proud of you." Harry shook his head, his nose wrinkling. "You stink," he pointed out. "You don't smell too fresh yourself," Sirius chuckled as he took his seat once more. They fell silent for a moment before the teen broke it. "How is everything?" Sirius shrugged. "We lost a few Order members, some Aurors were killed at Hogsmeade, but it is about as good as we could have hoped for," he answered. "Rudolphus is dead, Barty Crouch Jr. was burned at the Ministry, and the only one unaccounted for is Rookwood. They'll catch him eventually." Harry nodded, satisfied that his efforts weren't in vain. "What about Sebastian?" Sirius offered him a comforting smile. "He's doing well under the circumstances. The curse he was hit with was one of Dolohov's favorites. He's lucky to be alive. Both Fleur and Apolline are with him." With some difficulty, Harry leaned up against his pillows, a frown creasing his brow. "What's wrong?" Sirius questioned. "I don't know what to do," Harry replied. "Everything I've ever done was so I could beat him. Now that's done, I feel lost." Sirius offered him a look of sympathy, only for a knock on the door to interrupt them before he could answer. "Minister," he greeted the man as he peered from around the door. "I won't stay long," Greengrass assured them as he entered. "How are you feeling, Potter?" "Probably not any better than I look." Greengrass snorted as he offered him a newspaper he had been holding under his arm. "I wanted you to see this before anyone else. This is a copy of the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. I'll leave it with you and suggest you enjoy the piece while it lasts," he suggested as he headed back towards the door, pausing as he opened it. "Thank you, Potter, for what you've done. That's from me as a father and a husband. You'll undoubtedly be receiving a more formal gesture of gratitude in the weeks to come. For now, I've posted 2 Aurors to guard your room, out of precaution and to give you some privacy." Harry could only sigh as the door clicked shut once more, and prepared himself for the worst as he unfurled the newspaper he had been handed. "Potter Triumphs Over You-Know-Who" by Rita Skeeter. As much as he wished to, he could find no fault with the article. For once, Skeeter had explained the series of events as they had happened, though Harry suspected Greengrass had a lot of input on it. She had written of most of what had transpired at the Ministry and Hogsmeade, given credit where it was due. She had sung the praises of Madame Bones, who had offered her own information of what she and her team had done. In all, there was nothing disagreeable, even if he did now dread the attention he would get. Not that he needed to be here to endure it. He could always take a few weeks away from Britain at home. The thought filled him with relief as Sirius perused the article also, nodding as he read. "You can't really argue with her version," he muttered. "No," Harry agreed. "Where's Remus?" "He's helping Dumbledore make arrangements for the Order members." Harry nodded. "Who did you lose?" "Emmeline, Mundungus, Sturgis, and Bill," Sirius answered. "Weasley." Sirius nodded. "He got on the wrong side of Dolohov, too. He was a dangerous man. I doubt anyone other than you or Dumbledore could have managed him." "Is he dead?" Sirius shook his head. "Dumbledore captured him, but people will demand the death sentence for him. They will be scared you-know-who will be back." "He won't," Harry cut in. "No, but that's what they will believe. It's happened once and that's all they'll remember." Harry frowned for a moment. "I suppose it's better if they have that at the back of their minds. It will mean they won't get complacent, and any other Dark Lord that comes along won't have such an easy time." "True," Sirius conceded with a yawn. "Bloody hell, go home and get some sleep," Harry urged. "You're not doing anything being sat there." "I'm looking out for you," Sirius countered. "And I am fine," Harry insisted. "Go have a shower and get some sleep." Sirius eyed him speculatively for a moment before standing. All right, but I'll be back in the morning. Do you need me to bring you anything? Not anything I can think of, Harry answered tiredly, the sudden need for more rest overwhelming him. Good, I will see you soon, Sirius promised. Harry could barely acknowledge the words, nor did he hear the door close as sleep took him once more. Break. She dared not allow herself to rest any more than she was currently. She had settled into a chair next to her father's bed, but leaned forward to remain awake. She was terrified that if she slept, he would stop breathing. It was an odd thought, but not one she could rid herself of. Her mother had arrived shortly after they had, her usually calm demeanor all but absent as she took in her husband's appearance. She had fretted over him, chided him, and sobbed over his unmoving form. Much to Fleur's relief, however, he had woken up just long enough to assure them that he would be fine. He had slept since and her mother had joined him, both of her delicate hands wrapped around one of his larger ones as they slumbered, him beneath the white, medical sheets and her in a chair that matched Fleur's own. How is he doing? Her eyes snapped towards the door, and her chest welled with relief as Harry hobbled in. She stood, and he wrapped his arms around her. You should be resting, she murmured. I tried to come, but the Aurors would not let me in. Minister's orders, he huffed irritably. How is he? Fleur could only shrug, not knowing what to say. He had woken up briefly, but he still looked as pale. The wound across his chest was raw and oozing an unsightly fluid, but he yet drew breath. I don't know, Arai, she replied honestly. Harry nodded as he took a seat, stirring Apolline as he struggled to move it closer to Fleur's. You silly boy, the woman chastised sleepily as she helped him before pulling her into his arms and pressing her lips to his forehead. You should be in bed. He offered her a warm smile and shook his head. I've slept enough. I just want to see how he is. Apolline released a deep breath. Sebastian is as foolish and brave as ever, she bemoaned, just as he was when we first met. I didn't know he would be there, Harry sighed. Non, but he would be furious if he wasn't. He loves you very much, Arai. I would have been there too if I knew. He made me tell I am, Fleur broke in. He knew something was a penning and I could not keep it from I am. Non, you could not, Apolline muttered. You could never keep anything from I am. I am heir, you know, Sebastian mumbled, startling the trio. Apolline immediately took her space next to him, took his hands once more, and began rambling in French in words spoken too quickly for Harry to decipher. I will be fine, Apolline, Sebastian assured her when she took a needed breath. You know I had to be there for them. I should have been there too. Sebastian shook his head. Non, if anything would Ave append you needed to be there for Gabrielle, he countered. You will be mad at me, but you will forgive me eventually. I would not be so sure, Sebastian de Lacquer, Apolline bit back. If you were not already heir, you would need to be. Sebastian chuckled and coughed from the exertion, waving off his wife who began trying to force him to drink water. There is the woman I married, he croaked amusedly. You always knew I as a fool. I thought you would be used to it by now. Apolline shook her head. No one could get used to such a fool. Sebastian grinned weakly as his eyes roamed over Harry. I cannot put into words how proud I am of you. You did it, Arai, I always knew you would. Then why did you have to be there? Harry returned irritably. Because there is no one else I trust to watch over my daughter. You could not look out for her, so I had to be there. You will understand when you become a father yourself. I also said that France would not stand behind you, but I would. I meant what I said, Arai. Harry could only nod his acceptance. You would not be so accepting if I said I was also there for you, so we will leave it at that, the man added with a wink. All that matters is that we are all heir and it is done. I could not be a peer than I am. I bet you would be if you weren't missing half of your bloody chest, Harry returned. But I will take it. Besides, it gives me quite the rugged look, non. Apolline narrowed her eyes at her husband, fighting her own grin. Shut up, Sebastian, she replied. Now get some rest. My mother will be avaying words with you when we get home." "Merde," the man cursed, aghast at the thought of his mother-in-law positively rubbing her hands with glee at the prospect of telling him off. "Until then, you should be resting, as should you. Awry," Apolline added in a tone that left no room for argument. "I will take I am back to his room," Fleur insisted. Having no reason to disagree, Harry allowed himself to be led from the room and to his own, the Aurors eyeing Fleur warily as they approached. "She can come and go as she pleases," he informed them, and though they looked uncertain for a moment, both obliged with a nod. He didn't need it, but Fleur helped him back into bed and proceeded to tuck him in, her eyes not meeting his as if she was uncertain about something. "What's wrong?" he asked. She swallowed deeply and shrugged. "I lost control of myself, awry." "For a good reason," he pointed out. "Don't feel bad for what happened to them. If you hadn't had done what you had, more people might have died or your father wouldn't have gotten help in time." "I know," she conceded. "Then don't think about it. It won't do you any good," he suggested. "What happened is done and we came out of it on the other side. That's all that matters." She nodded her agreement, as gently wrapped her arm around his neck. "And what about you? You're very distracted, awry." "I suppose I'm feeling a bit lost," he admitted. "For years I've waited for this to be over with so I could get on with my life. It was everything I worked towards." She offered him a sympathetic smile. "You ave other things now. You ave your masteries and anything else that you want to do, whatever that is. And you ave me," she added. He nodded. "Maybe I just need to get used to not having this hanging over me anymore," he mused aloud. "It will take some time." But you ave all the time in the world now. Awry. E is gone, and you are heir. You don't ave to make any decisions until you are ready." "That is true," he conceded. "Is it wrong that I still don't have a solid plan?" Fleur shook her head. "You're almost 16. You don't need to know what your future will hold yet. You should just enjoy what you ave for a little while and see what appends. There is nothing wrong with that." He smiled as he nodded. The thought of not having to think about what was to come filled him with a lightness he had never felt. There was no longer a dark lord lurking in the shadows intent on killing him. There was no prophecy, no Death Eaters, and no pressure. He would come of age in a little over a year and would have to be solely responsible for running 2 families. Now, however, it was not something he had to think about now. For the first time in his life, he could simply enjoy what he had, and as he took her hand in his own, that was all he wanted to do. He would not burden himself with what may or may not come to pass, but he would live in the moment for a while. After all he had endured and achieved, he had earned a little respite. Break. July 31st, 1997. He had seldom been seen in public in Britain, having spent much of his time either at Hogwarts, at home, or with the TheBlack'sResurgence. Today, however, he was obligated to make an appearance to formally accept the headship of the Potter and Black families in front of the Wisengamot. He suspected that Minister Greengrass had scheduled today's meeting to coincide with his coming of age. It was the kind of thing the man would do. With the victory over Voldemort, Greengrass had been given the position permanently, and though Harry would unlikely ever warm to any politician, he was doing a considerably better job than Fudge ever had, even if he had instigated the talks of him being awarded with a second Order of Merlin. That had been the one unavoidable engagement he'd had to attend, but he was not the only one to be bestowed with such. Amelia Bones had received her recognition also for her efforts, so the proceedings had been shared by the two. That had been only a few short months after he had killed Voldemort, and since, he had kept himself out of the public sphere, had continued with his own learning and teaching, and back to his life of peaceful privacy. Until today. "If you keep that expression on your face, you will look like I am," Fleur warned, pointing to the portrait of Arcturus Black that now hung in his kitchen. The man had insisted that he be available whenever Harry needed him, and had seemingly wanted a change of scenery from his view of the library in Grimmauld Place. As such, Harry had moved him here, and though his advice was invaluable, he was still surly at the best of times. Even now, he glared at the villa, his steely gray eyes boring into her. Better than being a grinning, sniveling buffoon, he bit back. But E does not need to look like E, as a lemon shoved up his backside non. Arcturus merely grumbled under his breath. The two often found themselves at odds, but he liked and approved of her. He could not stomach simpering wenches, as he referred to typical pureblood women. Fleur, if anything, was not one of those and would speak her mind to the former lord. Now, just you remember, boy, none of them are fit to wipe the shit from between your cheeks, Arcturus reminded him for the dozenth time in his own oddly poetic way. If anyone objects, pull their arsehole up over their ears. You are the Lord Black, and there is none that could hope to compare to you. Fleur offered the man a look of disapproval as Harry grinned. Arcturus had grown on him, and he appreciated the advice he gave, even if only for the comic relief he offered. I will, he replied amusedly. Anything else? Arcturus nodded. Tell Dumbledore that even though I'm dead, I still can't stand the git. I'll pass on the message, Harry chuckled as he and Fleur left the room. Are you ready for this? She asked, noticing his hesitation. He nodded as he took her hand and activated the portkey. I have to be, he answered as they appeared in the same alleyway Kingsley and Tonks had brought him to for his trial. Let's get this over with, and then we can go home. We have a whole summer to enjoy. Fleur's eyes lit up. Both were busy and spent as much of the weekends together as they could, but the summer gave them all the time they wanted. They were both expecting to finish their apprenticeships within the next 2 years, but until then, they had to make do. Much to Harry's relief, his stint as the defense against the dark arts instructor had ended shortly after the fall of Voldemort, and Remus had been reinstated, the influence Harry had obtained being put to good use. The man was an excellent practitioner, and the governors had offered little resistance to the idea, especially when Harry attended their meeting and backed the werewolf. It was the only time he had used his reputation to gain anything, but he reminded himself it was not for selfish reasons. Remus deserved the opportunity, and the students deserved a competent professor. As expected, Remus had done a fantastic job thus far, and the school was much better off for his presence. Harry was pleased for the werewolf. He could think of no one who would do better in the position. Lord Potter, the guard behind the desk, greeted him. Harry sighed as he shook his head. Bloody hell, Winston, if anyone in this dump has earned the right to call me by my first name, it's you. You were the one that warned me about the trial and conveniently forgot to take my wand from me. The man flushed as he held a finger to his lips. Not too loud. I don't want to lose my job. Harry smirked at him. I won't breathe a word, he promised. How is your son doing? Winston deflated. He is an adventurous sod, he despaired. Just last week, he crashed through the neighbor's fence on his broom. Of course it was my fault. Harry snorted as he patted his shoulder comfortingly. You're such a bad influence, Winston. The man grinned and shrugged as he scanned Harry's and Fleur's wands before handing them back. It's a full house in there today. He muttered, I expect they're waiting for you. As you were, Harry questioned. You've never referred to me as Lord Potter before. Winston shrugged. Orders from the top. They all want to pucker up and kiss your arse. Harry released a deep sigh as he gave the man a nod of gratitude and began making his way towards the Wisengamot chambers. Fleur slid her arm in his, all too amused by the situation for his liking. It's not funny. Of course they want to make a good impression. Right. You might not like it, but you are an hero. Harry shook his head. I'm not anyone's hero, he denied. I'd rather they all buggered off and left me alone. You know that is not going to a pen, Fleur sighed. Whenever you are heir, they will want to see you, they will take pictures and will want some of your time. That's why I don't live here. Maybe one day they'll get the message, he added as he opened the door to the chambers. It was strange how a room that had been so loud could fall so suddenly silent. All eyes were on him and Fleur as they entered, the flashes and clicks of cameras the only sound to be heard above their footsteps, until those within erupted with applause and cheering. Harry nodded politely through the awkwardness he felt, and Fleur squeezed him arm encouragingly. When the room had fallen quiet, Minister Greengrass greeted him with a bow from behind his podium. "Lord Potter, please take your seat. The meeting will begin shortly," he said, gesturing just behind him where Harry's combined seat had been placed. The Potters and Blacks had sat on opposite sides of the room for centuries. Now, they would be placed together away from both the darker and lighter sides. He would vote on what he believed in and would not be coerced by any of those that would likely try to influence him. "It's good to see you, Lord Potter," Lord Boot whispered as Harry watched Fleur take her seat in the public gallery. "Terry asked me to tell you not to get too comfortable. He will be here in just a few years to put you in your place." Harry snorted, garnering looks of disapproval from some of his peers. For now, he would have to endure this place alone, though the prospect of Terry joining him in the future made it all the more palatable. Perhaps it would not be so bad after all. There were certainly worse things than being a lord. Regardless, it was something he would have to get used to. He would be spending many years coming back and forth to these chambers, after all. Break. 2 years later. He once again found himself seated in front of his mentors, the diminutive Professor Flitwick's gaze sweeping over his latest submission of Charm's work, his head nodding before he looked up at Harry and gave him a smile. "This is exceptional work, Harry," he praised. "There are very few who can demonstrate this level of understanding when it comes to charms. I must say, your theory and practical work has been exemplary as always." Harry offered the man an appreciative nod. He had been working tirelessly on his masteries, and the praise of the man meant a lot to him. "I agree with Phileas," Minerva chimed in. "It has been a joy to watch you grow. You have done all we have asked of you and more. I think it is time that you are put out of your misery and be given this," she added as she removed a scroll from her top drawer and handed it to him. Harry unrolled it, his heart soaring at the sight of the missive from the Transfiguration Guild, nomming him a master of the art, though he frowned as he took note of a small detail. "This is dated 6 months ago," he pointed out. Minerva nodded casually and took a sip of her tea. "Think of it as supplementary education," she suggested. "Albus and I wanted to see if we could push you even further. Again, you proved to us both that you can exceed at any challenge we put before you." Harry snorted as he shook his head. Perhaps he should be irritated with them both, but he had thoroughly enjoyed working with the headmaster in recent months. The man was truly an incredible practitioner, and Harry had learned much from his time with him. "I took no part in such tactics," Phileas broke in as he handed him a second scroll. "It truly is a pleasure to count you as an equal, Harry. I can only echo the sentiment that it has been a joy to watch you grow, and I look forward to seeing where you take your talents." Harry nodded and offered the man his hand, which was taken promptly. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "You've both made my life hell at times, but I appreciate it. I can't think of anything else I would have rather been doing than working with you." He meant it too. Even without the burden of Voldemort weighing on him, he had been at a loss as to what he wanted to do. With his studies at an end, he felt the same loss and wondered what he would do now. He frowned at the thought. "There was something else I wished to discuss with you." Minerva's nervous voice pulled him from his thoughts. She shared a look with her colleague and deflated slightly before continuing. "My time as a professor is at an end. I have taught here for over 5 decades, and my retirement is long overdue. I would like you to consider replacing me as the new Transfiguration professor starting in September. I can think of no other that could do as fine a job as you, Harry." He was taken aback by the revelation, the words Fleur had spoken to him so long ago playing over in his mind. She had overheard Minerva say this very thing to Phileas, and as he looked into his mentor's eyes, he could see that she meant it. To him, she had always been the stern, no-nonsense head of Gryffindor House. Looking upon her now, she was an aging and tired woman, and one that had earned her rest. She had dedicated her life to the castle, and what remained of it should be her own. Teaching was something he could do, something he enjoyed also. To him, Watching the students enter the classroom and leave with new skills had been one of the most satisfying parts of his apprenticeship. He had even considered applying for his own post when he was done with his studies. It seemed now that the opportunity had found him. He nodded, a genuine smile pulling at his lips. "I would like to accept," he answered, laughing as she breathed a sigh of relief. "Does Albus know you were going to ask me?" Minerva nodded, smiling brightly, her eyes full of unshed tears. "The damned fool is willing to offer you the deputy head role to keep you here," she chuckled. "I think he was more nervous than me about approaching you." She released another deep breath as she stood and wrapped her arms around him. "Thank you, Harry," she offered sincerely. "I feel much better knowing that I am leaving the students in your hands." "I've got some bloody big shoes to fill," he sighed good-naturedly. "I should probably go and break the news to Fleur." "How is she doing?" Phileas asked. She had finished her mastery just before Christmas and was hopping to succeed as the charms mistress at Beauxbatons, eventually. For now, she was enjoying a respite, though she was quickly growing bored of it. Harry expected that it wouldn't be long before she found something else to throw herself into. "She's doing well," he replied with a shrug. "Bored out of her mind for the most part. She even enchanted my door to shout at me if I don't wipe my feet," he added with a frown. Phileas smirked openly. "She will find her calling," he assured Harry. "I hope so," Harry sighed. "If anything else in my house starts shouting at me, I'll have to move. Anyway, that's my problem to deal with. I'm sure Dumbledore will be in touch with the details." Minerva nodded. "And don't be a stranger," she said as he reached the door. "I may no longer be your professor, but I will be keeping an eye on you, Potter." Harry smiled as he shook his head. "I have no doubt you will," he muttered, closing the door to the office behind him as he left. He barely made it to the entrance hall when Dumbledore came upon him, having seemingly taken a stroll in the grounds with Fawkes perched on one of his shoulders. "Ah, Harry," he greeted him, the fabricated surprise not fooling the younger man. "I've already agreed," Harry replied. "Your sudden appearance isn't really a surprise." "No, I don't suppose it would be any more," the headmaster returned thoughtfully. "I fear we have spent too much time together, and it looks like our journey has just begun. I am sure you will be a worthy successor to Minerva." "That remains to be seen," Harry countered. "She's leaving behind quite the legacy." "As I'm sure you will too. Teaching is perhaps the most noble of callings, and you are better suited to it than many. You are talented and not so old that you have forgotten what it is like to be on the other side of the desk. I predict a bright future for you here." "I didn't know you had taken up divination." "Have you finally exhausted every other magical art?" Dumbledore chuckled. "No, I never had such a talent, and for that, I am grateful. People tend to think I am whimsical enough without the addition of prophecies and reading tea leaves." "Only because that is what you want them to think," Harry replied amusedly. "We both know that you are as shrewd as they come and hide behind a veil of affability and benevolence. Other people might fall for it, but I know you, Albus. You're as sly as a fox. If I would have refused the post, you would have found a way to get me here. Is it odd that I respect that about you?" "No, I don't believe so," the older man mused aloud. "I have spent my life dealing with people such as myself with intentions not always so benign. Perhaps I am merely a product of my environment, whereas you have remained true to yourself. You are, forgive me, as blunt and candid as ever. I find it to be rather refreshing." "That I'm not afraid to tell you that you're a mental old bastard." "Precisely," Dumbledore acknowledged as he began walking towards the staircase, pausing as he took the lowermost step. "Never change, Harry. I will be in touch shortly with details about your latest undertaking." He watched as the headmaster ascended the stairs before exiting the castle and making his way out of the gates. When he crossed the threshold, he activated his portkey and arrived outside the wards of the DeLacker home. Though the war was over, Sebastian had kept them in place. Walking across the grounds, he relaxed as he always had been here. There was something comforting about the home that had never changed for him. Even when Voldemort had been alive, he always felt safe here, had always been able to forget the word beyond for a while. "I thought it was you," "Awry," Sebastian greeted him as he entered the kitchen. "They ave gone to fetch Gabrielle." Harry nodded, remembering that the now 14-year-old was returning from her 4th year at Beauxbatons. He hadn't seen her since Christmas, though Sebastian spoke of his frustration with his youngest daughter. She had proven to be much less reserved than Fleur and often found herself in detention for her rambunctious behavior. Although Harry hadn't voiced such, he was pleased she stuck up for herself and wouldn't allow anyone to talk down to her because of her heritage. He did wish, however, that she would not use him to threaten her classmates and the older students. He had even received a letter from a concerned parent apologizing for how their son had acted towards Gabrielle and begging him not to enact a feud against them. Sebastian had found the entire situation hilarious. Pauline, not so much. She had warned Gabrielle about using his reputation to scare people, and thankfully it had not happened since, that he knew of. "I'd forgotten she was back today," he replied. "Any more trouble?" Sebastian shook his head. "I doubt we will know until she tells us," he sighed. "I am pleased she is the way she is, but she goes over the top. Did I tell you about the incident with the 'orse shit?" Harry shook his head. "One of the professors made a comment about being a villa, and she did not take it well. She snuck into his quarters and filled his mattress with it," he chuckled. Harry snorted amusedly. It was the kind of thing she would do. "Why?" He had to steady himself as the girl launched herself at him, having entered the kitchen with Pauline, Fleur, and a line in tow. "You've grown," he commented, frowning slightly at Sebastian, who gave him a severe nod. "That is what appends when you are becoming a woman," Fleur broke in. "You do not think I was born this way, do you?" "No, I've seen the photos," Harry replied, eliciting a scowl from the woman towards her father, who had shared the images of a younger Fleur with Harry. "I thought my first birthday with you was carnage. The poor cake didn't stand a chance." Fleur pouted before grinning. The decimation of various cakes had happened in the intervening years, and it never became a civil affair. Harry had to remain content with enjoying a single slice before the feeding frenzy began, though his comparison of them to the pigeons in Trafalgar Square had seen him go without entirely the previous year. "I do hope you're not thinking about making a silly comment," Fleur warned, nodding his grin. "Of course not," he answered. "I was just thinking about the fact that I am now a master in both charms and transfiguration." Her eyes widened as he removed the scrolls. "You've finished?" she questioned as she looked them both over. He nodded. "I have. You can't lord it over me now, and I won't be calling you mistress anymore either." Fleur blushed bright red as her parents and grandmother looked at her questioningly, the latter fighting a smirk. "I really did not need to hear that," Sebastian groaned. "Non, E did not mean it like that," Fleur defended. "Tell them you did not mean it, awry." "I didn't," he sighed. "Thank Merlin. I thought I would ave to get the chastity belt out," Sebastian grumbled. "You will not," Fleur bit back hotly, blushing once more at her impulsive rebuttal. "Maybe you should all shut up," Pauline suggested. "Congratulations, awry. We are very proud of you." "Especially Fleur. Maybe she can call you master instead, Aline added. "Mammon," Pauline chided, "you're not helping." Aline shrugged as she withdrew a cigarette and lit it. "Not you, Non, but maybe I am helping them," she returned as she walked out of the back door, leaving a group of stunned and embarrassed people in her wake. "Anyway," Harry said, breaking the silence, "Minerva has decided she is going to retire and wants me to take her place." "You're going to be a professor?" Sebastian asked. Harry nodded. "I've accepted the offer." Sebastian smiled at him proudly as he stood, grimacing slightly as the scarred flesh across his torso pulled. His wound had never fully recovered, and the scar he had been left with was quite the sight to behold. It stretched from just below his neckline past his ribs. It truly was a wonder he had survived. "I could not be any prouder of you than I am. Awry," he said as he pulled him into an embrace. "We should celebrate. How about we go out for dinner tonight and Gabrielle can tell us about all the trouble she has been getting into, The girl had the decency to at least look sheepish, though Harry knew better. She was not at all sorry for anything she may have done. "I think that is a good idea," Apolline agreed. "Come, Gabrielle, you have to unpack." The girl mumbled under her breath but followed her mother, nonetheless. "It will be a few hours before we go anywhere," Sebastian snorted. "I have some letters to send, so I will see you both later, we." Harry nodded, and Sebastian patted him on the back before taking his leave also. "I am so happy for you. Hooray," Fleur offered sincerely as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "You have worked so hard for this." He nodded. The past 2 years had been draining but worth it for them both. "Shall we go to the beach for a couple of hours?" he asked. Fleur nodded readily as she took his hand, and all but dragged him from the house. In only a few moments, they had cleared the wards and she had activated the portkey she kept on her. The beach was her favorite place to be, and they often came here when they had the chance. He suspected that Sebastian and Apolline knew, but they had never mentioned it. As had become his custom, he removed his shoes and socks before rolling up his trousers and walking towards the sea where he stood and allowed the cool water to pass over his feet. There was something so soothing about the simple act. He could never quite figure out what it was, but it helped to center him. "I still love it, air," Fleur murmured as she joined him, resting her head on his shoulder. He had grown to be a head taller than her, much to her amusement. Before he'd had his growth spurt, they had been the same height, something that changed over the course of the previous summer. "Me too," he agreed. "What's wrong, Uri?" she asked, noticing his demeanor had changed. She had become rather adept at reading his moods over the years, and he seldom could keep them from her. She saw through them immediately. "Nothing is wrong," he denied. "I've just been thinking recently." "Thinking about what?" she pressed, a light frown creasing her brow. "Just everything, I suppose," he replied. "I never thought my life would turn out this way. I always thought I was doomed to a miserable existence until he would put an end to it." "I always knew you would beat I am." "That makes one of us," he chuckled. They fell silent for a moment before he spoke once more, his words eliciting a deeper frown from the woman. "Do you remember the night of the third task after I woke up?" Fleur swallowed deeply as she nodded. "As much as I wish to, I cannot forget it." Harry nodded, his understanding. "I said to you that I wouldn't want to live my life without you in it. Do you remember?" She nodded once more. "It was the sweetest thing you ever said to me," she said in just above a whisper. "I still mean that more now than I did then," he revealed as he turned to face her. "As much as you say that I saved your life that night, I see it differently. You saved me. I don't know what I would have done without you. I don't know if I would have been able to do what I did, and I certainly wouldn't be standing here now." Fleur shook her head. "You would have still one, Uri." "Maybe," he conceded, "but we wouldn't be where we are now if things had been different. Maybe you were meant to come along when you did, or maybe it all happened by chance. I don't know, but what I can be sure of is that I meant what I said to you that night, and I want you to marry me," he blurted as he removed the box he had kept in his pocket for the past several weeks. Fleur's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the ring in front of her. After a moment of this, without warning, she threw herself into his arms and he caught her as she sobbed into his shoulder. "I don't know what that means," he muttered, feeling slightly awkward at the unexpected reaction. "Of course, I will marry you, you silly man," she mumbled into his shoulder. A wave of relief like nothing he had ever felt washed over him. Even the elation of watching Voldemort die could not compare to this, and he knew he had done the right thing. He laughed as she held out her hand expectantly, and he placed the ring on her finger, enjoying watching her stare at it in awe. "It is beautiful," she whispered. "It was my mother's," he explained. He had pored over the collection of jewelry in the Potter vault for hours before deciding on this one, and hoped that his mother would not be offended. Sirius had assured him that Lily would give him her blessing, and that had made his mind up. His godfather had been surprised with his intention to propose, but not as much as Sebastian had. That was not a conversation Harry would ever forget. It would forever stand as a defining moment for him. Flashback. He had never felt this kind of nervousness. He had known fear throughout much of his life and had adapted to cope with it, but there was no respite from the anxiety that had settled in the pit of his stomach at the thought of what he was about to do. For weeks he had thought about where he was in his life, where he was going, and what he was going to do. He had no definitive answers, though there was one thing he did know. Wherever the future carried him, and no matter what he did, she would be a part of it, and he needed her to know that. "Are you all right, Uri?" Sebastian questioned, breaking into his prevailing thoughts. "You are very distracted, Non." "I'm fine, well, I don't know," he admitted. The man offered him a comforting smile and gestured for him to sit as he took a seat on the other side of the kitchen table. "I'm sure it can't be so bad," Sebastian chuckled, wincing as he rubbed his chest. "No, it's not. I don't think it is," he added with a shrug. "Then let us see if we can fix it, Harry nodded, his eyes tracing the pattern of the wood of the top of the table that had suddenly become very interesting to him. Shaking his head knowing he needed to focus, he released a deep breath. "I would like your permission to marry Fleur." It was as though every sound that would normally be heard in the kitchen had ceased, waiting for Sebastian's reaction. When he said nothing for several moments, Harry chanced a glance upwards. The man looked as though he had been hit with a petrification charm. His mouth had fallen agape, and he had paled considerably. Harry began to feel concerned that he'd had a stroke of sorts until he stood. For a second, Harry thought he was going to be throttled, but found himself being crushed by a tight embrace. "I've been waiting for this day, Uri," Sebastian choked. "Of course, you have my blessing. Did you think I would say no?" "I wasn't sure," Harry admitted, the wave of relief washing over him a welcome feeling. "You silly boy," Sebastian chided. "You are family as far as we are concerned. I've always been proud to think of you as my own son, and now you will be. Apolline will be so pleased. When are you going to ask her?" "I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead." Sebastian nodded thoughtfully. "Then we will keep it between us until you do, Apolline cannot keep a secret. Fleur will know within the hour." Harry could only chuckle, the blessing of the man cementing his intentions. He would ask her when the moment felt right, but knowing Sebastian was happy meant more to him than he could ever express to him. He respected the man deeply, had grown to care for him and the rest of the DeLackers over the years as though they were his family. Perhaps that truly would be soon enough. End flashback. "Non, Uri, I cannot wear ring," Fleur whispered. Her eyes were transfixed on the platinum band, with the single diamond set in. She had already become fond of it and spoke only because she did not want to insult his mother or father. "She would want you to," he replied. "If there's anything that I've learned about my mum, it's that she would want you to have it. Sirius thinks so too." Fleur nodded as she continued to stare at the ring adorning her finger. "It is beautiful." "It is," Harry agreed, "and is better on you than gathering dust in a vault. She won't miss it where she is, but I'm certain she would be honored knowing that it is being taken care of." "Then I will wear it proudly," Fleur declared. Harry smiled as he took her hand in his own and twirled her amongst the waves. This had been the right moment, and though he could have perhaps made it more romantic, it could not have gone better. "Does anyone else know?" Fleur asked. "Only your father and Sirius," Harry explained. "Sebastian thought your mother would tell you." Fleur laughed as she nodded. She would have. Can we go and tell her now?" He nodded, knowing she would be restless until she had done so. With a wave of his wand, he dried his feet and put on his shoes and socks, whilst she fought the urge to hurry him along. "All right, I'm ready." He had barely finished his sentence when she took him by the arm and activated the same portkey that had brought them here. When they arrived just outside the DeLacker property, she dragged him to the house and into the kitchen where the rest of the DeLackers had gathered. "Fleur, what is wrong?" Apolline asked, noticing something that Harry could not see. Fleur had frozen on the spot, and when he looked at her, it was to see a tear rolling down each cheek. Sebastian was the first to catch on, his eyes flitting between his daughter's hand and her face. Upon doing so, he nudged his wife and nodded towards the ring. Apolline was struck for a moment before she unleashed a torrent of French, and all but squeezed the air from Fleur's lungs, both overcome with the emotion of the moment. Aline and Gabrielle joined them when they realized what had happened, and Harry soon found himself wrapped in his soon-to-be mother-in-law's arms as she rambled in her native tongue. The eldest of the villa merely gave him a nod of approval, a gesture he knew that meant she was happy also. Gabrielle reached up and kissed him on each cheek. "It is about time," she muttered before returning to her sister and insisting on seeing the ring. "It is too late to change your mind." "Awry," Sebastian chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder as he joined the younger man. "You belong to them now." His final words were spoken with warmth, and Harry couldn't help but agree with the sentiment. There was nowhere he would rather be than surrounded by the people he was with now. In the space of a day, he had gone from uncertainty to having sealed much of his future, and he could not be happier with the choices he had made. For all the years of hard work he had put into his education, and those spent with Fleur, he knew he had begun forging the life he would one day have, and now that bliss was well within the reach of his grasping hand. Break. 6 months later. Harry would like you to believe that he is this unapproachable, quiet man who hates almost everyone. He can be impolite and even downright rude, but he never had me fooled, Terry declared, and Harry narrowed his eyes at him, almost regretting asking him to be his best man. "But I've known him since we started at Hogwarts. I watched how he would stick up for the others that couldn't do it themselves, how he would help others that needed it, and how generous he is. I'm not going to share those things because he would probably murder me, but I will say that he changed even more when Fleur came along. Watching the two of them fumble around each other for the best part of the school year was hilarious, but I could not be happier for them. If I have ever met two people who deserve to be happy together, it's them." He raised his glass, followed by the other guests, and drank to the newlyweds before taking his seat once more. "Don't look at me like that. If I had my way then I would have told them a lot more," Terry muttered. Harry could only shake his head. "Why did I ask you to be my best man, Terry?" "Because I'm the only one stupid enough to do it," he returned dryly. "Now shut up, you're ruining the atmosphere for me. It's not often I get the chance to get away." Harry chuckled, still amused by Boot and his odd sense of humor. His fellow Ravenclaw had married Susan Bones the previous year, a revelation that had surprised Harry. Apparently, the two of them had grown close during their 6th and 7th years when they had begun spending time together in the library. Harry was happy for him, and had been his best man also, though Terry's wedding had been bigger than his and Fleur's. They had opted to hold the ceremony in France and only have close friends and family attend, partly because neither wanted to make a spectacle of it, and they wanted to keep it away from the press. Harry had invited the Hogwarts staff, Sirius, Remus, and Mad-Eye Moody, who had undoubtedly saved Sebastian's life. The two older men had struck up a friendship after the battle at the Ministry, with the grizzled ex-Soror often coming to dinner with the DeLackers. He proved to be a strange guest, his paranoia quite the quirk, but he had never refused an invite and had some very interesting tales to tell when he managed to relax. He had also invited Minerva, who, true to her word, had stayed in touch and wrote often to him. Retirement suited her, and she had opted to sit with Albus for the ceremony, their friendship being one that had endured 2 wars and several decades of working with one another. Fleur had kept her guest list to a minimum, having only invited Faye and Marie, along with a few members of the Beauxbatons staff, including Madame Maxime, who was seated with Hagrid, the pair taking up a considerable amount of space under the marquee that had been erected on the DeLacker grounds. It was a small affair, but they had managed to include those that mattered to them. "I think they are waiting for you to dance," Terry whispered, nudging him from his reverie. He was right. The guests were looking expectantly towards him and Fleur, and he could not help but be reminded of the night of the Yule Ball. They had danced many times together since, but not when all eyes had been on them. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. Potter will now share their first dance," Terry announced. Dumbledore instigated the round of applause that followed as Harry offered Fleur his hand and led her to the dance floor. "Does this not remind you of our first one?" he asked. She nodded as she smiled at him. It was a memory that came from what felt so long ago, but remained one of her fondest. That night would always be so. Despite what came after, it was where they had truly begun, the night of their first dance and first kiss, something that would never be forgotten. 2 years later, he made a point to visit them once a year, not for sentimental purposes but to check in on them. Draco had thus far been a man of his word. He had finished his schooling, had given up the Malfoy name, and had handed over the contents of his former family vault to Harry upon reaching his majority. Still, Harry did not trust the man and never would. Perhaps he could only ever see him as Lucius's son, but he would take no chances with him. Narcissa had seemingly adapted to her new life, was always respectful though cold towards him. This, he understood. He may have saved her life, but he had murdered her husband and burnt her home to the ground, a thought that still filled him with satisfaction and one that tormented her. He found he cared little. If she behaved, he would continue to house, cloth, and feed her, but that was as far as his duty to the woman went. Whether she liked him or not was a moot point. He was all she had, and she knew it. Bellatrix had not done so well. She often bemoaned the fact that he refused to undo the ritual that kept her under control, and she did little to hide the loathing she felt for him. Again, he cared not. He would sooner kill her than undo the magic. He had no doubt she would revert to her nefarious ways, and he would not risk it. She already had enough freedom as far as he was concerned, and should be grateful. Today, however, he was not here to see either of the women. His presence had been requested by Draco, who had politely requested to see him. It was still odd to see Blonde compliant to his wishes, his memories of the unpleasant boy not easy to forget. "Lord Black," the man greeted him respectfully. "Draco," Harry returned, "you wish to see me." The man nodded and gestured for Harry to take seat at a table where he had seemingly prepared refreshments. "I would like to ask you something, 2 things really," he began nervously. "I have met someone I would like to marry. She is a local witch and isn't connected to Britain in any way. She works in the cafe on the beach." "The blonde lady?" Harry asked, familiar with the woman in question having visited for coffee on a few occasions. Draco nodded. "Marissa, she is a pureblood, but her family is a poor one. They wouldn't pose any threat to you. They only have the cafe." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "What is your second request?" "I would like a house for us to live in, if you agree. I think I'm too old to be sharing with my aunt and mother." Harry could find nothing disagreeable, and he had promised Draco would be able to marry. It was not something he himself had put much thought into, but the man evidently had. "Okay, here's what will happen. You can marry her, and I really do wish you well. I will buy a suitable property for you to raise a family in and will even pay for your wedding." Draco appeared to be confused, a frown marring his features. "What do you want in return?" "Nothing," Harry assured him. "I think living with Bellatrix for as many years as you have has been punishment enough, but do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I will still be watching you." "I would never." "I know," Harry conceded. "You have done all you said you would and have proven yourself, but I do not want you to get any ideas. Make no mistake, Draco, I will kill you if you give me a reason to." The man nodded, and Harry took his leave from the house. They would never be friends, and he would never feel any fondness towards him, but he deserved to live and should not be denied the joy that family can bring. Harry had been blessed with such with the DeLackers and the arrival of his first child. He smiled at the thought of the little blonde waiting for him at home, the exact double of his wife, with only the eyes he had inherited from his own mother to set the two apart. At only a year old, she was proving to be his weakness, and he finally understood why Sebastian was so easily swayed by his own daughters. Little Amelie Potter had been a blessing, and he yet hoped there would be more to come. 14 years later. He was seated at the table in the kitchen, the summer a welcome respite from his day-to-day life in the castle. He loved teaching still but reveled in his time away from the school, where he did not have papers to mark, students to discipline, and where he could spend time with Fleur and the children. He smiled as she entered the room and wrapped her arms around his neck, the three present children grimacing as she placed a kiss on his lips. Along with Amelie, they'd had another girl and two boys. Jack had followed when Amelie was 2, then Isabel a year later, and finally James, who was now 8. "Good morning, Arai," she greeted him sleepily. "Why are you up so early?" "Because I was woken up," he replied amusedly. "Not all of us can sleep through the racket that this lot make." "We are not noisy, Papa," Isabel denied, pouting at him innocently. He was not fooled by the look. Her aunt had used it on him several times since he had met her. He would have to have a word with Gabrielle. Isabel was just like her. She even looked like the other Vila. "Isabel," Fleur chastised, "do not try to use your allure on your father." The girl had the decency to look abashed at being caught by her mother. Harry had not noticed. He had become so accustomed to the magic that it no longer registered on his conscience. Amelie had tried the tact once and had been suitably reprimanded also. Truly, neither of the girls needed to use their allure. They had him firmly wrapped around their fingers. Fleur often told him he was too soft on them, but it was just his way. Maybe he was overcompensating for his own childhood, or it was that seeing them happy was what brought him joy. To him, it did not matter. His wife and his children were his pride, despite his other achievements. Amelie was very much his child, even if she looked like her mother. She was adventurous, had grown to love transfiguration and being taught by her father at school, and even had the same penchant for trouble finding her. They had both known when she was young that she would take after him. At the age of 3, she had taken his firebolt and decided to follow Serana around the forest. They had searched frantically for her and found her asleep with the basilisk coiled around her protectively. That was the day they had discovered that she had inherited his parcel-tongue ability, and the little girl and enormous snake had formed a close bond. Fleur almost had a fit when she had caught their daughter giggling as she rode on the serpent's back when she was 5. Harry grinned at the memory. "Is something amusing you, Arai?" He shook his head and caught sight of his eldest son. Jack had taken after him in looks, but resembled his mother more in the way he acted. He had her same fiery temper, but was the sweetest boy when you got past his somewhat haughty exterior. He had opted to go to Beauxbatons where Fleur taught. Harry suspected he believed that most Brits were like Moody, who had terrified him when he was just a toddler. His scarred and twisted visage was enough to give any pause, let alone when he decided to teach the boy a lesson in his own unique way. Poor Jack had been minding his own business, coloring by the pool during a visit to his grandparents, when the grizzled man had leapt from a nearby bush and screamed, "Constant vigilance." He had avoided Moody, who still found the event a source of amusement since. Fleur had been rather unimpressed by the one-legged man. Harry had seen the funny side, as had Sirius, who denied any involvement in the incident. Fleur was not inclined to believe the marauder and had given him a piece of her mind. From that day, she was Jack's hero, and he spent much of his time with her. Isabel was Gabrielle. That was the only way he could describe her. She was mischievous and had Sebastian fooled into thinking she was the picture of innocence. The poor man had endured his own daughter until she too had left home when she married a son of one of Apolline's friends, and now he had another just like her to keep him on his toes. James was the quiet one, the opposite of his namesake according to Sirius. He too looked like Harry, but he was observant and very bright. Already at the age of 8, he had taken an interest in magic, and could often be found speaking to the portrait of Arcturus Black, who had taken to the boy rather well, though Harry wished he would curb his crude language. There had been one particular incident where Fleur had almost immolated the portrait when she had overheard James call Jack a useless sack of shit. Again, Harry had laughed whilst his wife had been furious. He thought he would have a difficult task deciding who would succeed as the next Lord Black, but it seemed the decision had been made for him. If James was going to continue his lessons under Arcturus, it was only natural it would be him. He was pulled from his thoughts once more as the back door was flung open, and his eldest daughter rushed into the room. "Papa, there's something wrong with Serana." Harry immediately shot to his feet. and gestured for his children to stay where they were as he ran through the back door and into the trees a short distance away. Sarana had not been doing so well recently. In the past year, she had become slower and her eyesight had started to fail. Despite the heat here, she would complain that she was cold. He had done all he could for her, but there was only so much his heating charms could do. She was exceedingly old, even for a basilisk. The oldest specimen that had been recorded had lived to be 600. Sarana had eclipsed that. He felt his heart sink as he came upon her. She was laying in the den she had created for herself, her eyes glassy, half closed, and her breathing labored. Swallowing deeply, he knelt next to her head and brushed his hand across the bridge of her nose. "Is that you, Tom?" He nodded, his heart aching at the weakness in her voice. "It's me," he whispered. He could never bring himself to correct her. She saw him as Tom, the first boy that had come to her in close to 9 centuries, and he couldn't destroy the image she had of him. Tom was her savior, and though he became what he did, he would not have her believe any differently of him. "I'm so cold, Tom. I'm always cold." "I know, and I wish there was more I could do," he said sadly. "No, you've done enough. I think it is my time to go. Will you stay with me, Tom? I'm scared." "There's nothing to be frightened of. I'm here and I won't go anywhere," he promised. Her throat rumbled gently as he continued rubbing her nose, just the way she liked. And then she was gone. With a final breath, she fell still, and he allowed the first tears to break free as he mourned for the gentle giant that had become his oldest friend. He would clear some trees away and bury her next to Tom's memorial, where they would rest together. He could think of no other place she would rather be. He knew not how long he stayed with her. It could have been only minutes or even hours, but when he found the courage to step away and break the news to his children, his tears had dried. He found them in the kitchen, and a single glance towards his wife told her everything she needed to know. She offered him a look of sympathy before wrapping her arms around him. Soon enough, he found himself comforting Amelie in his own embrace as she cried, as he had. She would never forget the beautiful monster that had lived in their garden, and neither would he. From the chamber to his home, she had been his steadfast companion, and he would remember her with all the love and fondness she deserved. Break. December 25th, 2044. Another Christmas day had come and gone. As had become the custom, they had all gathered at the DeLacker home where both Apolline and Sebastian had happily remained, though both were now well into their advanced years, but somehow going strong. Maybe it was the plethora of grandchildren and great-grandchildren they had been blessed with that kept them going, or that their time had yet to come. Regardless, they were still there and insisted that Christmas at their house would continue. Harry and Fleur's own children had moved out, had gotten married and had children of their own, leaving them with the house to themselves. Both missed them terribly, but they came often enough and brought their children who were doted on by the pair. Tonight, however, the two of them were neither at home nor with the DeLackers. They had taken a somewhat impromptu trip to Hogwarts, where Harry had spent the past decades continuing his work as the Transfiguration Professor. Minerva had passed on some 20 years prior, but she had remained in contact until the moment her old age caught up to her, and still had words of wisdom for Harry and the occasional bee in her bonnet leading up to it. He missed the woman dearly and thought of her when he was teaching, still questioning if he was getting it right. Dumbledore had passed on even before his former mentor and Phileas had succeeded him. Harry had been offered the post but refused it. He did not wish to take the reins and was content with his position. He did, however, accept the deputy position and continued in the capacity, for now. "This is going to be my final year," he announced. "I'm going to retire so we can enjoy whatever time we have left together." Fleur's eyes lit up at the declaration. She had retired a few years before and had all but begged him to do the same. They had given their best years to their professions, and she felt they had earned their rest. It wasn't as though they needed the gold. Both the Potter and Black vaults were brimming with it, and they had only worked because it was what they loved doing. "Does that mean I will finally, Ave my husband all to myself?" He nodded as he drank in her appearance. To him, she looked to be the very same girl he had met a little over 50 years ago. There was some slight crinkling around her eyes, but she did not look the 67 years she had lived. She was just as beautiful as he always remembered her. "It has been exactly 50 years since we had our first dance. Do you remember?" he asked as he offered her his hand. She took it and smiled. "I will never forget the first one, but I remember the second one more. It was when you first kissed me just over there," she replied as they fell into their practice steps by the lake. She pointed to where the Beauxbatons' carriage had once stood, and he frowned slightly. "When I kissed you, I think you'll find you kissed me." "Then we remember it very differently," Fleur snorted. Harry grinned as he shook his head. "I don't suppose it matters, really. We are still here, we are still dancing together, and I imagine we will until we can no longer stand to do so." Fleur giggled and kissed him. "I will old you that, awry," she murmured. "For as long as we can, we will still do this. I want another 5 decades at least." "As do I," he agreed. Fate had once been a cruel mistress to him, had become less so throughout his life, but if there was any balance to the world, she would grant them this final wish. For everything he had given, he had never asked for anything in return, but for the first time in his life, he did so, and he could only hope that his plea was heard. He was not ready to give this up, not yet, not when it still felt as though he had only just fell in love with the woman he held in his arms.